Let them throw stones. Diamonds are formed under pressure, not in peace. They thought you were glass, fragile, easy to crack, but they didn't realize you were forged like obsidian, dark, sharp, unbreakable. They smiled in your face while sharpening their knives, thinking you wouldn't feel the sting. But now the knives have turned to dust in their hands, and you haven't even flinched. You didn't just survive the fire. They didn't know you were the fire. If this message speaks to something deep inside you, like it's been sitting in your bones this whole time, then don't just scroll past. Like and subscribe. When you do, you're helping this message reach more of the chosen. You're letting the algorithm know that this energy, this truth, needs to be heard. You're sending a signal straight to the ones who forgot who they are, and shaking up the ones who hoped they'd never remember. Let's begin. They've been operating under a dangerous illusion. For too long, people have looked at you and seen something soft, someone too nice to fight back, too calm to mean business, too quiet to be dangerous. They saw your heart and thought it made you weak. They saw your silence and assumed it meant surrender. But they were never fighting just you. They were clashing with the force of the universe itself. And now, the universe is collecting its debt. You are not average. You were never meant to blend in. You've been set apart, not for comfort, not for applause, but for purpose. The kind of purpose that keeps certain people up at night. Because when a chosen one wakes up to their truth, the entire system built on their silence starts to crumble. You weren't just chosen for blessings, you were chosen for battle. That's why it's been heavy. That's why the attacks came disguised as friends, family, lovers, co-workers. That's why you were isolated, doubted, pushed to the edge. Because your light is not ordinary. Your presence is not harmless. You walk in rooms and shift the atmosphere without saying a word. That's not energy. That's power. That's the universe moving through you like a storm no one saw coming. And yet, you forgot. You looked around during the worst of it and started to question your worth. You saw people turning on you, mocking your pain. And you started to wonder if maybe you were the problem. You questioned your light, tried to dim it, shrink it, make it small enough to fit in places it was never meant to be. But here's the truth. They saw your light long before you did, and it terrified them. That's why they tried to dim it before you could even name it. You were never alone. Every time they threw dirt on your name, the universe used it to plant something stronger. Every closed door was protection. Every betrayal was a clearing. Every silence was sacred space, being made for the real you to rise. And now that you're rising, they're panicking. See, the power of being chosen doesn't just bless you. It haunts the ones who tried to destroy you, because they realize too late, you're not just here to survive. You're here to shake the ground they built their false sense of control on. You're here to reclaim what was always yours. And the scariest part, there's nothing they can do to stop it now. This isn't your final form. This is just your reminder. And trust, when the chosen remember who they are, the world remembers who it belongs to. Before we go any deeper, if you feel that fire rising in your chest, if something in you is waking up and saying, "This was meant for me," then drop the number 77 in the comments. That's the signal. That's how we find each other. That's how you let the universe know you heard the call. And when you like and subscribe, you're not just supporting a message. You're sending a shockwave through the system that tried to bury you. You're making sure this reaches another chosen one who's still second-guessing their power. All right, now that the real ones are locked in, let's get into it. Number 1. The quiet one turned out to be the storm. They thought you were background noise. Turns out you were the warning siren before the collapse. Let them eat their assumptions. Let them sip on their arrogance like poison disguised as wine. Because now the truth has hit them like cold steel. You're not soft, you're not sweet, and you damn sure aren't safe to underestimate. For years, they poked the bear, thinking it was a kitten. For years, they danced around your silence, misreading your calm as surrender. And now they're stumbling, wide-eyed and rattled, as the storm they mocked starts to tear through everything they thought they controlled. You didn't change, you revealed. You see, the power of being chosen is not loud. It doesn't announce itself with flashing lights and applause. It watches, it waits. It walks softly until the ground is ready to shake. The universe chooses in silence. And when it does, reality bends. Doors close for others and open for you. Rules break. Paths shift. What should have crushed you clears out of your way instead. That's not luck. That's the alignment. That's what happens when you were chosen before anyone even knew there was a battle coming. They didn't just test you, they tested the system behind you, and they lost badly. People don't like to talk about what happens when they mess with a chosen one. They pretend it was just a misunderstanding, just life happening. No, they tried to block your purpose. They tried to dim your frequency. They played with fire thinking it was just candlelight. But when you mess with someone, the universe is backing. You're not fighting one person. You're challenging a cosmic contract. You're going up against timing, destiny, and protection that's built like armor around someone who wasn't sent here to fit in, but to shift everything. The truth is, they weren't prepared for the consequence. You were quiet too long. You gave them too much room. And in that space, they convinced themselves you were weak. They thought kindness was a gap in your armor. That silence was a flaw in your strategy. But the chosen aren't loud for a reason. They're too busy becoming the threat. Let them absorb that lesson. Let it echo. And if you're sitting here wondering, why did I let them treat me like that for so long? Let me stop you right there. That humility wasn't a weakness. It was a setup. The universe needed them to show their hand, to reveal their true colors, to build the receipts in silence. You were hidden in plain sight. You were the test, and they failed. This was never about you being soft. This was about them being blind. And yet, here's where you almost lost yourself. You started to believe their lie. You felt the isolation and mistook it for abandonment. You looked around, wondering why no one was standing beside you, and began questioning if you were even meant for this path. But chosen ones walk alone because they carry something too heavy for the average soul. The silence was sacred. It wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Because when the universe aligns with you, it clears out what can't go where you're going. No matter how tightly you tried to hold on, you were never losing. You were being leveled up in disguise. Stop doubting your strength just because it didn't look like rage. Power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it moves through stillness. Sometimes it hides in patience. Sometimes it shows up at the exact moment when your enemies think they've won and flips the whole game in your favor. Now they're shook, not because you're loud now, but because you're awake. They don't know what to do with you anymore. The one who used to shrink themselves to make others comfortable is now walking like the universe owes them space. And it does. The one who used to stay quiet to avoid conflict now speaks like truth itself is backing their voice. The one who used to ask for permission now takes up space like they were born to own it. Because you were. And don't forget, the pressure was part of it. Every ounce of pain, betrayal, mockery, it all had purpose. Diamonds are made under pressure, yes, but don't forget, so are weapons, so are warriors. And you? You're not just surviving anymore. You're cutting through illusions with every step you take. Let them whisper, let them stare, let them backtrack and pretend they didn't throw dirt on your name. The same ones who laughed at your silence are now praying you stay quiet. But it's too late for that. They triggered something they can't put back in the box. So this is your reminder. You were never meant to fit. You were meant to shift. Stop asking why you were left out and start owning the fact that you were set apart. Chosen ones don't blend in, they break the mold. You weren't made to be liked. You were built to lead through fire. And if you're feeling that energy in your chest right now, if your heart's pounding like it knows something's about to snap into place, don't brush that off. That's the universe saying, finally, you see it now. You're not sweet, you're not soft, you're sacred, sharp, and strategic. And they're finally realizing it. Too late. Number 2. They pulled the curtain. Now they can't unsee what's coming. Some truths don't whisper. They rip through the air like lightning, leaving everything exposed, especially the ones who thought they'd never be seen. The mask is off. The veil they thought would hide your power forever, gone, and not delicately lifted like in some gentle revelation. No, ripped away violently by the force of something so ancient it doesn't ask for permission. The moment came like a thunderclap. You know the one. That quiet second when everything inside you snapped back into place. Not the broken version of you, but the real you. The one buried under years of conditioning, silence, doubt, and survival mode. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't come with fireworks, but it was unmistakable. The shift in your energy, the stillness in your eyes, the drop in your tone like truth had finally decided to speak through your mouth. The air itself changed around you. You didn't have to say much. They felt it. That raw pressure, that unshakable presence, that invisible weight of someone who's no longer playing the game. And for the first time, they were scared. Let them be. Because what they witnessed wasn't rage, it wasn't rebellion, it was remembrance. The universe didn't carve your path through fire and shadow just so you could dim your glow for people still trapped in illusions. You weren't put through storms just to return and act like sunshine. No, you became the storm. You are the shift they can't stop. And now that they've seen it, there's no going back. That nice, compliant version of you, gone. That version they could manipulate, guilt-trip, gaslight and overlook, buried beneath the bones of everything they thought they broke. You were never broken, just buried. And now the earth around you has cracked open. They thought they were playing with someone soft, someone they could mold, silence, or use. But what they were really poking was a soul backed by the full weight of the universe's intention. Every time they lied on your name, every time they smiled while secretly praying for your downfall, they were placing bets against the universe. And now, the house is collecting. See, they thought they were tearing you down, but they weren't fighting you. They were resisting the correction of a system much bigger than them, one that doesn't forget, one that lets them get real comfortable before pulling the plug. Now that the veil's gone, they're scrambling. They don't know how to speak to this version of you, the one who doesn't flinch, the one who doesn't chase or explain or shrink to fit into cages made of expectations. You walk into rooms now and everything feels different. That's not ego. That's what happens when divine alignment hits the surface. But let's be real. You almost didn't make it here. You doubted. You wept. You begged for answers that never came fast enough. You mistook isolation for abandonment, the delay for denial, the silence for rejection. You even looked in the mirror some days and wondered if you really were the problem. That's how deep the programming ran. That's how hard they tried to convince you your wings were just scars. But now look, you're not just remembering who you are, you're embodying it. And every time you do, it shakes the foundation of people who thought they had power over you. Their control only worked when you were asleep. Their influence only mattered when you believed they had any. But now you see clearly. The veil is gone, and nothing about you is invisible anymore. So let them panic. Let them feel the heat of the light they tried to smother. That light isn't just yours. It's a signal to others like you, a warning to the ones who came for you, a flare for the ones still hiding. Because here's the truth. When the chosen rise, everything hiding behind fake power and false light starts to crumble. You weren't made to be safe. You were made to be seen. And now that they've seen you, the illusion has shattered. It's too late to unsee the truth. Too late to stop what's already been set in motion. They ripped the curtain, and now the storm is walking upright, with your name written in its wind. Number 3. You let them sleep on you. Now they wake to a nightmare. They mistook your silence for surrender, your softness for submission, but they weren't watching a weakness. They were witnessing a setup. Let them sit in the ruins of their own assumptions. Because what they called sweet was actually surveillance. What they labeled harmless was actually high-level strategy. You didn't dim your light to survive. You cloaked it to study. Every warrior knows the value of being underestimated. And you played the role better than they'll ever admit. You moved quietly, too quietly for them to ever feel threatened. They thought you were simple, safe, soft, non-lethal. And oh, how they loved that version of you, the one who didn't challenge their delusions, the one who smiled while they whispered, the one who never raised their voice even when surrounded by knives. That version made them feel powerful, untouchable, in control. But here's what they didn't know. While they were laughing, you were learning. Every conversation was a clue. Every fake smile was a fingerprint. Every shady move they thought went unnoticed was documented, time-stamped, and filed in your mental archives. You didn't react, not because you were weak, but because you were too focused on the bigger picture. They were trying to win battles. You were preparing to end the war. See, people like them can't recognize real power unless it's loud, angry, or loud about being angry. They expect strength to be flashy, aggressive, public. But you moved like a shadow with purpose, unbothered, undetected, until now. Now, the time for strategy is over. The mask has been dropped, and what's left in your place is something they never trained for, because they weren't prepared for your emergence. They only rehearsed for your compliance. They failed the test you were. This wasn't deception. Don't let them rewrite the narrative. This was survival. This was divine planning. This was universal positioning at its finest. The universe hid you in plain sight, not to protect you from them, but to protect them from the consequences of waking you up too soon. You were always aware, always watching, always 10 steps ahead, but you let them move, let them talk, let them expose themselves without ever lifting a finger. That wasn't silence. That was power-collecting interest. And now that you've stepped into your full self, now that the light is turned all the way up, they're fumbling, backtracking, rewriting history to soften their guilt. But it's too late. The strategy has served its purpose, and the warrior is no longer hiding in soft tones and safe eyes. You're walking in clarity now, fully aligned, and fully aware of who you are and what you carry. That scares them more than anything, because now they know they didn't just cross someone kind, they crossed someone chosen. They went to war with someone whose armor was forged in universal fire, someone who was never really alone, never really unarmed, never really as sweet as they pretended to believe. And chosen ones, we don't beg for payback. We let karma call collect. This is your reminder. You never needed to shout to make impact. You never had to prove anything to people operating on borrowed power. You moved how you moved because the mission demanded patience. The rise required restraint. The comeback needed silence. Until now. Now you speak and things shift. Now you move and walls fall. Now you show up and people remember what real presence feels like. They remember what truth tastes like when it finally stops hiding behind politeness. They're shook because they watched you for years and still saw nothing coming. That's not their miscalculation. It's your mastery. They had the chance to act right when you were in your quiet phase. They could have respected you before the storm, but now the storm is you, and it doesn't ask for apologies. So let them stutter, let them scramble, let them try to make peace with a power they spent years disrespecting, because now they know that mask wasn't weakness, that silence wasn't fear, that softness, just cover. The hidden strategy is complete. Now it's time to collect. Number 4. You were the quiet before the collapse. Now comes the reckoning. Power doesn't knock, it kicks down doors, and yours is no longer waiting in the shadows. They wanted warning signs, flashing lights, thunderous declarations. But the thing about real power, divine, chosen power, is that it moves in silence until it doesn't. You didn't come to announce, you came to arrive. For years, you were overlooked, downplayed, studied like something small and harmless. People got comfortable around you because your presence didn't shout, it observed. And that scared them the least, until they realized too late. You were never the prey. You were the pattern, the glitch in their system, the final piece of a balance the universe is now here to restore. They didn't hear the shift until the ground beneath them cracked. And now you're rising, not slowly, not gently. You're rising like a force that doesn't ask for permission anymore. The softness they clung to, that mask they believed was your truth, it was never weakness. It was your stealth. A gift the universe gave you so you could walk among them undetected while your power built beneath the surface. You moved with precision, you listened, you adapted, and while they used your kindness to sharpen their blades, you were studying them. Every cut, every slight, every betrayal, they became your blueprint. Not for revenge, but for alignment. Now, the illusion is shattered. The version of you they thought they had access to is gone. You've outgrown every room they tried to box you in, and they're rattled because the quiet one, the nice one, the one they thought they had figured out, is now the storm ripping through their false sense of control. You didn't need to roar. The shift in your presence said it all. And here's the truth they never saw coming. This was always going to happen. You were chosen not to be hidden forever, but to reveal yourself when the moment was right. You were timed, measured, sent. And the people who thought they had the upper hand are now witnessing their power collapse in real time. Because this is what rising power looks like. It doesn't shout for attention. It walks in, and suddenly everyone has to adjust to the weight it brings. You were always going to outgrow their projections. You were never built to stay small. Your silence was strategic, your softness was calculated, and your presence was never about making others comfortable. It was about waiting for divine alignment. And now, you're in alignment. The universe isn't subtle when it's ready to balance the scales. The people who poured into you, who honored your soul when you were still uncertain, they're about to rise with you. But the ones who used you, mocked you, tried to strip you down and step over your light, they're about to feel what it's like to stand in the path of a power they laughed at. Let them feel it. Let them watch as everything they built on your name crumbles. Because this is balance. This is justice. This is the return. And to you, the chosen who still sometimes doubts, who still wonders if you're really this powerful, really this rare, stop asking. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. You wouldn't have survived all that shadow work, isolation, spiritual warfare, and still be standing if the universe didn't handpick you for this moment. They thought they were using you. Truth is, they were part of the plan, pawns in the setup, teachers in disguise. And now their time is up, because now you are the shift. You are the correction. You are the balance they thought would never come. This is your rising power, unapologetic, uncontainable. And the universe, it's watching, not because it's testing you anymore, but because it's backing you. Keep rising. The reckoning has only just begun. Number 5. They saw smoke, but now they're choking on the fire. They laughed when they saw the flicker, but now they're silent as the blaze devours everything they thought was safe. There were signs. Oh, there were signs. You know it. They know it. Moments where the mask slipped, just enough to make the air shift. Times when your energy shifted the entire frequency of a room, and no one could explain why the mood dropped or the silence got too loud. There were days they pushed you too far, and something in your stare made them pause, even if they laughed it off right after. Those weren't outbursts, they were warnings. They saw flashes, but they ignored the quake building underneath. Because back then, it was still manageable, still easy to pretend you were just having a moment, just being too sensitive, just overreacting. They kept playing in your presence, thinking they were in control. But what they didn't realize is that those little tremors, that static in your aura, that was the awakening, the soul of a chosen one beginning to remember what it came here to do. And now it's too late to pretend they didn't see it coming. You've awakened, and the effect is shaking everything built on false foundations. People who once called you nice are now calling you intense. People who once leaned on your light are now retreating from the heat. And good. Let them. Because your awakening isn't here to make them comfortable. It's here to make the truth unavoidable. This was never just a glow-up. This is cosmic retribution in motion. They thought you were always going to be that version of yourself they could manipulate. The one who smiled through insults. The one who kept giving chances. The one who swallowed truth just to keep the peace. But that version of you was only ever temporary, a placeholder while your real self finished loading. Now you're online, fully, and the signal is loud. And yes, some saw it coming, the sensitive ones, the seers, the ones who felt something in your stillness, something ancient. They caught the flicker of wings when the light hit you just right. They saw the fire behind your eyes when you were quiet. They didn't know what they were looking at, but they knew it was not of this world. That was the awakening beginning to leak through the cracks of your containment. And now, there are no more cracks. The whole structure has exploded. You walk different now. You speak different. Your presence hits like thunder on a clear day. And it's not because you're louder. It's because you're aligned. That's what scares them. Because when a chosen one wakes up, the entire lie starts to unravel. The roles get reversed. The masks fall off. And suddenly, the ones who thought they were puppeteers realize they were never in control. They were dancing with borrowed time, and time just ran out. They're unsettled, not because you've become someone new, but because they're finally seeing who you've been all along. The version of you that held back. The version that made itself digestible so no one would gag on your greatness. That version was strategy. This one is arrival. And let's not forget, your awakening doesn't just shift you, it shakes them. It throws off the balance they built with your silence as the foundation. Because now that you're standing in full truth, every fake bond, every manipulative connection, every false power dynamic is being exposed for what it is. A game that only worked while you played small. That's over. You're awake now. The universe doesn't wake its warriors just for show. It wakes them when it's time to move, time to clear, time to reclaim. That pressure you felt, that wasn't confusion. That was calling. That was your soul aligning with purpose and the world around you beginning to quake because of it. So let them whisper. Let them avoid your eyes. Let them shift uncomfortably when you enter the room. That's not you being too much. That's just what truth does when it walks in wearing skin they can no longer ignore. You didn't come to take up space. You came to own it. And now the world moves, or it gets moved. Number 6. They danced in the firelight. Now they're learning who set the flame. You warned them with your silence. You tested them with your patience. And now The time for warnings is over. This is the part where the universe cashes the check. It always starts the same. A few feel it early, not in what you say, but in what you carry. They don't need proof. They don't demand explanation. They just know. They stand a little softer in your presence. They speak with care, not fear, but respect. These few, the rare ones, they felt the weight of your energy long before you ever had to show your teeth. And because of that, they'll remain elevated with you, aligned with you, because they didn't need to see the fire to know you could burn. But the rest? Oh, they were warned too. Let's not rewrite history. Let's not pretend you didn't give signs. Subtle ones at first, tiny cracks in your composure, sharp shifts in your tone, fleeting moments when the light in your eyes dimmed just long enough to send a chill through the room. That wasn't moodiness. That was the storm checking its perimeter. But they ignored it, all of it. They prodded, they mocked, they talked over you. They tested the edge of your patience like it was a game, like you were incapable of consequence. They thought the softness was permanent, that your grace was infinite, that your silence meant submission. Fools, every single one of them, because what they mistook for passivity was simply strategy, and what they called weakness was restraint they never earned the right to witness. You weren't holding back because you couldn't fight. You were holding back because they weren't worth the war. But now the war has come to them. Make no mistake, this is the reckoning. The line has been drawn, the masks have been dropped, and the veil between cause and consequence has burned to ash. The time for quiet warnings is over. The time for cosmic correction is here. And the universe, it's done waiting. Because here's what they never understood. You didn't need to lift a finger. You didn't need revenge. You are the revenge. You are the karma walking, the balance correcting, the truth incarnate in motion. And every move you make from this moment forward will feel like thunder in their lives. Not because you're seeking to destroy, but because the energy they mocked is no longer tolerating their presence. Their blindness was never innocence, it was arrogance. They saw what they wanted to see, and now they'll feel what they never saw coming. It's not personal, it's energetic. You're rising, and everything built on your silence is collapsing. That's how it works. The reckoning isn't always fire and fury. Sometimes it's you saying no. Sometimes it's you leaving without a word. Sometimes it's you loving yourself out loud, so loudly that it shatters the lies they built about you. And yes, they're shaken, because for the first time they're seeing the cost of your light. They're realizing that your presence was a gift they misused, that your forgiveness was a luxury they abused, that your energy wasn't free, and now the tab is due. Let them feel it. Let them feel the absence of your support, the vacuum your silence leaves when it's no longer given freely. Let them feel what it's like to exist without your light softening their shadows. That's not cruelty. That's balance. You didn't come here to stay small for the comfort of cowards. You didn't survive everything you've been through just to keep protecting the ones who never protected you. You came to break cycles. You came to turn pain into power. You came to reclaim everything they tried to make you forget. This moment, the shift, the rift, the rise, isn't just a phase. It's a full circle moment. The reckoning they never believed would arrive. The storm that came wearing your face. So hold your head high. Walk through the ashes with grace. And remember, you warned them. And now, the universe is answering on your behalf. Number 7. You were the echo. Now you're the voice that splits the sky. They mistook the silence of the divine as absence, but silence was the build-up. Now comes the emergence, and nothing will be the same. Every time they interrupted you mid-thought, every time they side-eyed your ideas, took credit for your work, or laughed behind your back while smiling in your face, the universe watched, and it didn't forget. You didn't need to keep score. The energy kept its own receipts. You see, chosen ones don't need to chase justice. They are justice waiting for the right moment to step forward. The system may look like it's delayed, but it's just setting the stage. And now the curtain is rising. They misunderstood you. That's where their downfall began. They thought your softness was submission, that your patience meant powerlessness, that your stillness meant you had nothing to say. But while they were writing you off, the divine was writing you in bold letters, with cosmic ink, into a story they will no longer be able to ignore. Because now, your emergence has begun, and it isn't gentle. You didn't come back to the surface as the same version of yourself that went into the silence. You've returned carrying weight, wisdom, and a roar. Not a scream for attention, but a frequency that breaks illusions. A vibration that unsettles every structure built on false power. This is what divine emergence feels like. You open your mouth and the air changes. You walk into a room and it tilts. You're not trying to be powerful, you are. And the ones who used to dominate conversations with shallow noise suddenly can't find their voices when you speak. They don't know what to call this version of you. They don't have words for someone who carries divine authority without asking for permission. They're used to loud egos, not quiet forces of truth. They're used to people pretending, not embodying. That's why you disturb them now. You no longer speak in palatable tones. You no longer dim your light so they can shine. You no longer explain the thunder in your voice. Because this voice, it doesn't just speak, it commands. It moves energies. It reshapes narratives. It restores balance. It is the voice of someone chosen by the universe, not to be liked, but to lead. And make no mistake, this emergence isn't about revenge. You didn't rise just to prove them wrong. You rose because the time came for truth to take up space. The universe decided it was time for your silence to expire, your softness to harden, your wings to unfold. And now they're facing what they mocked, a presence they can't minimize, a truth they can't gaslight, a light they can't dim. Let them feel it. Let them remember every time they underestimated you. Let them witness what happens when the divine says now. Because the misunderstanding they clung to, like a shield, is over. The game is up. The wool they thought was over your eyes, gone. And now that you see with divine clarity, they can no longer hide in plain sight. They're exposed, not by vengeance, but by vibration. And here's the thing, they thought they were dealing with a person. But you're not just a person, you're a vessel. You are a movement-wearing skin, your purpose shaped into human form. You don't just walk, you carry waves behind every step. You don't just speak, you release sound that shifts fates. That's why they're nervous now. Not because you're angry, but because you're certain. This certainty doesn't come from ego, it comes from the divine. It comes from having survived everything that was meant to break you and still emerging with fire in your eyes and peace in your voice. It comes from walking through the dark and not just finding light, but realizing you were the light all along. So now, speak. Move how you were always meant to. Don't wait for applause. Don't soften the truth. Don't shrink your voice to soothe their fragility. Because when the divine emerges through you, the world doesn't get to look away. They will see, they will feel it, and they will remember this moment. The moment, the one they thought was safe, silent, and sweet, became the storm that couldn't be silenced. You were never hidden. You were held. Now you're here, and they're not ready. Number 8. They asked for the truth. Now they're choking on the brightness. You didn't need revenge. You just needed to remember who you are. And now that you have, the atmosphere itself is shifting. Now they know. Not because you shouted, not because you made some grand speech or called them out publicly. They know because the energy around you has changed permanently. They know because the air got thick when you walked in. Because your silence started carrying weight. Because your presence began commanding more than attention. It started demanding truth. Oh, the silence that followed, that heavy kind. Not the awkward pause, not the "we don't know what to say" kind of silence. No, this is something else entirely. This is the silence of reckoning. The moment after lightning and before the thunder. That split second where everyone realizes the old version of you is gone, and what stands in their place is not here to play. Some of them stepped back without even thinking, didn't they? A subconscious recoil, like their body knew before their mind caught up. This is not who you used to be. This is not the version they played with, poked at, doubted, dismissed. That version is ashes now. What remains is fire, focused, controlled, and completely unwilling to be dimmed again. Let them feel that heat, because it's not personal, it's spiritual. It's the natural order reasserting itself. The shift has begun. The scales are tilting. Everything they built on the foundation of your silence is starting to tremble. Not because you tore it down, but because it was never meant to stand without your permission. They thought they could exist in your light while disrespecting the source. But now that the full version of you has emerged, they're realizing something sobering. Not everyone survives proximity to power. And that's what you are now. Power. Not just influence, not just presence, radiation, divine frequency unfiltered. And that type of energy, it reveals everything. It makes people uncomfortable, not because you're cruel, but because you've stopped cushioning your truth for their convenience. They used to think they had you figured out, but the shift has exposed the lie they were living in. Now they're reeling, watching everything they thought was solid begin to collapse under the weight of your becoming. Study their faces. Remember this moment. The widened eyes, the stuttering words, the fake smiles trying to hold up masks that don't fit anymore. Some will try to pretend they never doubted you, that they always believed. Let them. That's not your concern anymore. Your concern is alignment, purpose, walking in the path that was always yours, but now with no filter and no brakes. You didn't rise to make them comfortable. You rose because it was time. Time for the silence to end. Time for the light to break through. Time for the real ones to rise and the false ones to be revealed. And here's what they're realizing. Too late. They were never just dealing with a person. They were dealing with a divine assignment. They thought they could play games with someone the universe sent, that they could dismiss someone built in fire and sculpted by shadow. But now the game is over. You are no longer accessible the way you were. Your energy has become sacred ground, and only those with clean hands and clear hearts can stand next to you without being singed by the truth. This isn't arrogance. This is alignment. The shift is not just happening around you, it's happening because of you. And whether they understand it or not, they feel it. The shift in your posture, the shift in your eyes, the shift in your boundaries, in your tone, in your energy. You're not explaining anymore. You're not asking. You're simply being. And the universe is moving with you. Let them feel the burn, if that's what it takes. Let them sit in the discomfort of no longer being able to gaslight your power into submission. This is what happens when divine energy is no longer willing to be packaged, polished, and made palatable. You are the shift, and now that it's begun, nothing can stop it. Number 9. Now they stand when you enter, but it's too late to earn your throne. They didn't respect the seed. Now they're panicking at the bloom. Watch them scramble. The ones who mocked, doubted, and overlooked you are suddenly rewiring their tone, fumbling respect, calling it support, as if you've forgotten the tone they used when they thought you were harmless. There's panic behind the praise now. That tight smile, that overly polite hesitation, like they're standing too close to something they finally realize can scorch. Don't be flattered. Be clear. This isn't real admiration. It's fear dressed up as recognition. And it came too late. But not everyone is shook. Look closely and you'll see them. Those quiet ones who always held a steady gaze when you spoke, who nodded not out of politeness but understanding. They never needed proof of your power. They felt it before it had a name. These are your people. The ones who saw the blueprint before the structure rose. The ones who didn't flinch at your silence because they were listening to the frequency beneath it. They don't need the announcement. They've been waiting for the era of your emergence like a prophecy unfolding. And now that it's here, everything is shifting. No more diluting your message. No more softening your presence so others feel safe. That part of the journey is over. What you carry isn't meant to sit quietly in the corner. It's meant to burn off the dead weight. It's meant to transform rooms, minds, systems, lives. You are not here to be liked. You're here to disrupt. Let them recalibrate, or not. Let them twist themselves trying to keep up with the new frequency. Your concern is no longer their comfort. It's alignment, purpose, truth. The mask is off. The fire is lit. This is the era of power, and now they know. And so, here we are. The veil has lifted, the storm has risen, and your emergence is no longer up for debate. You've stepped into the era where your power no longer hides. It commands, it transforms, it shakes foundations. Let them adjust or get left behind. This isn't about proving anything. It's about becoming everything you were always meant to be. If this message lit something in your soul, don't let it stop here. Like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to show you're locked in. Share this with another chosen one. It's time we all rise together. They threw shadows, thinking it would dim your light, but stars are born in the dark. They thought they were breaking you, tearing you down, silencing your voice, but all they really did was challenge the universe, and the universe doesn't lose. To those who plotted in secret, smiled in your face while stabbing your back, understand this. You weren't just going up against a person. You picked a fight with something far bigger. You went head to head with the current of the cosmos, and you will lose. Chosen ones are not made of fragile glass. They're forged like iron, under fire, pressure, and time. You tried to bury them. You forgot they are the seed. Before we dive deep, if this message hits you, if you feel seen, if you've walked through battles no one clapped for, hit like, hit subscribe. It's not just for you. It helps this message find more chosen ones like you. When you engage, you signal to YouTube that this isn't noise. It's truth. And right now, the truth is waking people up. Chosen ones, you know who you are. You've felt it since you were young. You've been different, not because you tried, but because you couldn't be anything else. The ones who couldn't stand your presence, they didn't hate you. They hated what you represented. You were a mirror, showing them everything they were too scared to become. You carried something they couldn't explain, so they tried to break what they couldn't understand. But here's the thing, you are chosen, not chosen by man, not by tradition, but by the rhythm of the universe itself. There is a force in you that cannot be replicated, bought, or silenced. That's why they feared you. That's why they came after you, because you haunt them without trying. Your light exposes the shadows they live in. Your growth reminds them of their stagnation. Your resilience ruins their excuses. And let me say this loud, stop thinking you're alone. Stop doubting your light. The universe didn't bring you this far just to leave you here. Every time you whispered, "Why me?" the universe was answering, because only you. You weren't being punished. You were being prepared. Diamonds aren't found on the surface. They're buried, pressed, crushed, and then discovered. You are that discovery. You think the enemy was after your peace? No, they were after your potential. They saw it even when you couldn't. That's why the attacks came early. That's why the rejection stung deep. That's why you kept getting overlooked, lied on, torn down. But what they failed to see is that chosen ones don't fold. They evolve. So now they watch you rise, and it burns them, because you weren't supposed to survive, let alone thrive. But here you are, still walking, still glowing, still chosen. Let this sink in. When the storm couldn't break you, it revealed you. That's your story. That's your power. Let them talk. Let them plot. Let them watch. Just know, when they try to bring you down again, they're not fighting you. They're fighting the universe. And the universe has already decided you win. Before we go any deeper, take a second to lock in. If this message is hitting your spirit, don't scroll. Stay. You were brought here for a reason. This isn't just a video, it's a wake-up call. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done shrinking your light just to make others comfortable. The ones who tried to bring you down, they're about to witness your rise in real time. And trust me, if you truly are one of the chosen, you won't be able to look away. All right, let's get into it. Step by step, this one's for you. Number 1. They poked a sleeping giant, and now the universe is awake. They didn't just mess with you, they pulled the tail of a storm, and now they wonder why it's raining fire. You want to know why they keep coming at you? Why they whisper your name behind closed doors, plot silently, throw shade dressed as concern, and twist your truth? It's not because you're weak. It's not because you're flawed. It's because you're chosen. And that scares them more than they'll ever admit. When people see something they can't control, can't copy, and definitely can't understand, they try to destroy it. They weren't just trying to bring you down. They were going up against the system of the universe itself. And that's a battle they were never built to win. You see, chosen ones walk with a frequency that disrupts fake realities. You don't fit in because you weren't made to. You don't follow the crowd because you were sent to lead. Your energy unsettles those who've spent their lives hiding behind masks and mirrors. Your very presence is a reminder that truth still walks this earth. And truth makes liars nervous. Let them talk. Let them stare. Let them try. Because every time they try to dim your light, they expose the darkness in themselves. They fear you because you reflect what they'll never be. Not because you're trying to shine in their face, but because your glow was never optional. It's your nature. That's what being chosen means. You didn't ask for it. You didn't beg for attention. You were built for this. The universe placed something in you that terrifies the mediocre. You don't fear the storm when you are the lightning. Still, some of you keep asking, why me? Why do they hate me when I've done nothing but love, lead, and uplift? That question right there proves you forgot who you are. So let me remind you, you're not being attacked because you're broken. You're being attacked because you're whole. Because they feel your power and they know deep down that nothing they do will ever match it. Don't get it twisted. Your isolation wasn't rejection, it was redirection. You weren't abandoned, you were protected. The universe moved you out of places that couldn't handle your calling. You were never meant to blend in with people who feed off confusion and comfort zones. Your path was always going to rattle cages. You were designed to disturb the fake peace that complacency builds. And yet, some of you still doubt your light. Some of you still shrink when you should shine. You question yourself when you should be commanding the room. Let me be blunt. Stop betraying your own brilliance just because they can't handle the heat. If the universe chose you, who are you to argue? If alignment is bending space and time to make room for your rise, why are you second-guessing your seat at the table? You don't see it, but every setback was actually a setup. Every betrayal, a blessing in disguise. Every attack, proof that you're carrying something rare. And no, it's not just fear or jealousy driving them. It's recognition. They see something in you that you might still be discovering in yourself. The problem is, they saw it first, and their response was to kill it, before it outshined them. But here's where they messed up. They forgot this isn't just about you. The universe doesn't waste its power. It doesn't invest energy into the ordinary. When they threw dirt on your name, they were trying to bury divine timing. When they laughed at your pain, they were mocking the process of transformation. And now, that same process is turning you into something unstoppable. The pressure they used to crush you is now the force behind your rise. Fear, jealousy, misunderstanding, those aren't just emotions, they're confessions. They're proof that your presence hit them where it hurts. And you want to heal them, you want to help them. Let them watch your glow up. Let your evolution be the lecture. Because the greatest revenge isn't bitterness, it's becoming everything they said you'd never be. They'll say you changed, and you did. You outgrew their comfort zone. You stopped explaining your spirit to people who only speak ego. You no longer beg to be seen by the blind. Chosen ones, the universe didn't select you for ease. It selected you for impact. That means your path will be heavier, your lessons louder, your battles brutal. But that's also why your victories will echo. You're not just here to survive. You're here to shift things, to challenge false systems, to stand tall when others bow to fear. And when they try again, because they will, just smile. Know that they aren't fighting you. They're fighting alignment. They're wrestling with fate. And fate doesn't flinch. So hold your head up. Walk like you carry galaxies in your bones, because you do. And remember this, they will try to bring you down, but they will fail. Not because you're invincible, but because you're chosen. And when the universe stands behind you, failure isn't even on the table. Number 2, they smile in your face, but plot behind your back. Welcome to the tactics of the weak. A snake doesn't hiss in the jungle. It hides in the grass and waits for your guard to drop. But a chosen one doesn't just walk through the jungle. They own it. If you're a chosen one, you've felt it. The shift in energy when you walk into a room, the silent tension, the side glances. You've heard the whispers, the fake praise, the subtle digs wrapped in jokes. What you're dealing with isn't accidental. It's strategic. These people aren't confused. They're calculated. And the more your light grows, the more desperate they become to dim it. Understand this. The fact that they're using tactics at all means you're already winning. The minute they start strategizing against you is the minute you became a threat. And trust me, they're not attacking your weakness. They're reacting to your strength. Only the powerful get plotted on. They don't come at you directly because they know better. Instead, they play dirty. One of their favorite weapons, criticism. Not the kind that helps you grow, the kind that chips away at your confidence like water slowly carving stone. They highlight every flaw, amplify every stumble, and exaggerate every mistake. Why? Because if they can make you doubt yourself, they never have to compete with your full potential. It's not about helping you. It's about halting you. But let me be clear. They wouldn't bother pointing fingers if you weren't already standing out. Another tactic? Rumors, lies, false narratives. They try to control how others see you because they've already lost control over how you see yourself. And when they can't kill the truth, they smear it. They want to isolate you, break your connections, turn allies into doubters. They whisper lies behind your back and then smile to your face like they never touched the knife. And the worst part? Sometimes it works. You start to question who's really in your corner. But don't fall for it. The universe didn't give you that light to blend in with shadows. And anyone who walks away because of someone else's lies was never meant to stand beside you in the first place. Then there's sabotage, the silent killer. It's subtle, sometimes almost invisible. They'll forget to pass on important information. They'll accidentally leave your name out of credit. They'll throw you under the bus with a smile and call it a misunderstanding. But it's not random. It's designed. It's meant to exhaust you, confuse you, break your momentum. They want to see if you'll give up on yourself before the universe finishes building what it started in you. But here's the part they never understood. Chosen ones don't fold under pressure. They evolve in it. They throw dirt on your name. You bloom. They shut doors in your face. You build new ones. They try to box you in. You break the walls down. What they see as sabotage, the universe transforms into strategy. Every setback becomes a lesson. Every lie becomes a spotlight. Every delay becomes divine timing. Still wondering why they go so hard? Because they know something big is attached to your name. And if they don't stop you now, they never will. So they come in waves. They test your patience, your spirit, your trust. They want you to self-destruct. They want you to become the version of you that gives up, stays quiet, doubts their worth. But that version no longer exists. You've come too far. And to the chosen ones who've started doubting themselves, wake up. You think the universe put all this weight on your shoulders for no reason. You're not being punished, you're being positioned. While they play petty games, the universe is setting the board for a bigger move. Don't get distracted by pawns when you were always meant to be king or queen. They're not just fighting you, they're fighting the flow of the universe. They're throwing rocks at a tidal wave and expecting it to stop. The harder they hit, the stronger you rise. And every tactic they use, it's proof that they see your elevation coming, loud and clear. So don't dim your light to make them feel comfortable. Burn brighter. Don't take the bait. Take the throne. And always remember this. They can plot, they can lie, they can sabotage. But no matter what they do, they will fail. Because you were never just walking through this life alone. You've got the universe behind you. And no tactic, no weapon, no rumor can stand when the universe has decided it's your time. Number 3, they tried to cut you off to kill your power, but you were never plugged into them. They thought isolation would silence you, but solitude only sharpened your sword. This is the part they never talk about. The part that creeps in quietly, disguised as coincidence, isolation. It's not loud, it's not obvious, it's not always about doors slamming or people yelling in your face. No, this tactic is colder, quieter, and far more dangerous. This is where they play the long game. If you're a chosen one, you've felt it. Suddenly, the people who once supported you start to drift. Conversations dry up. Messages go unanswered. People just get busy. One by one, the circle gets smaller. And if you're not careful, you start believing that it's you. That maybe you're the problem. That maybe your energy is too much. That lie, that quiet, creeping self-doubt, is exactly what they want. Because the tactic isn't just to isolate you physically, it's to isolate your mind, to disconnect you from your own truth. They don't just want you alone, they want you questioning your worth in that silence. They do it in subtle ways, whispering behind your back, but only loud enough to reach the ears of someone close to you, feeding small doses of doubt into your friendships, telling others you're changing, and not in a good way. Planting seeds like, I don't know if we can trust them anymore, or they're acting different lately, or the classic, don't get too close, they think they're better than everyone now. They create distance, not just between you and your people, but between you and your support system. They know if they can isolate you, they can weaken you, because the fewer people around to remind you of who you are, the easier it is to make you forget. But what they forget is, Chosen ones aren't sustained by external validation. Your power doesn't come from the crowd. It comes from the core. And sometimes the universe will allow the isolation, not as a punishment, but as preparation. They thought cutting you off would end your growth, but roots go deep in silence. Still, let's be real, the loneliness gets heavy. When you look around and the room feels empty, when the people you'd show up for without hesitation suddenly go quiet, it makes you question yourself, and that's when you're most vulnerable. That's when the enemy strikes, not with fists, but with manipulation. They don't just want you alone, they want you dependent. They want to drain your time, your energy, your attention, and then position themselves as your only option. They create chaos in your connections, then act like they're your only peace. That's not companionship, that's control. Don't fall for it. Look closely, you'll see the pattern. The same ones trying to be your only friend are also the ones making it harder for you to connect with anyone else. The ones who demand your time are the same ones who diminish your shine. They drain you, isolate you, then offer you a hand, the same one that pushed you into the pit. And if you ever asked yourself, why is this happening to me? Let me tell you why. Because you were never meant to blend in. You were meant to break cycles. Your path isn't about comfort. It's about calling. And sometimes that calling will strip away the noise so you can finally hear the universe speaking through your own soul. Don't mistake isolation for abandonment. Sometimes the universe removes the crowd so it can reveal who you really are. Sometimes silence is the only language loud enough to wake you up. But here's what you must do. Fight to stay connected. Not just to people, but to your truth, your mission, your higher frequency. Find those who understand you without you needing to explain. Find people who don't shrink around your shine, who aren't intimidated by your calling, who celebrate your growth because they've done their own work too. Because while isolation is a tactic of the enemy, connection is a weapon of the chosen. You want to beat the ones trying to bring you down? Then keep building, keep growing, keep rising, and above all, keep connecting with people, with purpose, and with the power that chose you in the first place. Let them talk, let them lie, let them try to isolate you. They forgot something important. You're not powered by the crowd. You're powered by the universe, and that's a connection they can never cut. Number 4, they came for the cracks, but forgot you're built like mountains. They searched for your weakness like wolves stalk a wounded prey, but forgot even a scarred lion still has teeth. This is one of the darkest tactics they'll use against the chosen ones, and one of the most calculated. They don't just attack you blindly, they study you quietly, patiently, watching your patterns, listening to your words, analyzing your silence. Because they know something most people overlook. Even the strongest have soft spots. And when they find yours, they go in. These people, the jealous, the threatened, the insecure, they don't waste time attacking your strengths. They won't challenge you where you're thriving. No, that would expose their weaknesses. Instead, they look for cracks, subtle ones, emotional ones, and when they spot even the smallest fracture, they dig in with precision. If they know you have a fear of being misunderstood, they'll twist your words. If they sense you're a perfectionist, they'll magnify every small mistake and throw it back in your face. If you've ever confided a past failure, they'll weaponize it. They'll say, "Are you sure you're the right person for this?" Or, "Didn't you mess this up last time?" And it sounds casual, even caring, but it's an arrow aimed at your spirit. They don't want to break your body. They want to break your belief in yourself. But here's where things shift. Because you're not just anybody, you're chosen. And when you're chosen, even your weaknesses are sacred. Even your pain carries purpose. The universe didn't pick you because you were flawless. It picked you because you were real, raw, and resilient. Being chosen doesn't mean you don't bleed. It means you heal differently. You see, the enemy thinks your vulnerability is a doorway in, but they don't realize it's also your gateway out. That insecurity they tried to exploit. It's your fuel, that past mistake they keep throwing at you. That's your blueprint. That fear of failure. It's the same fear that's forced you to grow harder, faster, deeper. What they called weakness was really your womb, the place where greatness was forming in silence. Still, let's not pretend it doesn't sting. Being attacked in the very place where you're still learning to love yourself, it hurts. It makes you second-guess your instincts, makes you hesitate when you used to move with confidence. But here's the truth. When they exploit your weaknesses, they expose themselves. They show you who they really are, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. So what do? You cultivate awareness. You study yourself even more than they do, not to hide your flaws, but to own them. You start looking at your insecurities as invitations to grow, not excuses to shrink. You say, "Yes, I've failed before, and I'm still standing. Yes, I've doubted myself, and I still rose. Yes, I've been hurt, and I still love." That kind of self-ownership, it terrifies manipulators, because they can't weaponize what you've already made peace with. And don't be afraid to open up, just be selective with who. When you share your battles with people who deserve your truth, those weaknesses become unshakable bonds. You'll see that what you thought was a flaw is actually the very thing that connects you to others who carry similar scars. And while you're building that internal armor, don't forget your boundaries, because some people will test you not out of curiosity, but control. They'll drain your energy with endless drama, emotional manipulation, and guilt trips. And if you're not careful, they'll turn your empathy into exhaustion. So protect your space like it's sacred, because it is. Say no when you need to. Cut ties without apology when someone proves they're more interested in your downfall than your destiny. Let people call you cold if they want. Cold boundaries are better than burning out trying to please people who want to see you fall. A chosen one without boundaries is like a temple with no walls. Everyone walks in, but no one respects it. Chosen one, they will keep trying. They will keep searching for cracks. But what they don't see is that your foundation has already shifted. You've learned how to patch wounds with wisdom. You've learned that even your softest places carry steel underneath. They came for your weakness, but met a warrior in disguise. So let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them try to strike. You've already turned every wound into a weapon. And when the universe chose you, it wasn't because you'd never fall. It was because you'd always rise. Number 5, they tried to block your elevation, but you were built to rise beyond their reach. You can't cage the wind or silence the stars, and no force on earth can stop a soul the universe has already awakened. They'll never admit it out loud, but they know something is shifting in you. You're not who you used to be. You're seeing things clearer, feeling deeper, rising higher, and that scares them. Not because you're becoming dangerous in a worldly sense, but because you're becoming untouchable in a spiritual one. You're breaking free from the illusions they still live in, and once someone starts elevating like that, they become a threat to everything built on lies. That's why they target your spiritual growth. For chosen ones, spiritual awakening isn't a trend, it's a calling, a deep pull from the universe that whispers, you were never meant to stay asleep. And once you start tuning in, shedding false layers, aligning with your higher purpose, everything and everyone that benefits from your confusion begins to panic. Suddenly, the jokes come, the side eyes, the fake concern. You've changed. That stuff doesn't really matter. Why are you so serious about all this spiritual stuff? But the truth is, they don't fear your change. They fear the power you're stepping into. Negative people, especially those who live disconnected from themselves, will do everything they can to drag you back down. They'll mock your growth because they can't match it. They'll question your beliefs not out of curiosity, but to shake your certainty. It's never really about your path. It's about what your path exposes in them, their stagnation, their denial, their unwillingness to evolve. But you were never here to blend in. You were sent to break the cycle. When they try to shut you down spiritually, what they're really doing is declaring war on your purpose. Because your spiritual strength is what fuels your vision, your peace, your inner knowing. Without it, you're just surviving. But with it, you're leading. You're creating ripples in realms they can't even see. And let's talk about the other enemy in this battle, society itself. The system was never built to nourish your spirit. It was built to exhaust you, to reward materialism and mock introspection, to feed your ego while starving your soul. You were taught to chase validation, not vibration. Success, not self-awareness. The world will try to make you feel crazy for choosing stillness over hustle, intuition over logic, solitude over social climbing. But let me make this clear. Walking your spiritual path in a world that profits from confusion, that's not weakness. That's warrior energy. Still, even the strongest chosen ones face internal battles. Doubt creeps in, especially when your path is lonely, especially when no one around you understands the changes happening inside you. You might even wonder, am I losing it? Am I really chosen? What if I'm just imagining all this? No, you're not imagining it. You're waking up. And yes, it can feel like madness to a world still sleeping. In those moments of doubt, go inward, get still, journal what you're feeling, meditate not to escape, but to return to yourself. Speak out loud what you know to be true, even if your voice shakes. You don't need a crowd to validate your awakening. You just need consistency. Anchor yourself in rituals that remind you who you are. Time in nature, daily affirmations, conscious breathing, whatever reconnects you to the divine rhythm you're now a part of. And yes, lean on those who get it, even if it's just one person, a mentor, a friend, a stranger who speaks your language. Community isn't about numbers, it's about alignment. Find people who aren't threatened by your growth, but inspired by it. Who see your light and say, I remember when mine started shining too. Remember, every chosen one walks through a season where they feel spiritually attacked, misunderstood, mocked, or doubted. That's not a sign to stop. That's confirmation you're on the right path. Because no one attacks what isn't a threat. And the more grounded you become in your spiritual truth, the more the illusions of this world start to shake around you. Let them shake. Because when you stay connected to your purpose, your intuition, your spirit, no weapon formed against you can prosper. Not words, not systems, not doubt. They tried to break your connection to the divine current running through your soul, but they forgot. You are the current. You are the storm. You are the shift. So keep rising, chosen one. Keep doing the inner work. Keep tuning in when the world tries to distract you. Your path may not be easy, but it's real, and that makes you unstoppable. They will try to bring you down, but they will fail, because you're not just growing, you're ascending. Number 6. They drew their sword, but you were already fireproof. They built a plan to break you, but they never planned for your comeback, and now they're choking on the silence of your success. You ever wonder why they fail? After all the plotting, all the energy they put into trying to tear you down, why does it always backfire? Why does the dirt they throw somehow become the very soil you grow in? Why do they keep losing no matter how many times they try? Because they're fighting something they'll never understand, and something they can't touch. You, but not just you, the force behind you. See, people think they're dealing with just a person when they come for a chosen one. They think it's a fair fight. But what they don't realize is that when they come for you, they're stepping into a war they can't win. Because chosen ones, they don't walk alone. The universe walks with them. Every attack launched your way passes through layers of protection, transformation, and spiritual reinforcement. They didn't just try to hurt you. They challenged alignment. They declared war on destiny. And let me tell you something, destiny doesn't lose. They fail because everything they send your way comes back multiplied to them. You carry a spiritual boomerang they'll never see coming. Every lie, every sabotage, every attempt to isolate or humiliate you, it circles back like a storm they thought they'd escaped. The universe keeps score in silence. And when the time is right, it collects. They fail because they underestimated your resilience. They thought your pain would turn you bitter, but it made you better. They thought isolation would break you, but it built you. They thought making you question yourself would stop your rise, but it activated it. What they saw as your breakdown was actually your breakthrough in disguise. And here's the truth they refuse to accept. Your power doesn't look like power to them. It doesn't shout. It doesn't beg for attention. It doesn't flex. Your power is quiet, consistent, rooted, which is why it hits so much harder when it finally shows up in full. They fail because they can't understand your foundation. You weren't built by praise or popularity. You were built by pain, by silence, by being overlooked, underestimated, and counted out again and again. And every time they thought they had you, they only sharpened you. A diamond is just a piece of coal that refused to crack under pressure. That's you. They fail because they never expected you to keep going. That's the real weapon. Your persistence, your ability to rise every time. They throw storms and you walk through them like you were born in the thunder. They throw doubt, and you answer with action. They try to block your path, but you become the path. But let's be honest, sometimes you doubt yourself too. Sometimes the attacks work for a moment. Sometimes you start to believe the noise. You start to question your light. You wonder if maybe they're right. If maybe you are too much, too intense, too different. Let me snap you out of that right now. You were made different. You were meant to be too much for them. Your energy isn't a mistake. It's a message. And you doubting yourself is the only real tool they have left. Because if they can't take you down from the outside, they'll try to corrupt you from within. But even that will fail. Because once a chosen one realizes who they are, it's over. Once you wake up to your calling, once you see the patterns for what they are, once you feel the universe moving through you, nothing can stop you. Not even you. They fail because the game they're playing is built on ego, illusion, and envy, but your path is built on alignment, purpose, and truth. And truth, it always rises. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it always shows up. And when it does, it silences every lie spoken in your name. So the next time they come for you, smile. Not out of arrogance, but understanding. They're revealing their position. They're proving you're a threat. And they're reminding you that what you carry is powerful enough to make insecure souls panic. They will try to bring you down again and again, but they will fail. Not because you're perfect, but because you're chosen. And no weapon formed against the chosen ever wins. Number 7. The scales were always tipped in your favor. You just didn't know it yet. They thought the game was rigged in their favor, but the universe was silently stacking blessings behind your back. Chosen one, if there's one truth they hope you never discover, it's this. The universe is not just watching, it's working. Every tear you cried in silence, every betrayal you swallowed, every lie they spread while you kept your hands clean, none of it was wasted. The scales don't forget. The energy you give out, it circles back. Every intention, every action, every move, it's all recorded. Not by man, but by something far more powerful. They thought they got away with it, didn't they? They laughed behind closed doors, mocked your struggle, celebrated when you stumbled. Some even slept peacefully after stabbing you in the back, convinced the consequences would never come. But what they didn't realize is that the universe doesn't move on impulse. It moves on timing. It doesn't clap back in anger. It corrects with precision. And when the universe moves, it doesn't miss. There were moments when you asked yourself, where's the justice? Why do good people suffer while the fake ones shine? How is it fair that I keep doing right and keep losing? And in those moments, you started to doubt the process. You looked up and wondered if you were really seen, if the universe had somehow forgotten you. But let this be your confirmation. You were never being overlooked. You were being positioned. See, the universe doesn't deal in cheap revenge. It deals in divine recompense. You weren't just waiting. You were being refined. And the longer it took, the greater the return. Because chosen ones don't just get what's fair. They get what's destined. And destiny always takes the long route, not because it's lost, but because it's building something no shortcut could ever hold. The universe doesn't settle the score with noise. It settles it with undeniable results. Let them laugh. Let them flex. Let them think they've won. Their harvest is short-lived. But yours, it's generational, it's legacy, it's the kind of glow-up that can't be denied, even by those who tried to destroy you. And when it hits, oh, it hits. Quietly, loudly, all at once. The same mouths that mocked you will be forced to speak your name with respect. But here's the real twist. You don't even need revenge, because the universe does the heavy lifting when you stay in alignment. Your only job is to keep moving forward. Keep showing up. Keep protecting your energy. Keep listening to that inner knowing that's been guiding you all along. Because once you stop chasing fairness and start trusting flow, things begin to align in ways that no human hand can stop. They threw chaos your way. The universe turned it into clarity. They blocked your opportunity. The universe redirected you to better. They tried to break your spirit. The universe turned the pain into purpose. And now you're walking in rooms they swore you'd never enter, getting blessed in ways that make no logical sense. They see you shining and wonder how, because from the outside, it looked like you lost. But you didn't lose. You were just being prepared for a win that couldn't be rushed. So the next time you feel tempted to doubt the process, pause, breathe. Remember what you've already made it through. Every attack that failed, every lie that couldn't stick, every plot that got exposed. You're not lucky. You're aligned. You're not just surviving. You're divinely protected. And for those still stuck in bitterness, still watching you, still trying to figure out how you're still standing, let them keep watching. Because the universe is about to do what no hater can undo. You've paid your dues in silence, and now the balance is tipping, and it's tipping in your favor. You don't need to force anything. You don't need to prove anything. The fairness of the universe doesn't work on your timeline, but it always works. And when it delivers with interest. So keep walking, chosen one. Keep trusting. Keep rising. They tried to bring you down, but what they didn't realize is that the very force they were mocking was the one backing you all along. And now, they will fail. Because you finally understand, the universe never forgot. Number 8. They don't deserve your mercy, but you deserve to be free. Forgiveness isn't weakness. It's when a warrior chooses peace over revenge because their spirit is too heavy for petty. Let's be real. After everything they've done, the lies, the gaslighting, the silent attacks, the backstabbing smiles, forgiving them feels like betrayal. Why should you? Why should you offer compassion to people who made it their mission to see you fall? Why should you release what they never even apologized for? Here's the answer. Not for them, for you. Because, chosen one, you're not carrying their actions anymore. You're carrying the weight of what holding on does to you. And whether you see it or not, that anger becomes a chain. A heavy, rusted anchor slowing your rise. And you were never built to carry that kind of dead weight. Yes, they tried to break you. Yes, they crossed every line. And no, forgiveness doesn't mean what they did was okay. It means you're done drinking the poison of their memory. It means you refuse to let their darkness take up rent in your mind. Forgiveness isn't giving them a pass. It's tearing up the contract that kept you tethered to their chaos. You're not excusing the betrayal. You're evicting the pain. You want to know why this is so important for the chosen ones. Because your power doesn't just come from your strength. It comes from your purity. from the clearness of your spirit. And when resentment builds up inside you, it muddies that channel. You start reacting instead of receiving. You start carrying pain instead of purpose. And that's exactly what they want. Because here's the truth: your attackers, your haters, your betrayers, they feed on your emotional response. They want you stuck, angry, triggered. They want to be the reason your energy drops. But when you move in compassion, when you forgive without a single word said, you take everything from them. They lose their power. They lose the ability to influence your spirit. And don't get it twisted. Compassion doesn't mean reconnection. It doesn't mean going back to the same cycle, the same fake friendships, the same toxic environments. It means you rise above the drama. You keep your distance. You set your boundaries, but you let go of the venom. You forgive and release. Forgiveness is not about rebuilding what was broken. It's about building yourself back stronger without the emotional baggage they handed you. You're not required to forget, but you are invited to heal. And chosen one, healing is your rebellion. Because nothing frustrates your enemies more than watching you walk in peace. Nothing bothers them like seeing you glow from a heart they couldn't corrupt. They wanted you bitter. They wanted you cold. But here you are, walking in compassion like it's armor, not weakness. You know why? Because you're not them. You were never like them. And thank the universe for that. While they move from pain, you move from purpose. While they hold grudges, you hold space. While they try to tear others down, you rise again and again without losing your softness. You didn't survive to become them. You survived to transcend them. So yes, forgive, not because they earned it, but because you've earned peace. Because your mission is too big, your calling too sacred, your spirit too rare to be clogged up with old wounds. The universe has places to take you, and it won't drag resentment along for the ride. Show them the real flex, not revenge, but elevation. Not bitterness, but balance. Not spite, but stillness. The day you stop needing closure is the day you walk in power they can't touch. And no, they'll never understand it. That's not your job. You're not here to convince them, convert them, or carry them. You're here to rise. And forgiveness is the fire that clears your path. So let them go. Let the pain dissolve. Let the past be the past. Not because they deserved it, but because you finally realized you do. And when you release what no longer serves your spirit, they will fail. Because nothing is more terrifying than a chosen one who's healed. They laughed at the struggle, but they won't survive the unfolding. They mocked you in the middle because they never saw the blueprint, but the process was never for them to understand. Chosen one, this path you're on, it's not meant to make sense to everybody, not even to you, all the time. The confusion, the setbacks, the silence, it's all part of the unfolding. And the truth is, the ones who laughed during your struggle have no idea what's being built behind the scenes. See, the process isn't pretty. It strips you, it humbles you, it makes you question who you are and why you're even here. But underneath all that, it's aligning you with exactly where you're supposed to be. The delays, the detours, the closed doors, those weren't punishments. They were protection, redirection, divine edits to your destiny. They couldn't see it. They still can't. They judged the seed before it ever had a chance to grow. But what they didn't realize is that chosen ones don't bloom on command. They bloom in divine time. Trust the process, even when it's quiet, because growth always happens underground. So keep going, even when it doesn't make sense, even when no one claps, even when the road feels lonely, because every step is planting something, and when it finally breaks through the surface, they'll act surprised. But you won't be. You knew all along. The process was never broken. It was just bigger than them. And in the end, they will fail. Because nothing can stop a chosen one who kept going anyway. And now, as everything comes full circle, remember this. They tried, they plotted, they pushed, but they failed. Because no force, no tactic, no voice raised against a chosen one ever truly wins. You didn't just survive, you rose. And this is only the beginning. If this message hit your spirit like the video, subscribe for more truth like this, and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the universe know you're walking in your power now. Share this with someone who needs the reminder. Chosen ones are rising, and nothing can stop what's already aligned. They wanted you broken because your rise reminded them of everything they could never become. And now that truth burns like daylight in a room full of shadows. They tried to kill your spirit, not just your name. What they did wasn't petty. This was an all-out war masked in smiles, handshakes, and fake concern. They weren't just trying to pull you down. They built a whole stage for your fall, wrote the script, and cast themselves as victims. But now, the curtain's been ripped down, and the audience sees everything. The lies, the plotting, the desperate attempts to erase your light. They're not whispers anymore. They're headlines. Before we dive deep into the chaos they created, make sure you like this video and hit subscribe. It's not just support, it's signal. Every time you engage, you help push this message out to more chosen ones who need it. You help them wake up, break out, and remember who they are. The algorithm doesn't know it, but you're helping spark a revolution just by pressing a button. So do it. Then let's go deeper. See, being chosen isn't about crowns or glory. It's a heavy thing. It means the universe marked you, whispered power into your soul, and sent you into a world that would try everything to mute you. That group, that so-called family, those fake allies, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting the force behind you. And the mistake they made? Thinking they could beat what was never about flesh and blood. The universe doesn't lose. It lets them run their little games until it doesn't. They tried to bury you in confusion, smear you in silence, and drown you in isolation. But what they didn't know is that silence grows roots and darkness trains warriors. While they laughed at your pain, you were becoming unbreakable. They thought the distance made you weak. It made you dangerous. To the chosen ones, stop doubting yourself. Stop acting like you're lost. The universe doesn't choose lightly. You were marked because you carry what they never will. Truth. And truth makes liars sweat. Your very existence is a threat to their illusions. That's why they tried so hard to erase it. Stop thinking you're alone. You were never alone. You were being refined. And now that the universe is moving, they're the ones who should be scared. You don't need revenge. You are the consequence. Your rise is the echo of every silent night you survived, every betrayal you didn't return, every attack you didn't respond to. And now, Now you shine without permission. Think about it. How powerful must your presence be that they planned for years to stop it? That kind of fear doesn't come from someone ordinary. That's the power of being chosen. It haunts them. Your name haunts them. The fact that you still rise haunts them. They built illusions, but you were built by storms. And storms don't need validation. They just arrive. Keep watching. The exposure's just beginning. And before we crack this wide open, I need you to do something powerful. If you've ever felt the sting of betrayal, the weight of fake love, or the chill of being targeted for simply existing, drop the number 77 in the comments right now. That's how I know you're tapped in. That's how we let the universe know more chosen ones are waking up. And the longer you stay with this, the more it will all click. This isn't just a story, it's your reflection in the fire. Now let's pull this all apart, piece by piece. If you're really chosen, you won't look away. Let's get into it. Number 1. When you dig a grave for the chosen, make it deep, because the universe might just bury you in it. They didn't fear your weakness. They feared the moment you'd remember who you are. They never thought you'd make it this far, not because they doubted your ability, but because they prayed you'd never wake up. They banked on your silence, your confusion, your exhaustion. They thought if they played God in your life long enough, you'd stop believing in your own power. But here's the catch. They weren't fighting you. They were at war with the very force that chose you. And that never ends well. These people, this group, this so-called family, this inner circle of carefully masked enemies, played a dangerous game. They tampered with energy they didn't understand. They tried to hijack the course of the universe like it was a board game they could cheat their way through. And for a while, they thought they were winning. They manipulated, they lied, they twisted truths and rewrote history, all to make you the villain in a story where you were the light. But the universe doesn't sleep. It observes, and when it moves heavy. That's what's happening now. The silence you endured has turned into thunder. The pain they caused has become their own mirror. The shadows they used to hide are now betraying them one by one. This isn't karma. This is cosmic correction. And when the universe corrects, it doesn't ask questions. It just acts. Let's make something clear. You being chosen wasn't about being lucky. It was about being ready. You were selected because you could carry what others couldn't, because you could survive what would have shattered the average soul. That wasn't a gift. That was a responsibility. And yeah, you got tired. Yeah, you doubted yourself. You questioned your light. You wondered, why me? Why the betrayal, the loss, the isolation? Here's the answer. Because your very presence was a glitch in their system. You came into their world with light they couldn't imitate and a soul they couldn't replicate. And the only thing a counterfeit fears is the presence of the real. So, they tried to discredit you, break you, exile you, destroy you. And still, you're here. You being here is the scandal they can't explain. You rising is the plot twist they never wrote for. That's why everything's unraveling now. Because truth doesn't just knock, it kicks doors off hinges when it's time. And for them, time's up. The same mouths that whispered behind your back are now choking on the truth. The same hands that threw dirt on your name are now digging their own graves. You don't have to lift a finger. You are the storm they can't escape. The shift in the air? That's the universe aligning. That's energy coming back to its rightful owner. You. See, people forget. When you are chosen, you don't walk alone. The whole universe starts bending reality to protect you, to expose lies, to destroy fake alliances. And when it moves in your favor, it doesn't come quietly. It comes like a wave, loud, fast, and unforgiving. So to the chosen ones still doubting, wake up. This is not the time to question your light. This is the time to own it. Stop apologizing for being difficult to manipulate. Stop shrinking to make cowards comfortable. You were never meant to blend in with them. You were meant to reveal them. You keep asking why they hate you, why they target you, why they won't stop. Simple. You remind them that their power is borrowed, their influence fake, and their identity stolen. You are the original blueprint. They copied everything but the resilience. So let them run scared. Let them gossip. Let them scramble to explain how the one they tried to bury is suddenly glowing with alignment. You don't owe them silence anymore. You don't owe them your confusion. You owe yourself the full expression of your truth. And here's something else. Never regret the isolation. That isolation, it was protection. It wasn't rejection. It was redirection. You had to be pulled away to be pulled together. The universe had to strip the noise so you could finally hear your own voice again. And now that you've heard it, don't you dare silence it for anyone. Let this be your fuel. The very ones who laughed at your struggle are now the ones being exposed by your comeback. That's the real justice, not revenge, not petty payback, just truth. Unapologetic, unfiltered, undeniable truth. Their empire of lies is crumbling, not because you attacked them, but because the truth is finally louder than their deception. And that's what happens when the chosen stop sleeping on themselves. To those who tried to rewrite your destiny, here's your headline. You lost the moment the universe remembered who it sent. And to the chosen ones still rising, keep rising. You are not too late. You are not too broken. You are not alone. The cat's not just out of the bag. It's tearing through the whole damn circus. You were chosen for this exact moment. Now, act like it. Number 2, the great accounting. The universe never misses a move. And now, the bills come due. They thought they were playing chess while you were playing checkers. Thought they were 10 steps ahead, moving in silence, drawing maps for your destruction. But what they didn't realize is that every step they took against you lit up in the universe like a tracking device. Every whisper, every fake smile, every backroom plot. They weren't secrets. They were signatures. And the universe has receipts. All of them. This wasn't just betrayal. This was warfare. Spiritual, energetic, psychological warfare. A slow bleed designed to drain you quietly without ever showing a weapon. But the universe doesn't miss. It doesn't forget. It doesn't operate on your timeline. It waits until the moment is perfect. And then it makes a move so undeniable, so loud, that no lie can stand beside it. That moment is now. They underestimated the force they were up against. They thought this was personal, but they were fighting the system behind the system. They picked a battle with someone chosen, not realizing that when the universe chooses you, it places you under divine surveillance. And everything they did in darkness, logged, time-stamped, imprinted. There's no escape from the great accounting. It's not a courtroom. It's not karma in the casual sense. It's cosmic balance, a force that corrects imbalances without negotiation. This isn't payback. This is precision. Now look. Look closely. You're seeing the cracks, aren't you? The chaos creeping into their lives, the unraveling, the nervous eyes, the stories falling apart, the reputation starting to rot at the edges. That's not coincidence. That's collection day. The silence they laughed in is now the silence they're begging for. They didn't just build their power on lies. They built it on you. On manipulating your light, stealing your energy, creating a version of you that never existed just to justify their abuse. It was never about truth. It was always about control. And that illusion gave them comfort. It gave them status. But now that truth has walked in with steel-toed boots, their fantasies in flames. They thought no one saw, but everything was seen. The universe watched when they faked concern just to gather intel. It watched when they smiled in your face after trying to destroy your name. It watched when they celebrated your pain, when they played innocent, when they sowed division. And now it watches them unravel. To the chosen ones, don't think for 1 second that this is about luck or coincidence. You didn't just survive them, you outlasted them. That's power, that's legacy. You're not rising because it's your time. You're rising because the debt has come due, and they were foolish enough to think there wouldn't be interest. And don't forget, while you were sitting in pain, they were gathering trophies. They paraded your wounds like victories, turned your struggle into their storytelling. But now your healing is louder than their lies. Your comeback is the headline. That's what the great accounting looks like. It's not vengeance, it's balance restored. They always thought the ground was solid under their feet, but it was never earth. It was sand. And the more they moved, the faster it gave way. Now their house of cards collapses, and they're reaching out for anything to hold on to. But nothing's left. The universe gave them time, gave them warnings, gave them the option to stop. But arrogance made them deaf. Now, don't you dare shrink. This isn't the time for sympathy. This is the time to witness. Watch the collapse. Let it teach you. Let it confirm what you always felt but couldn't prove. That you weren't crazy. That you weren't overreacting. That the pain was real. And so is this justice. Understand this. Their desperation now isn't guilt. It's fear. Fear of exposure. Fear of losing the illusion. Fear of being seen as they truly are. Without your light to stand next to, without your energy to feed off of. They aren't falling because you attacked. They're falling because the lie can no longer support their weight. That's the great accounting. It's not loud at first, but it's final. The same way they plotted in silence, the universe corrects in silence, until the crash is too loud to ignore. You were the target. Now you're the proof. Proof that energy never lies, truth always outlives deception, and the universe never forgets. And to those who played dirty, look around. The sky didn't fall. You did it. Number 3. The trap they set became their own stage. Now everyone's watching them fall. They built the stage to shame you, but the spotlight turned, and now they're center scene, caught in their own script of lies. The irony isn't just poetic, it's surgical. The very tools they used to bury you are now broadcasting your truth louder than ever. Every whisper they spread, every smear they launched, every manipulation they crafted has backfired in real time. What was meant to shut you down has done the exact opposite. You were supposed to disappear, but instead you've become unforgettable. That's not revenge, that's divine irony, served raw, served cosmic. Let's talk about what they didn't see coming. They thought they were writing your ending, that if they could isolate you long enough, shame you deep enough, confuse you just right, they could control the entire narrative. But here's the twist. They wrote the story, but they forgot who holds the pen. And the universe? It's one hell of a ghostwriter. Their system, their gossip chains, their alliances built on insecurity and ego. It was all designed like a trap, but they were too arrogant to realize they were locking themselves in it. And now the bars are closing. Slowly, publicly, painfully. Because now people are watching, and what they're seeing doesn't add up anymore. The chosen one they painted as too much, too emotional, unstable, difficult, is now rising with power and clarity while they scramble in confusion. You were the warning they ignored, the proof they thought they destroyed. But you're still standing, and your presence alone exposes them without a single word. See, that's the thing about light. It doesn't argue with darkness, it just shows up. And when it does, shadows don't get to negotiate. They shrink, they scatter, they lose their shape. That's what's happening now. You didn't force it, you just became it, the light. And what could be more ironic than that? They built a whole machine to erase you. And now that same machine is glitching out, glitching loud, repeating your truth like an echo they can't mute. The energy has flipped. The narrative has flipped. The stage they used to control is now a mess of collapsing props and exposed wires. And they're the ones caught center stage, stuttering through lines they never thought they'd have to defend. To the chosen ones still processing it all, let this be your confirmation. You were never the problem. You were the disruption. And their panic now is the result of a truth that refuses to be quiet anymore. You don't need to fight. You are the fight. You don't need to prove anything. Their unraveling is your proof. And let's not pretend this was accidental. No, this is alignment. This is the universe flexing with finesse. This is what happens when truth is delayed, but not denied. The universe let them dance in their illusion, let them play the part, and then flipped the lights on. Now every mask is melting, every performance is falling flat, and every spectator can see who's who. They thought they could outsmart fate, outsmart energy, outsmart you, but you don't outsmart the blueprint. You either align with it or get exposed by it. They moved with desperation. You moved with purpose. They talked circles. You sat in silence. And now the silence is screaming back at them. Let's address the doubt too, because I know some of you still question your light. You wonder if you're really chosen, if all of this is just coincidence. Let me remind you, if you weren't chosen, they wouldn't have tried so hard to destroy you. Nobody spends that kind of energy on something that isn't a threat. You were dangerous to their illusion the moment you walked in with truth in your presence. That's why they turned on you. That's why they panicked. And that's why this divine irony cuts so deep. It shows them that no matter how hard they tried, they could never rewrite what the universe had already declared. So let the irony play out. Don't interfere. Watch as the same systems they built for control collapse under the weight of exposure. Watch how fast the narrative shifts when your name rises from the ashes they tried to scatter. Watch how the light you carry burns through every fake storyline they've ever told. You are not their victim. You are their reminder. And the universe, it's not done yet. The twist is still twisting. The spotlight's still shifting. And every time they try to silence you again, your voice grows louder, not because you're shouting, but because the truth now speaks for you. That's divine irony, and it hits exactly where it's supposed to. Number 4, the fire of truth doesn't knock, it consumes, and the lies can't outrun it. Lies are weak spells, pretty for a moment, but powerless when the storm arrives. There comes a point when pretending collapses under pressure, when illusions, no matter how carefully crafted, start to fray at the edges, and for them, that moment is now. The truth hasn't just shown up. It's crashing in like a tidal wave, with no intention of slowing down. The lies they clung to like armor, useless, melting, disintegrating in real time. They worked hard to shape a narrative, built it with trembling hands and borrowed masks. They positioned themselves as protectors, voices of reason, the calm in the storm, when in reality they were the architects of chaos. The villains dressed like saints, and they were banking on one thing: that you'd never speak, that no one would believe you, that your silence was weakness and not strategy. But silence isn't surrender, it's loading. And now the moment has arrived where truth no longer needs to be shouted. It simply is, visible, unavoidable, pure. Watch closely, you'll see it. The cracks in their story, the panic behind the smiles, the way their voices start to shake when questions get too close to the truth. That's not nerves, that's exposure. The house they built on manipulation is giving way, and every single brick is falling back on them. You know what's wild? They actually believed their own lies after a while, told them so often, so confidently, that they forgot they were fiction. They performed the hero, wore the costume, rehearsed the lines. But the thing about performance is, when the lights stay on too long, you start to sweat. And now, under this glare of truth, their costume is unraveling thread by thread. Because truth is a living force. It doesn't age, it doesn't weaken, it waits. And when it arrives, it spreads like fire across dry land, fast, hungry, unforgiving. That's what you're witnessing now, the wildfire of reality devouring every story they spun to paint themselves in light and cast you into shadow. They tried to make you the villain in your own story, framed you with emotion, weaponized your pain, used your honesty against you, told others you were unstable, dramatic, too intense. But now people are starting to see. And when truth starts to click for the collective, lies fall apart like wet paper in the rain. Their favorite trick? Distraction. Point fingers. Blame the chosen one. Make the light seem dangerous so they could hide in the dark undisturbed. But truth doesn't get distracted. It cuts through all of that noise with surgical precision. One revelation at a time. One exposed message. One contradiction. One undeniable moment. It's almost beautiful the way lies unravel, not with explosions, but with quiet devastation. Molecule by molecule, they break down. The narrative decays, the mask slips, and suddenly the crowd they convinced starts asking questions, starts remembering things, starts noticing. And when people notice, it's over. To the chosen ones, never doubt the power of your truth. You didn't need to force anything. The energy always catches up. The lie might fly for a while, but truth moves differently. It moves with inevitability. You were never crazy. You were never the villain. You were the mirror they couldn't look into without seeing their own rot. The universe is meticulous. It doesn't forget. It doesn't overlook what was done to you. That's why you're seeing things collapse now. And no, it's not coincidence. It's consequence. It's the natural law kicking in. And let's address your doubt real quick, because I know some of you still carry it. You wonder, what if they're still winning? Let me tell you something. If they were still winning, they wouldn't be panicking. They wouldn't be scrambling for control. They wouldn't be silencing people, deleting things, rewriting stories. That's not power. That's collapse in motion. They were never strong. They were just loud. And now, even their volume can't save them. Truth has arrived like a blinding light, uncompromising, brutal, honest, and it's burning through everything false like sunlight on a lie written in fog. So let it burn. Let it all come crashing down, because every structure built on deceit deserves the fire. And when the flames clear, only the truth will be left standing, just like you. Number 5. They built a throne on lies. Now it's crumbling beneath them, piece by glorious piece. You can build your castle with stolen bricks, but don't be surprised when the walls fall in on you. There's a particular sound that comes right before collapse. It's not loud at first, just a subtle shift, a pressure change in the air, a tension. Then comes the creak, the snap, the groan of something once proud, buckling under the weight of truth. That's what's happening right now. What you're hearing isn't chaos, it's justice in motion. They thought they were invincible, untouchable, so sure of their ability to bend the narrative to their will. They mistook their own lies for foundation. But what happens when you build on rot? It doesn't matter how tall the structure is. If the ground beneath is hollow, collapse is guaranteed. And the ground is breaking. You can hear it. You can feel it. That's not just karma. It's structural failure, spiritual bankruptcy. The bill is past due, and the weight of everything they denied, buried, twisted and covered up is crashing down like bricks in a storm. Their arrogance, breathtaking. Their downfall, even more so. Let's not pretend this is surprising, though. You saw it long before anyone else did. You felt the wrongness in the way they moved. You sensed the falseness in their smiles. You tried to warn people, tried to explain. But back then, they called you the problem, labeled you too intense, too sensitive, too negative. And now even their most loyal defenders are squinting through the smoke, backing away in silence. The ones who swore loyalty are suddenly mute, because no one wants to be standing next to a collapsing tower. No one wants the dust and debris of exposed deception clinging to their name. So one by one, they distance themselves. One by one, they pretend they didn't know. But you knew. You always knew. You watched them play puppet master, watched them build a kingdom of illusion, one fake smile and forced alliance at a time. They called it leadership, called it protection, but it was never that. It was control. It was ego. It was fear. Fear of what would happen if the truth ever took root. Well, the truth has not only taken root, it sprouted and bloomed into a reckoning, and the walls are coming down, fast. You might ask yourself now, why didn't anyone believe me back then? Why did I have to suffer alone while they thrived off the lies? Because that's how it always starts. The truth is never loud in the beginning. It waits. It watches. It grows underground. But when it blooms, it's undeniable. And those who doubted you now sit quiet, watching everything you warned them about unfold like a slow-motion avalanche. To the chosen ones, Do not let this moment pass without understanding what's really happening. You're not just watching their collapse. You're watching the confirmation of your truth. You're watching the validation of your pain. The things you survived in silence are now screaming in public. This isn't petty. This isn't revenge. This is realignment. The balance of energy being restored after years of false power and borrowed influence. They were so sure they'd never be exposed, so confident in their alliances, their manipulation, their little circle of enablers. But nothing built on injustice can stand when the universe comes knocking. And the universe is knocking hard. This collapse isn't just physical, it's reputational, spiritual, energetic. It's the kind of fall you don't recover from easily. The kind that takes your legacy with it. The kind that forces even your closest allies to pretend they never knew you. And that's exactly what's happening. Watch them scatter. Watch them backpedal. Watch them delete, deny, distance. Because loyalty built on lies was never loyalty. It was fear, opportunity, and convenience. And once the illusion is gone, so is the support. Now, breathe. Let this sink in. Let yourself witness it. Because this is what happens when the truth finally gets tired of being ignored. This is what happens when the chosen stop apologizing for being inconvenient. They tried to silence you, tried to erase you, tried to flip the script and paint themselves as heroes. But now the script has flipped itself. And the ending? It's nothing like they planned. No more hiding, no more pretending. The weight of their actions has finally crushed the fantasy, and all that's left is the wreckage, and you rising from it. Number 6. When the pieces connect, the mask shatters, and the pattern exposes everything. A lie can stand on its own for a while, but stack enough of them together, and they collapse under the weight of their own contradictions. At first, it was just a whisper, a look, a subtle pause when your name came up. People weren't ready to believe you. They were too wrapped up in the image, too blinded by the charm, the performance, the illusion. They wanted to believe in what was convenient. But now, the fog is clearing. And what's emerging from that fog isn't just a crack in the story, it's the whole pattern. Ugly, undeniable, and unmistakably aimed at you. That's the thing about deception. When it's fresh, it's clean, polished, controlled. But over time, even the best lies start to rot. And when they do, the stink becomes impossible to ignore. Now, the very people who once defended them, who nodded along, who parroted their version of events, they're looking around, wide-eyed, asking the same question. How did I not see this before? Because now they do. The puzzle pieces are clicking into place. What once looked like random conflicts, isolated misunderstandings, and personality clashes has formed a clear constellation of intention. And that constellation spells out exactly what this was. A targeted campaign of destruction, not an accident, not a misunderstanding, not miscommunication, calculated harm, rehearsed sabotage, coordinated smear, and it always pointed back to you. Let's make it plain. They were never just reacting. They were planning. Every conversation, every narrative, every false claim spun in hushed tones and dramatic pauses. They were planting seeds, setting traps, shaping perceptions. And while you were trying to understand why things felt so wrong, they were doubling down. They spent more energy crafting their alibis than they did being decent humans. The lies weren't casual. They were engineered. The attacks weren't spontaneous. They were strategic. The rehearsals, the sync-up sessions, the coordinated stories they told mutuals behind closed doors. None of it was by accident. They treated your life like a stage production, each of them playing their role, timing their lines, perfecting their false outrage. But now the script is falling apart in their hands, and those lines they once recited so confidently are turning on them, because evidence stacks, memories resurface, details that didn't make sense before suddenly do. One person speaks up, then another, and suddenly what they swore was just your issue becomes a full-blown pattern, a map of malice, a blueprint of betrayal. What they failed to understand was that truth has a rhythm. It reveals itself when the timing is right. You don't have to force it. You just have to outlast the lie. And you did. You made it through the fog. You made it through the isolation. You made it through the gaslighting and the guilt. And now the light is hitting all the cracks they tried to patch with performance. Their efforts to maintain control, wasted. All those nights they stayed up spinning damage control, calling in favors, manipulating people into silence. Gone. All those conversations they had behind closed doors, lining up stories, rehearsing how to handle you. Useless. Because the moment people started comparing notes, the illusion exploded. That's how it happens. First, confusion, then curiosity, then clarity. And now they're exposed, not just for what they did, but for how often they did it. It wasn't a one-time thing. It was a habit, a cycle, and everyone's seeing it now. The pattern can't be unseen, and it points back to the same people every time. To the chosen ones watching this all unfold, breathe it in. This is the shift, the vindication that doesn't need to scream, because reality is doing the talking now. You don't have to prove anything anymore. You don't have to convince anyone. The pattern is the proof. The collapse is the confession. And their silence, that's their guilt, finally catching up to them. You were never paranoid. You were never too much. You were never imagining things. You were the target of a carefully built machine designed to break you, but you survived. And now that machine is rusting in the open air, broken and leaking in front of everyone they fooled. Let it happen. Let it all rise to the surface. The lies are no longer sticking. The truth has turned magnetic, and every false narrative is being pulled apart, piece by piece. This is what happens when darkness runs out of places to hide. The pattern isn't just visible, it's loud, and the ones who swore they'd never turn on them, they're already backing away, realizing too late that standing beside a liar means eventually being mistaken for one too. The story is no longer theirs to tell. It's yours now, and it's finally being heard. Number 7. The spotlight burns now, and the curtain's been ripped clean off. A lie can dazzle like stage lights, but when the curtain falls, all that's left is the mess behind the scenes. It's happening right now, the exposure, the reckoning, that moment when the masks crack, when the show can't go on, when the crowd starts seeing the strings and wires behind the illusion, and it all falls apart. What they built to last forever is buckling under the weight of truth, and no performance can save it now. They spent so long perfecting the act, every denial rehearsed, every outburst choreographed, every sob story designed to pierce sympathy while dodging accountability. They played the role of the misunderstood, the attacked, the innocent. And it worked for a while. People bought the show, clapped for the performance, believed the tears. But the truth? The truth doesn't perform. It pierces, and when it finally shows up, it doesn't ask for permission. It rips off the costumes, kicks down the stage, and turns on the house lights. That's what's happening now. You're watching the final act, and it's not a drama, it's a collapse. Their elaborate structure of deceit, all the scaffolding they built to hold their lies in place, is shaking. Each support beam, the fake stories, the strategic alliances, the emotional manipulation, is starting to crack. The quake of revelation has hit, and nothing is safe. This is what happens when reality catches up to the performance. The spotlight shifts, and instead of admiration, there's interrogation. Suddenly, those loud denials sound hollow. The same voices that once screamed innocence are now stuttering. The very eyes that cried on cue now dart in panic, looking for exits. The performance has ended, and the crowd is no longer clapping. They're questioning. Because here's the thing, people are waking up. The spell is breaking, and once someone sees the trick behind the illusion, they can't unsee it. The emotional bait they use to manipulate others, it's no longer working. The audience has stepped behind the curtain, and now they see it for what it really was. A con, a scam, a production. They relied on emotional shortcuts. They thought if they looked sincere, cried convincingly, or yelled loud enough, they could override logic, bypass evidence, shut down questions. But emotion without truth is just performance. And now, no one's buying tickets. The stage is emptying, the crowd is walking out, and all that's left is the raw, ugly mechanism of what they really were. To the chosen ones, this is what you've been waiting for. This is why you had to endure so long in silence, because the truth takes time to build its case. But when it delivers, it erases illusions with fire. You never needed to scream. You never needed to force it. The truth is now doing what you couldn't. It's showing. Their kingdom of lies had one fatal flaw. It relied on everyone else staying asleep. But now the eyes are opening. Questions are being asked, and the energy has turned. This is exposure in its purest form. Not just being caught, but being seen. Not just in action, but in intention. And when intention is revealed, there's no coming back from that. People don't just see what they did. They now understand why they did it. That's the reckoning. That's the burn that doesn't fade. That's when the narrative flips from maybe they made a mistake to they knew exactly what they were doing. You've been doubted, discredited, and dragged, while they basked in the spotlight you were supposed to shrink under. But now, that spotlight is scorching them. It's exposing every false smile, every forced tear, every time they clutch their fake virtue like a shield. That shield is gone now, melted. And the fallout, it's glorious. They can't run, they can't talk their way out, they can't guilt their way through, because people see. And once that collective vision is locked in, the reckoning is unstoppable. Reputations are dropping, support is vanishing, and all they can do is stand there, exposed under the very lights they use to control. This is the moment the curtain falls, and the truth takes center stage. No script, no costume, just raw reality, and the undeniable collapse of a lie too arrogant to consider consequences. The reckoning has arrived. And the chosen? You were never the villain. You were the mirror, and they couldn't stand what it showed them. Now, the whole world sees it too. Number 8. They tried to erase your spirit. but the universe doesn't delete what it designed. When the soul carries truth, no lie can hold its place in history. They didn't just want you silenced, they wanted you forgotten, rewritten, edited out, reduced to a whisper in a story where you were the backbone. They tried to make you a footnote, something small, something forgettable. But what they failed to understand is this: truth doesn't shrink, and your energy was never meant to fit in the margins. You are the chapter. You were always the pulse running through the story. And no amount of manipulation, gaslighting, or fake storytelling could change that. They thought if they ignored your impact long enough, the world would forget it ever mattered, that your contributions would fade, that your presence could be swallowed by their version of events. But truth has memory, reality has roots, and it grows back, stronger, louder, more undeniable, every time someone tries to bury it. Now, their version of the past is collapsing. That carefully rewritten script is falling apart in people's hands. The facts don't match. The timelines contradict. The narrative they pushed so hard can't stand up against lived experience anymore. And the deeper people look, the more obvious it becomes. They lied. Not once, not occasionally, consistently. They lied to erase you. They lied to protect their image. And they lied to themselves, thinking they could rewrite spiritual truth with ego and fear. But here's the deeper layer, the part most people miss. This isn't just emotional fallout or social exposure. This is a spiritual reckoning. What they're dealing with now isn't punishment from some external force. It's not a thunderbolt from the sky. It's not superstition or divine wrath. It's balance. It's physics on a soul level. Because energy doesn't vanish. It recycles. It balances. And every action taken out of alignment with truth has a cost. Every manipulation rooted in fear, every choice driven by greed, every attempt to discredit you because your light made them uncomfortable, it added up, quietly, constantly, and now the weight of it is demanding release. This is karmic gravity, and no one escapes it, not by status, not by charm, not by lies told well enough to convince a crowd. That's the thing about spiritual truth. It doesn't need applause to be real. It just is. And when the time is right, it rises to the surface, indifferent to their storylines, unmoved by their denials. Their spiritual bankruptcy is loud now. You can see it in the way they react, desperate, defensive, paranoid. That's not regret. That's imbalance catching up. It's a soul that knows it's out of integrity and doesn't know how to get back. They traded alignment for control, traded peace for performance, and the universe let them for a time. But time doesn't equal immunity. You weren't cast aside because you were weak. You were targeted because your presence disrupted their illusion. You carried something they couldn't fake: spiritual clarity, inner alignment, authentic resonance. And that kind of power unsettles those who operate in shadows. They tried to dim you because they couldn't match you. And now the karmic tide has turned. Their manipulation is costing them their peace. Their avoidance is eating away at their credibility. And the same energy they spent trying to erase you, it's returning to them with interest. This isn't revenge. This isn't cruelty. This is the quiet law of balance, showing up to restore what they spent years trying to distort. The universe doesn't need rage. It just needs time. And when time runs out, truth takes over. To the chosen ones, You don't need to seek justice. You are the justice. Your survival is the imbalance correcting itself. Your clarity is the undoing of their fog. And your truth, once ignored, is now the very force shaking the foundations they built on lies. What you feel now isn't just validation, it's restoration. The spiritual accounting has begun, and every soul is being measured, not by words, but by energy, not by image, but by intention. That's the level where truth lives. So let it unfold. Let the imbalance correct itself. You don't have to lift a hand. You were the storm the whole time. They just mistook your silence for surrender. And now their fiction fades, and your light writes itself into the story they tried to erase permanently. Number 9. The final shift has begun, not in silence, but in undeniable force. They mocked the unseen, laughed at the idea of spiritual consequence, and moved like they were untouchable. But now they stand exposed, stripped of the lies, the masks, the fake power they clung to. The very forces they denied are now surrounding them, holding up the mirror they can't escape. Every ounce of energy they sent out has returned home. And this time, it's demanding answers. This isn't just a shift of who holds the mic. This is the collapse of a corrupted system, a rewrite of what power even means. You were never dependent on their validation. You didn't need to be seen by them to be chosen. And that's what they never understood. Their attempt to destroy you only made your purpose louder. Their hate only confirmed your light. They went to war, thinking they were fighting you, but they were fighting the current of the universe, and now they're drowning in it. The final shift is not a warning. It's here, and you are still standing, stronger, wiser, unstoppable. They tried to erase you. Instead, they revealed exactly why the universe chose you in the first place. They tried to bury your spirit, not realizing a true flame never dies. It grows hotter in the darkness before it blinds its oppressors. They underestimated you from day one. They saw only the surface and overlooked the raging inferno of purpose within. Their dismissive whispers and spiteful tactics were feeble attempts to hold you down, but in the end, all they did was make your rise even more inevitable. They thought they were fighting you, but they were really battling the universe that chose you. Anyone who dares to stand in the way of universal energy signs their own downfall. The echoes of their mistake will follow them, a constant reminder that you are not just another person. They crossed paths with someone the universe deemed extraordinary. Like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones. Each click sends a signal that raises this voice above the noise, allowing others to find the motivation and strength they need. The more of us stand together, the stronger the current becomes, and the harder it is for any adversary to pretend it doesn't exist. Your support does more than just boost a video. It amplifies this universal call, guiding others who feel isolated or unsure of their path toward a community that understands their worth. You've been navigating a situation that has tested you in ways you never expected. At first, everything seemed clear. You had a plan that gave you focus and purpose. You moved forward confidently, believing your path was straightforward and your resolve unshakable. Yet the obstacles you faced were anything but small. Each barrier seemed designed to reveal your vulnerabilities, demanding you either evolve or surrender. But surrender was never an option for you. Through willpower and determination, you adapted to each twist and turn. And in doing so, you uncovered layers of courage you didn't even realize you had. Every setback was a whispered reminder that you've been chosen for something far greater. Doubting yourself when you're in the middle of a storm is easy, especially when the world appears to ignore your struggle. But remember, you're not simply another face in the crowd. The universe doesn't align itself with just anyone, and your presence is not a product of coincidence. You were always meant to be here, facing these challenges and emerging stronger after every trial. The growth you've experienced is no accident. It's the universe sharpening its tool, preparing you to shine a light on the very ones who underestimated your power. They might try to mock your ambition, belittle your achievements, or even rewrite your story. None of that matters once you realize their true fight was never with you. It was with the forces that chose you. Standing against universal energy has consequences. You don't just disappear from their world. You remain in their memory as a constant reminder of the opportunity they squandered. The presence of a chosen one never fully fades, especially when the universe itself has woven your essence into a grander tapestry. So do not waver in moments of uncertainty. Do not give in to the illusion that you walk alone. Your setbacks have sculpted you into something your adversaries can't comprehend, a vessel for a power they cannot derail. The fact that you kept moving forward, even when every sign told you to quit, proves that there's more to your journey than what eyes can see. Yes, the struggle has been real, and yes, you've still got a distance to go. But every misstep, every wrong turn has fueled the drive to keep climbing. In the end, your enemies will be haunted by the realization that they challenged something beyond their understanding. They may have initiated this battle, but the universe has the final say. You are chosen, and your calling extends well beyond their realm of control. Keep rising, keep embracing the fire inside, and never doubt that your power is part of something cosmic and unstoppable. Before we go any further, take a moment to recognize that you were never just a passing character in anyone's story. The universe placed you there as a catalyst for change. When they cast you aside, they ignited their own downfall. If you're truly ready to see how destiny is shifting in your favor, and to embrace your isolation as the launching pad for your transformation, drop the number 77 in the comments right now. Your choice today echoes into the future, proving your light can't be dimmed by their betrayal. Trust me, if you're a true chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. They gambled with the universe's gift. Now they reap the whirlwind. You might have started out with a clear vision of what your path would look like, each step leading to the next in a steady, purposeful rhythm. The universe had nudged you into someone's life as a blessing, and whether you realized it or not, at first, you carried the kind of light that can spark transformation in anyone willing to receive it. Everything seemed to flow as if guided by an unseen hand, until this person's behavior suddenly veered off course, leaving you puzzled, disappointed, or even betrayed. They might have mocked your ambition, belittled your worth, or twisted the narrative so you'd question why you even showed up for them in the first place. Yet, what they failed to realize is that by scorning you, they picked a fight with the very currents that shape destinies. It was never just you they were up against. It was the vast, interconnected force that chose you and set you on this collision course in the first place. So now you're left wondering, why would the universe send you to someone who didn't value your gift? Aren't you supposed to be protected, guided, and elevated beyond these trials? These questions might echo in your mind when things go wrong. But here's the truth. Being chosen doesn't mean you sail on calm waters all the time. Often, it means you're given tasks that others can't handle, precisely because you carry a strength they don't. The universe doesn't orchestrate your encounters for random entertainment. Each meeting and every twist in the road happens to refine you and awaken what's truly inside. When you stood by this person, patiently hoping they'd see what you offered, you were fulfilling a cosmic assignment. You were there to be a source of insight and a catalyst for change. In refusing that gift, they slammed the door on a possibility that might never return. At first, you might have thought, was I not good enough? Did I make a mistake in trusting them? But it's time to silence that inner critic. Doubting your role in this grand design is like questioning the sunrise for lighting up the sky. Your purpose is self-evident, regardless of who tries to dismiss it. The universe has given you a spark of light strong enough to guide not just your own path, but to illuminate the darkness in others. That doesn't mean everyone will welcome it. Some people cling to their own shadows because real change terrifies them more than staying stuck. By pushing you away, they believed they were saving themselves from introspection, accountability, or the pressure to evolve. But the universe has a way of collecting debts, and the price they pay for rejecting a blessing often manifests as regret, misfortune, or a gnawing emptiness where they once felt whole. You're not the kind of soul to be easily extinguished. Sure, you might have moments where doubt tugs at your heart, whispering that maybe you're alone, or that your kindness was wasted. That's the biggest lie your enemies want you to believe, that your worth is tied to their acknowledgement. In reality, your worth transcends the small stage they've tried to confine you to. The universe saw you as the perfect instrument to deliver a message, to be a healing presence in that person's life, or to challenge them in a way no one else could. So don't let their unwillingness overshadow your significance. Their betrayal isn't your failure. It's their rejection of what the universe brought to them on a silver platter. Think about the times you extended a hand, only to see it slapped away. Visualize the sacrifices you made, the emotional labor you put in, the moments you might have compromised to keep harmony. When they brushed you off as though you were replaceable, they missed the point entirely. It's akin to someone throwing a priceless gem into the dirt, not recognizing its value until it's gone. And when you walk away, when you take that gem of your energy, your kindness, your insight with you, they're left scrambling in the dust, haunted by the very absence of what they took for granted. The universe doesn't operate on your timetable or theirs, but it always keeps a perfect ledger. Sooner or later, the pang of what they lost comes knocking. Perhaps you're asking, if it's all cosmic design, then why does it hurt so much? No one said being chosen meant you wouldn't feel pain. In fact, your capacity to feel deeply is part of what qualifies you for these tasks. Pain is a crucible. It melts away surface illusions and exposes core truths. When you accept that pain can be a teacher, you begin to realize that every tear you shed, every long night of second-guessing, is forging a stronger version of you. It's chiseling away self-doubt, preparing you for the next time you're called upon to be someone's blessing. No one can exploit or diminish you without your permission once you fully acknowledge the might you carry. And yes, they may try to cast your gifts in a negative light, twisting the story so they don't have to confront their own shortcomings. But that's like cursing the sun for being too bright. It doesn't change the sun's radiance. It merely exposes the person's inability to face illumination. Understand that when people reject a chosen one, they're effectively resisting the universe itself, and that's a game no one wins. They might temporarily patch their wounded pride by blaming you, but sooner or later they'll realize that pushing you away was like painting themselves into a corner they can't escape. This is where you might feel a surge of righteous anger. You showed up, you gave wholeheartedly, and in return, you got scorn. But let that anger be fuel, not a leash. Channel it into further growth. Use it to remind yourself that your energy is precious, and not everyone deserves unlimited access to it. When the universe tasks you with shining a light into someone's darkness, you do so out of love and higher purpose, not to gain their approval. The moment they resist that higher calling, they're on a collision course with consequences beyond your control. You can't rescue people from the cosmic fallout of their own choices. So, stop punishing yourself for how they responded to your gift. They had a chance to align with the greater plan unfolding in their favor, and they turned it down. You have to keep moving, keep growing, and keep shining. The universe isn't finished with you, not by a long shot. There are other paths to cross, other souls who will actually embrace your presence. It's like being a seed scattered by the wind. You landed in one patch of soil, but if that ground refuses to nourish you, trust that the breeze will carry you somewhere else. There's always fresh earth ready to welcome a seed that holds the potential for extraordinary bloom. You might look back and wonder if you could have done more to make them see your worth. But your job isn't to force anyone to recognize your light. Your job is simply to radiate it. If they were too blinded by their own fears and insecurities to appreciate it, that's on them. The universe orchestrates these encounters to give people opportunities to grow. When they reject it, they essentially waive their right to complain about the darkness that remains. You, on the other hand, become more refined, more in tune with your calling. In time, they'll likely remember your unwavering loyalty, your comforting words, and your uncanny ability to spark hope when they were teetering on the edge. That memory will either spur them to change or burn them with regret. Either way, it's out of your hands. The universe has a flawless sense of balance. When you lose a chosen one's favor, you lose more than companionship. You lose an entire cosmic advantage that few people ever truly receive. So walk on, chosen soul, with your head high. Relinquish any guilt, regret, or lingering sadness about how they treated you. You did what you were meant to do. You arrived with an open heart, offered genuine kindness, and became a force for good in a place that sorely needed it. The path may have forked, but don't assume you took the lesser route simply because someone else missed their turn. If anything, you're still forging ahead toward new horizons, guided by an unbreakable bond with the universe that put you here in the first place. Their karma is losing you, and that's a debt only they can pay. As for you, your journey continues, stronger and more purposeful than ever. Number 2. When they cast off your help, they sealed their own fate. They had a beacon of hope shining right in front of them, an opportunity to find clarity, purpose, and perhaps even some long overdue healing. You stepped into their life with genuine intentions, carrying a kind of light that isn't easily replicated. Yet, despite everything you offered, they chose to turn inward, as though drowning in their own issues was more comforting than accepting a lifeline. It's baffling at first. Why push away someone who could lessen your burdens, someone who was sent by the universe as a blessing? The truth is, not everyone is ready to abandon the familiar chaos of their own troubles, even when a solution stands within arm's reach. They allowed self-absorption to crowd out their ability to see your value. It's as if they were trapped inside a room where the walls were closing in, and you came along with a key to set them free, only for them to slam the door in your face. If that feels personal, remember that you weren't the real target of their negativity. They were resisting growth itself, and you just happened to be the messenger of that potential progress. People who cling to their pain often do so because it's all they know. Stepping into the light means confronting fears, answering hard questions, and admitting they may have been stuck. It's easier to lash out at you, who represent a path to change, than to face the mirror you hold up. When they threw your kindness back at you, it might have felt like a betrayal or a personal failing. But it's essential to realize that being chosen doesn't grant you immunity from other people's flaws. Actually, it often puts you right in the crosshairs of those flaws. The universe nudged you into their world because your unique compassion, wisdom, or insight could have helped them break free from patterns that no longer served them. Instead of gratitude, they chose dismissal or even hostility. That choice says more about where they are in their own journey than it does about you. Of course, their unexpected behavior can still sting. You might wonder if you misread the signs or if you somehow provoked a reaction you didn't intend. Yet, deep down, you know the role you played was pure. You brought an energy they lacked, a spark that might have ignited something transformative within them. Their reaction, turning inward, obsessing over their own woes, and treating you with indifference or cruelty, reveals a fundamental unwillingness to grow. Picture someone complaining about the darkness while simultaneously blowing out every candle handed to them. That was the reality you faced. The irony is that they might continue to view themselves as victims, never realizing they were the architects of their own misery. Because they wouldn't, or couldn't, accept the gift you offered, they now sit in the aftermath of that decision, blaming external circumstances or other people instead of recognizing that they had a choice. This is how people become trapped in their own cycles. They obsess over the idea that life is unfair, yet turn away every chance to change. By dismissing you, they didn't just reject a momentary kindness, they spurned the universal forces attempting to steer them onto a better path. You have to remember that this isn't your failure. Your mission was never to fix anyone. The universe doesn't recruit chosen souls to force transformations on others. It simply places you in the right position to open doors. Those doors can lead to revelations, healing, and unimaginable growth. But the person on the other side must walk through on their own. If they refuse, the universe can only do so much. You acted with honesty and compassion, and that truth remains valid even if they refuse to acknowledge it. Still, it's normal to feel a pang of hurt or frustration when you reflect on how things went. Their harshness might replay in your mind, making you question the power you hold or the authenticity of your kindness. Whenever that doubt creeps in, remember that doubt itself is the real enemy of a chosen soul. The universe doesn't waste time on coincidences. It orchestrated your meeting for a reason. If the intended lesson was for them and they chose to close their eyes, that's on them. If the intended lesson was also for you, learning to let go, understanding that not all seeds grow in every soil, then you've gained a deeper wisdom. In either case, your path continues. Don't be tempted to dim your light just because it startled someone who wasn't ready. The universe will keep guiding you to those who can and will benefit from what you have to offer. Like water flowing around a rock in a stream, you're meant to keep moving, to find new routes and nourish the spaces ready to receive you. Their rejection is a detour, not a final destination. Instead of letting this experience become an anchor, let it serve as a reminder that your worth transcends any one person's acceptance or refusal. And yet, you can't deny the sting of disappointment. How could they not see the value of the connection you offered? It's tempting to slip into anger or bitterness, especially when you gave so much of yourself. But staying bitter only prolongs the hold they have on your spirit. Let the universe handle the consequences of their choice. After all, trying to fight the cosmic flow never ends well. They'll come to realize the depth of their mistake when they feel the absence of the energy you once provided. The lesson they refuse to learn through your presence may become painfully clear through your absence. In the meantime, continue to nurture the light within. Be vigilant against the poison of self-doubt, for that is precisely where your enemies, or those who fail to recognize your significance, would want you to remain. Remind yourself why you do what you do. To illuminate, to guide, and to share the blessings you've been given. You can't control how others respond. You can only ensure you stay aligned with your higher calling. In the end, their behavior is merely a chapter in your story, not the conclusion. You have countless pages left to fill, and each new encounter may bring people far more receptive to your gifts. Keep your eyes forward, your heart open, and your purpose firm. Their downfall, if it comes, won't be your doing. It will be the natural outcome of resisting the very force that was sent to help them. You are free of any guilt because you tried to show them a way out. They turned their back on it, and now they'll have to face the consequences of that choice. You, on the other hand, are still illuminated by the purpose that guided you all along. Their storm is their own to weather, and you remain the light that continues forward, unwavering and ever ready to shine upon the next path the universe calls you to. Number 3. They clashed with a force. They barely understood your higher purpose. They felt your energy, but never fully grasped its magnitude. It was a strange fusion of attraction and rejection, a compelling connection on one hand, and a sharp-edged dismissal on the other. One moment, you sensed an alignment of spirits, as though the two of you had crossed paths for a reason bigger than either of you could put into words. The next, you found yourself staring at a wall of cold indifference, feeling as if your kindness and authenticity were wasted. Their blunt words cut deeper than any physical weapon, their moments of insensitivity leaving you with a sting you couldn't simply shrug off. At times, you felt alive under the weight of that connection, energized by the idea that your presence in their life meant something profound. But just as often, you wavered, wondering if you had misread the signs, if perhaps you'd overestimated the intensity of the bond. This push and pull dynamic rattled your sense of stability, stirring up a whirlwind of contradictory emotions. Hope clashed with heartbreak, clarity tangled with confusion. You poured so much of yourself into the relationship that it left you questioning whether all the love and support you gave was worth it. But here's the truth. You were there by design, not accident. The universe doesn't orchestrate encounters for no reason, especially when it involves a heart as open and giving as yours. You were placed in their path to serve as a catalyst, maybe a quiet whisper urging them toward a deeper self-awareness, or a spark that could ignite their dormant potential. Even if they weren't ready to appreciate it, your role was to plant seeds that could someday sprout into transformation. Sometimes the most powerful changes begin as tiny, unseen shifts. You might never get to witness those seeds bloom, but know they were planted all the same. It's normal to feel used or unappreciated when your efforts meet a lukewarm response or outright hostility. Yet it's crucial to remember that your worth doesn't hinge on anyone else's reaction. People frequently react out of fear when confronted by a higher purpose they don't understand. If they sense you're connected to something profound, an elevated sense of intuition or spiritual insight, they might instinctively recoil because it shines a light on the areas they've tried so hard to keep hidden. Rejecting you is easier than facing the mirrors you hold up, mirrors reflecting all the places they need to heal or grow. It's possible they felt a subconscious pull toward you, recognizing on some level that you had something they lacked. That can be both magnetic and terrifying. They might have welcomed the warmth momentarily, only to lash out when your genuine care threatened the stagnant comfort of their existing worldview. While they clung to their old habits, a part of them knew you represented a doorway to change. But opening that door can be frightening for someone not prepared to confront their own shadows. So, where does that leave you? Confused, no doubt, because you experienced authentic moments of connection that felt downright magical. Yet after every flash of intimacy, they seemed to retreat behind walls of defensiveness, as if punishing you for seeing them too clearly. You have every right to feel hurt. After all, you were only trying to honor the calling the universe laid upon you. But do not let their rejection tarnish your sense of mission. The value of your presence isn't measured by how someone else receives it. It's measured by the sincerity of your intent and the cosmic alignment that placed you there in the first place. You may wonder if you could have done more or acted differently to make them see the truth of who you are. But the reality is, you can't force acceptance on anyone who's not ready. The universe endows each person with free will, and if they choose to squander the blessing standing before them, it's ultimately their loss. Sometimes people only realize what they had once it's gone. That realization can haunt them, giving rise to regrets that echo far beyond the moment you part ways. Don't doubt your power just because they failed to honor it. Their inability to recognize your essence doesn't invalidate your higher purpose. It's like handing someone a rare gemstone who's never seen one before. They might treat it like ordinary rock, missing its true worth. In time, those individuals might stumble upon an explanation. Maybe they'll come across a story about a priceless gem that looks deceptively unremarkable, and only then will they realize what they tossed aside. Whether that epiphany arrives soon or deep in the future, understand that it's a process they must undergo on their own. The pain you've felt is undeniable, and you're allowed to acknowledge the wound. Pretending it doesn't hurt won't speed your healing. However, dwelling in bitterness can obstruct the same higher purpose that fuels your journey. Holding grudges drains the energy you need to share your gifts with others who are open and grateful. Your heart might be bruised, but its capacity for compassion remains intact. Let the sting of this experience be a lesson, a chance to refine your boundaries strengthen your resolve, and deepen your faith in the unseen currents that guide you. And those seeds you planted, they might stay dormant for a while, but seeds have an uncanny way of springing to life when conditions are right. Even if you never witness the moment they break through the surface, trust that growth is possible, even for someone who spat venom at the gentle hand offering them light. The universe is persistent. It keeps providing opportunities for enlightenment, though people can choose to reject them time and again. Your task isn't to ensure they bloom. Your task is to offer that initial spark with love and authenticity. Ultimately, the higher purpose behind your encounter with them might remain partly hidden, at least for now. Yet you can find peace in knowing that it wasn't all for nothing. Each interaction, no matter how painful, is a stepping stone toward deeper wisdom. You were strong enough to show up and courageous enough to walk away when it became clear your presence was not cherished. That, in itself, speaks volumes about the faith you have in your own path and in the cosmic design that placed you here. Yes, you may have been cut by their words and torn by their insensitivity, but that doesn't change the power you hold, or the reason you crossed paths to begin with. Keep moving forward, trusting that the universe sees your efforts and aligns you with those who truly resonate with your light. If anything, this experience has only sharpened your understanding of why you're here and whom you're meant to help. Let that clarity guide you, knowing that one person's rejection cannot extinguish the sacred calling that burns inside you. Number 4. Their self-absorption kept them blind to the blessing right in front of them. You came into their life with genuine kindness, fully prepared to offer support, warmth, and an open heart. You had nothing but respect in your intentions, yet they couldn't be bothered to reciprocate on the same level. It's a disorienting place to be, isn't it? When you're the type of person who naturally gives freely, words of encouragement, gestures of empathy, simple reminders that they're not alone, you expect at least a hint of that respect in return. But instead, you found someone so wrapped up in their own struggles that they let your generosity fall by the wayside, as if it was something they could take or leave without consequence. It's understandable to feel wounded by that response. You might question if you misread their character or if you made some misstep along the way. Yet, deep down, you know you showed up with sincerity, doing your best to help them navigate their challenges. You were meant to be a light in their life, offering hope at a time when they might have desperately needed it. Even if they never fully acknowledged or showed gratitude for your efforts, the fact remains, you were a positive force. Your presence was purposeful, your impact genuine, even if it went unseen by the very person who stood to benefit most. The sting lies in how little they seem to care, particularly given how much you gave of yourself. It's like extending a hand to someone who's sinking, only to watch them swat it away because they'd rather flail on their own. They became so consumed by their personal storms that they forgot you were offering shelter. You had every reason to believe that a connection built on kindness and understanding would foster gratitude. Instead, they shrugged off the bond as if it were an inconvenience. That's the painful reality. Sometimes people are so absorbed in their own mess that even a blessing looks like a burden. Yet this doesn't negate the truth of why you crossed paths. The universe placed you in their life for a reason, possibly to help them see a different perspective or to experience a love and support they'd never had before. While that might seem like a lost cause now, remember that not all seeds sprout the moment they're planted. Sometimes it takes a tumultuous season before the lessons you imparted can take root in another person's mind. The heartbreak you feel at their neglect might eventually become the catalyst they need to reflect on what they lost. You, on the other hand, have a unique gift for finding blessings in even the smallest joys. That mindset is what makes you stand out. You can appreciate fleeting moments of connection, those tender seconds that pass between two people, often unnoticed by others. You cherish thoughtful words, heartfelt glances, and small gestures that reveal the best parts of humanity. People like you see life through a lens of gratitude, aware that nothing is guaranteed, and that every act of warmth can be a source of renewal. This perspective is precious, yet it can also make the cold sting of dismissal feel all the more shocking. So why did they fail to return that kindness? It could be a million different reasons. Maybe they believed they didn't deserve help, so they sabotaged it. Maybe they were so addicted to the narrative of their own misery that accepting your support meant altering their entire worldview. Or perhaps they were simply too used to people coming and going, so they never thought you'd truly stay. Whatever the explanation, it's not a reflection of your worth. It's an indicator of their unwillingness to rise above their own struggles. It's important not to let their indifference harden your heart. Yes, you are entitled to feel hurt. Yes, you can be frustrated and disappointed by their inability to reciprocate the kindness you showed. But your capacity to care is a strength, not a weakness. The fact that you feel this strongly means your soul is awake, open, and courageous enough to love even in uncertain territory. Don't let one person's short-sightedness rob you of that openness. Your giving nature is what makes you a blessing, and the universe will place you where that blessing is truly received. Still, the questions might linger in your mind. Why wasn't my sincerity enough? Why would anyone dismiss the help they were given so freely? These doubts can linger like echoes in a quiet room. Yet you have to remember that not everyone is ready to face what true kindness reveals: vulnerability, accountability, and the realization that maybe, just maybe, they're part of the reason things aren't going smoothly in their life. True kindness sheds a light on personal responsibility. For someone mired in self-pity or trapped in a cycle of blaming the world, that kind of illumination can feel like an unwelcome spotlight. That's not your burden to carry, though. Your role was to shine, to be a beneficial presence that could have elevated them if they'd let it. Sometimes people only realize how much they needed the light once it's gone. They might look around later and see emptiness where your warmth used to be. If they ever come to that realization, it may lead them to do the internal work they've been avoiding. It might also fill them with regret for how they treated you. But that's their journey to take. Your journey is to continue sharing your gift in places where it can actually be cherished. Keep in mind that even the greatest teachers encounter students who refuse to learn. The problem isn't with the lesson itself, but with the student's willingness to absorb it. You did your part by offering understanding, empathy, and respect. If they insist on remaining in their own darkness, you're not obligated to pull them out at the cost of your well-being. Your heart's compassion is vast, but it shouldn't serve as a doormat. There's a balance between giving selflessly and allowing yourself to be taken for granted. In time, you'll see that you were exactly who you needed to be, exactly when you needed to be. The universe recognized that your capacity for empathy could open a door for them, at least momentarily. Whether they chose to walk through that door or slam it is beyond your control. Rest assured that your role in their life wasn't wasted. Even if they never say thank you, your contribution holds eternal value. You taught them, through your actions, that good people still exist, that kindness can be genuine, and that someone can care without asking for anything in return. If they fail to internalize that lesson now, it might resurface when they least expect it, urging them to evolve. So stand tall in your knowledge that you were the blessing, the one who extended a compassionate hand without any ulterior motives. If they couldn't reciprocate, that shortfall lies within them, not you. Keep seeing the beauty in life's small moments. Keep treasuring those delicate blessings that pass through your days, and keep opening your heart to those who prove worthy of it. In the end, your light remains untainted, growing ever stronger, ready to guide the next person who truly desires to appreciate it. Number 5. Their childish ways robbed them of a sacred chance. They had a path laid out before them, a golden opportunity to step into a new level of maturity and growth, and you were the key that could have unlocked it. But instead of using that key, they fumbled it, preferring to stay locked in old habits. What does that say about them? It reveals an underlying immaturity that blinds them to the gifts life places right in front of them. Imagine a door leading to a better version of themselves, but they slam it shut because they're too scared of what lies beyond. It's a tragic irony. They want something more, yet they shrink away when it arrives. You represented a chance for them to break free from the very patterns that keep them stuck. The universe doesn't send blessings randomly. It orchestrates encounters with the precision of a cosmic dance. They were given a gift, and by refusing it, they effectively told the universe they'd rather remain where they are, lost in fear, unresolved pain, and self-limiting beliefs. To anyone looking in from the outside, it's almost maddening. You see their potential, you sense they're capable of more, but they're like a runner who refuses to leave the starting line because the distance ahead seems too daunting. Their refusal to take that leap says everything about the depth of their immaturity. Instead of facing their wounds head-on, they revert to the same old coping mechanisms that have let them down time and time again. It's as though they can't imagine a life without their familiar struggles. So, they cling to what they know, no matter how much it hurts them or hinders their growth, simply because it's the safer option in their mind. Then there's their fear of missing out, that nagging anxiety that commitment might limit their freedom or lock them into a path they're not sure about. Rather than seeing a relationship or deep connection as a supportive partnership, they interpret it as a cage. They fail to realize that true commitment, especially with the right person, can set you free in ways you never imagined. By fearing the what-ifs, they've robbed themselves of a present that could have reshaped their future. You stood there as a mirror reflecting both their beauty and their flaws. Yet, instead of appreciating the opportunity to grow, they averted their gaze. They convinced themselves that it was better to keep things shallow and unformed, to stay in the shallows where they didn't have to confront the depths of their own potential. The universe, however, operates by its own set of rules, often referred to as karma, or simply the balancing of cosmic scales. When someone repeatedly dodges the lessons meant for them, life has a way of turning up the volume. This means the missed lesson will come around again, potentially in a harsher form. If they thought committing to something meaningful felt restrictive, wait until they experience the regret of having let a genuine blessing slip away. Because that's what you were. A genuine blessing, a rare beam of light they could have embraced. Their immaturity, that refusal to evolve, has a direct cost. The universe can be patient, but it doesn't allow someone to outrun their lessons forever. In the meantime, it's perfectly natural for you to feel upset or betrayed. You showed up with a heart full of good intentions, hoping to uplift them. You made sacrifices, extended kindness, and offered emotional shelter. Yet, in return, they withdrew and maybe even lashed out. It's like someone standing in the sunshine and complaining about the brightness. It makes no sense. But their behavior was never really about you. It was a reflection of their own unresolved issues, their fear of being seen too clearly. Sometimes people cling to their wounds because it's the only identity they know. They can't imagine life without that pain, so they reject anything threatening to heal it. By not recognizing you as the gift you were, they essentially chose to remain in their comfort zone, no matter how uncomfortable that comfort actually is. You might ask yourself, how could anyone willingly pass up something so positive? The answer is that not everyone is ready for what you bring. Growth is a choice. You can offer someone every resource in the world, but if they're not prepared to accept it, it's like handing a priceless gem to someone who thinks it's just a shiny rock. The real tragedy is that they'll look back one day and realize what they lost. They'll wonder how they let someone like you slip through their fingers. And that regret might be the catalyst that finally pushes them to grow. But by then, your journey may have moved on. You don't owe it to them to wait around, hoping they have an epiphany. The universe might lead you to a place, and to people, where your loving energy is welcomed, reciprocated, and celebrated. You'll keep evolving, because that's what a chosen soul does. Meanwhile, they'll be left grappling with the echo of your absence, trying to make sense of how they let a true blessing slip away. So don't let their childish fears dilute your self-worth. You were the giver, the guide, and the chance they chose to ignore. The universe sees your efforts, and cosmic justice ensures balance will be restored. If they never grasp the lesson, life will keep offering them new teachers and new heartbreaks until they finally wake up. But that's no longer your concern. Keep your heart open and your spirit strong, recognizing that sometimes a person's immaturity stands in the way of your shared potential. And remember, you did what you were meant to do, showed up as a blessing, offered them light, and stayed true to the role the universe entrusted you with. They chose to turn away, and that choice will lead them down a path of its own reckoning. Number 6. They took your light for granted. Now they face the void. You were never just another presence in their life. You were a rare gift the universe bestowed upon them. While they wrestled with their own insecurities, you stood as a source of hope and healing. Even when their words stung or their actions fell short, you continued to radiate genuine care and understanding. It was never about proving anything. Your essence simply shone on its own, revealing the path they could take if they chose to evolve. But here's the truth. Some people are too lost in their own darkness to recognize the guiding light you offer. That doesn't diminish your worth as a blessing. Your compassion, insight, and unwavering sense of purpose were precisely what they needed, whether they admitted it or not. By walking away with your integrity intact, you safeguard the gift only you can provide. Remember, you don't require their validation to confirm your role as a blessing. Your light remains untarnished, destined to illuminate the lives of those who truly value it. Let their loss be the echo that reminds you of your cosmic purpose, and keep shining for those wise enough to see the miracle in front of them. Number 7. Their neglect unlocked your path to ascension. Their refusal to treasure your presence might have felt like a crushing blow at first. You showed up with warmth and insight, ready to cultivate a bond that could uplift you both. But when their indifference or outright dismissiveness left you feeling wounded, you learned a powerful lesson. You are stronger than any rejection. In turning away from what you offered, they unintentionally propelled you forward on a path of deeper self-discovery and growth. True healing doesn't come from making others see your worth. It arises from recognizing your own light, regardless of their blindness. Every moment you spent questioning yourself can now be redirected into expanding your inner strength and nurturing relationships that reciprocate your love. Their inability to grow alongside you only highlights the path you must travel, one where each new step reveals more of your cosmic purpose. This isn't about vengeance, it's about harnessing the power of disappointment and transforming it into a catalyst for personal elevation. The universe rewards those who keep their hearts open, even in the face of betrayal. So let their neglect be the spark that ignites your ascension, guiding you toward people and places that truly honor the fire inside you. Number 8. Your destiny blossoms beyond their ignorance. You've walked away from someone who couldn't see the value you offered, and now you stand at the brink of a brand new phase. Where they fell short in reciprocating your kindness, the universe steps in to remind you that no closed door is ever truly the end. You hold the power to direct your energy toward pursuits and people who celebrate your light. As you step forward, each breath becomes a vow to honor your own worth, to feed your aspirations with unwavering conviction. No longer tethered by their disregard, you're free to script a future that resonates with the calling you've always felt. The possibilities are limitless when your heart is no longer weighed down by doubt. Every choice, every opportunity serves as proof that your journey was never meant to revolve around someone else's short-sightedness. Their absence carves out space for you to thrive, creating room for new connections and deeper self-awareness. Let your disappointment evolve into motivation, a driving force that propels you toward higher truths and greater love. Keep your vision clear, your spirit unbroken, and watch as your destiny unfolds in ways far beyond what their limited perception could ever contain. In the end, remember that your worth isn't determined by those who overlooked it. You are a chosen one with an undeniable light, meant to guide and inspire. Keep forging ahead, free from the chains of their ignorance, and embrace each new challenge as evidence of your boundless potential. They might regret losing you, but that's no longer your burden to carry. If you believe in the power of your purpose, like this video, subscribe for more transformational content and drop the number 77 in the comments to declare your readiness for the next phase. Share this message with others who need it. A storm never announces itself. It just shows up, wrecks everything, and leaves the silence behind to do the talking. They thought they had you figured out, thought they could read you like a book written in soft ink. They were wrong, dead wrong. What they didn't realize is, while they were playing games, you were becoming the very force they should have feared from the start. They weren't just poking at you, they were picking a fight with something way bigger than they could ever handle. They were challenging the universe's decision, a decision that marked you as chosen. Before we go deeper, take a second, like, subscribe, and share this message. When you do that, you help this reach more chosen ones out there who need to wake up and remember who they are. Every time you engage, it signals to the platform that this message matters, that it's time to wake the sleeping giants. Now, let's talk about what it means to be chosen. Because it's not about crowns or comfort. It's about being hand-picked by the universe to carry pressure most people would collapse under. It's about having a light so powerful it makes shadows uncomfortable. You carry a frequency that exposes lies, that disrupts illusions, that shakes every mask around you. That's why they couldn't stand you. That's why they tried to bury you in confusion, make you question your worth, your path, your strength. They thought if they kept hitting you long enough, you'd finally break. But you didn't, and now they're terrified. The power of being chosen isn't loud. It doesn't brag. It doesn't beg for recognition. It simply exists. And that alone is threatening to those built on nothing real. You don't have to lift a finger. Your presence alone starts shifting atmospheres. That's the level they were messing with. And the most dangerous part? They didn't even know it. But let's be real for a second. Some of you forgot. You forgot who you are. You started believing the noise. You let the doubt crawl in and steal space in your mind. You started thinking you were alone in this. How dare you? The universe didn't put all that strength in you just to watch you fall apart under pressure. You weren't abandoned. You were being sharpened. You weren't forgotten. You were being prepared. They weren't fighting just you. They were going against the current of the universe itself. They picked a battle they couldn't win, and now they're feeling the backlash. Don't let their confusion become your hesitation. Don't ever shrink to fit inside the idea they made of you. You were never meant to be small. Look at what happens when a volcano finally erupts after being quiet for too long. Look at the damage. Look at the shift. That's you. You were quiet, calm, patient, until now. And now, they're scrambling. Because the one they underestimated just became their biggest problem. And the silence they once mistook for weakness? That silence was loading. That silence was building power. Keep moving like the storm you are. Let them talk. Let them twist your name. Let them sit in rooms where they throw shadows at your character. Because eventually, the truth always shows up. And when it does, it doesn't knock. It kicks the door in. You weren't chosen for peace. You were chosen for impact. And impact doesn't come without resistance. So stop questioning your power. Stop doubting your path. You're not alone. You never were. You are the universe's response to imbalance. And now that you've remembered who you are, they don't stand a chance. So if this is hitting something deep in you, good. That means you're one of us. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever had to hold back your true power just to keep the peace. That time is over. The masks are off. The streets are talking, and they're finally realizing you're not soft, not sweet, not easy to play with. You're a problem they didn't prepare for. And now, let's break it down step by step. If you really are chosen, you'll feel that pull to stay all the way through. Let's get into it. Number 1, they thought you were a lamb. Turns out you were just a lion that didn't roar yet. The loudest ones in the room are usually the weakest, because true power never needs to prove itself. It just shows up, silent and undeniable, and ruins every lie built in its absence. They mistook your calm for cowardice, your silence for surrender, your kindness. They twisted that into weakness. The whole time they thought they were playing you, but really they were just buying themselves time. Time borrowed from a universe that was watching, keeping receipts. And now that balance is shifting. They didn't realize the danger of poking someone chosen by the system itself. Not religion, not myth, just universal order. You were made different, not better, but definitely not normal. You weren't here to blend in. You were sent to disrupt, to shift, to break illusions and make the hidden truth feel like thunder in a quiet room. You were hidden in plain sight, on purpose. That was the strategy all along. The universe made sure of it. You weren't meant to start loud. You were meant to observe, to absorb, to endure, and then to awaken. Think about it. All those times they laughed at you behind closed doors, shared smirks when you walked away, made decisions in rooms where your name came up, but your voice wasn't invited. You remember that, don't you? Good, don't let it go. That's fuel now. Every smirk, every dismissal, every false narrative they spread about you was just a countdown to the day your silence snapped and turned into fire. You weren't soft. You were simmering. You weren't sweet. You were strategic. They thought they were dealing with a pushover, when in reality, they were staring down a force that hadn't fully stepped in yet. See, there's a reason the universe hides its warriors in ordinary skin, because nothing is more dangerous than a storm dressed in calm. You moved quiet, but your impact was always loud. And now that you're starting to see it, they're panicking. That's why the energy shifted. That's why people who once smiled in your face are now uncomfortable around you. That's why you feel it in the air. Something has turned, and it's not coming back. Let's address what's really going through your mind right now. Why me? Why was I chosen? Why does it feel like the universe throws me into fire and expects me to dance through it like it's nothing? Here's the answer. Because you can. Because the very blueprint of your spirit was built to thrive under pressure, to carry what others collapse under. That pressure was never punishment. It was placement. The fire didn't burn you. It shaped you. And now you carry heat wherever you go. But let's not sugarcoat this. Some of you forgot. You forgot your assignment. You fell into the trap of people-pleasing. You watered down your power to make others comfortable. You let their labels define your value. You let their limits become your ceiling. And worst of all, you thought you were alone. How dare you doubt your light just because it made others squint? How dare you shrink because your truth didn't fit into their narrative? You weren't meant to be understood by everyone. You were meant to be remembered by the few brave enough to see you. The universe never left you. It was waiting for you to wake up and realize who you are. The power of being chosen doesn't mean life gets easier. It means your path is heavier, your lessons deeper, your tests harder. But it also means when you move, everything moves with you. When you align, the entire system bends to back you up. The ones who tried to throw you off, they weren't just messing with you, they were challenging the order. They were fighting the current of something cosmic. And now they're reaping the storm. You ever seen a tide turn? It doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't whisper. It just crashes. That's what's happening now. You are the tide. And they weren't ready. You think they're acting different around you now? That's fear, not always loud. Sometimes it shows up as avoidance, fake kindness, weird tension in the room. But trust me, it's fear. They don't know how to approach what they once thought they controlled. Because how do you talk to someone who outgrew your entire version of them? They were never scared of the quiet you. They were scared of who you'd become when the quiet ended. And here you are, walking proof that you can't bury light forever, that silence doesn't equal surrender, that the universe doesn't make mistakes when it marks someone chosen. It just plays the long game. Now, the same people who laughed at your struggle will be forced to witness your rise, not because you need revenge, but because the universe delivers clarity, not always how we want, but always when it's needed. And when it comes, it's final. So stand tall, own the power that had them fooled, be the storm they swore would never come. Move like someone backed by the blueprint of the universe, because you are. You always were. They thought you were the lamb in the field, but you were the lion, waiting for the right moment. And that moment is now. Number 2. The switch flipped, and now they wish it never did. They feared the day you'd stop explaining yourself. They feared the silence that came after you outgrew needing their approval. But what they really feared was the moment you'd finally become everything they swore you never would. You felt it, didn't you? That shift, that instant when something inside you snapped, quietly, but with a finality that echoed like thunder across the unseen. Your eyes didn't just look different, they saw different. And they saw it, too. Oh, they felt it. In your stare, in the weight of your presence, in the drop in your tone, like gravity had just settled in your chest. That was the moment, the unleashing. They didn't know they were standing next to a fault line. They laughed, pushed, poked, whispered behind your back like you were a game. But then the ground moved. The energy cracked. The room felt heavier, and they couldn't explain why. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't throw a punch. You didn't even flinch. But something ancient opened its eyes inside you. Let them tremble. They earned it. The universe didn't drag you through years of fire and pressure just to have you play small for the sake of keeping the peace. You weren't shaped by chaos, only to be softened by comfort. You weren't written into the story to play a background character in your own life. No, you were hidden, sharpened, activated. Every trial was training. Every betrayal was data. Every silence you were forced to sit in became your echo chamber, until the day your silence turned into a storm. You wore the mask for a reason. You smiled through insults. You stayed quiet while they claimed your ideas. You kept peace with people who were waging war on your spirit, because you knew something they didn't. You understood timing. You understood control. You knew there's more power in waiting than in reacting. Every warrior knows when not to draw the blade. Every chosen one knows the most dangerous thing they can do is be seen too early. But that phase, it's done. The doors are open. The mask is cracked. The patience has served its purpose. Now comes the season of revelation. Not in words, but in presence. Not in explanations, but in energy. They didn't believe in you. Good. That disbelief was your shield. That underestimation gave you room to build, to rise, to prepare. And now that they finally see what you've become, they're realizing what you always were. Something chosen, something aligned, something not to be trifled with. You walk into rooms differently now. You don't ask for space. It shifts around you. People look at you and feel things they can't name. Discomfort, respect, intimidation, wonder. And some of them will still pretend you haven't changed. Try to speak to you like you're still the old version of yourself. Let them try. Their words will fall flat in the gravity of who you are now. This is the consequence of poking a sleeping lion. This is what happens when the underestimated one stops pretending to be normal. And listen, if you're still carrying even a little doubt, if a voice is still trying to whisper, "But maybe I'm not ready," silence it. The universe didn't make a mistake choosing you. You don't need a permission slip to become who you were always meant to be. You are not too much. You are not too intense. You are not broken. You are unleashed. And that's exactly what they feared. Let them feel uncomfortable. Let them remember every time they thought they could walk over you and leave without consequence. Let them watch as you rise with no apology, no explanation, no need to prove anything to anyone. You are the response to a system that tried to suppress truth. You are the correction to every lie spoken in comfort. You are the shift they never expected. And now they're stuck watching what happens when real power stops holding back. It's too late to reverse it. You've been unleashed. Number 3, you weren't quiet, you were loading. Tactical silence isn't weakness, it's warfare disguised as stillness. And by the time they realize you were never sleeping, it's already too late. They thought they were watching someone harmless, soft-spoken, gentle, malleable, someone they could control, dismiss, talk over, gaslight, exploit. They thought your silence meant surrender. But here's the thing, the smartest storms never announce themselves. They just arrive. And by the time the sky goes black, there's no time to run. You played your position like a master strategist, walked through their world with your head down and your mind wide open. You let them think they had you figured out. Let them get comfortable. You moved quietly, not because you were scared, but because you were collecting. Every word they slipped, every lie they told, every moment they underestimated you became a thread in the web you were silently weaving. You didn't hide because you were weak. You stayed low because you were calculating. That smile, that softness, that quiet nod, that was tactical silence. And they never saw it for what it really was. Lethal patience. You weren't waiting for their approval. You were waiting for your moment. They underestimated how dangerous a quiet mind can be. While they bragged and barked and postured in public, you were watching. While they showed their hands, you were building your arsenal. They thought they had the upper hand. What they really had was a ticking clock. This wasn't deception. This wasn't manipulation. This was universal strategy. A precision plan written by forces bigger than them, bigger than you, unfolding exactly how it needed to. You don't warn the enemy before you strike. You don't explain your evolution to people committed to misunderstanding it. Let them keep calling it fake or ego or arrogance. Let them keep whispering your name in confusion. That's fear in disguise, because deep down they know they never really had power over you. What they had was access. And now that access has been revoked, they're panicking, as they should. You didn't change, you activated. A spider doesn't announce itself to the fly. The earthquake doesn't knock politely. The volcano doesn't schedule a meeting. And when a supernova explodes, it doesn't apologize for burning too bright. It just changes the sky. You were never built to be palatable. You were built to shift the atmosphere. That's why your silence shook them harder than your words ever could. Because silence backed by power, that's the kind of pressure that breaks people from the inside out. And let's address the inner voice trying to shame you for being quiet too long. The part of you wondering, why didn't I speak up sooner? Why did I let them think I was weak? No, that silence was part of the strategy. You weren't late. You were precise. The universe didn't delay your rise. It timed it. What's more dangerous? The wolf that howls at every shadow, or the one that doesn't make a sound until its teeth are already at your throat? That's you. You've always been the threat. You've just now become visible. So when they circle back, trying to figure out what changed, don't explain. Let them stay confused. Confusion is the price they pay for playing games with a chosen one. You owe them nothing. You already gave them more than they deserved. Now, your energy speaks louder than any speech. Now, your presence does what your voice never had to. When you enter a room, things shift. Not because you're loud, but because you're real. And realness unsettles anything built on illusion. This is the part of the story where you stop hiding your sharp edges. This is the chapter where your silence turns into strategy, and your strategy becomes a reckoning. They thought your softness was your whole identity. They had no idea it was just your camouflage. And now that it's off, they finally see what was there all along. A weapon in waiting, a force in disguise, a chosen one, no longer silent. Number 4, you let them think it was a game. Now they'll learn who set the rules. The quiet ones aren't weak, they're just calculating the cost of war. And when they finally move, it's never to fight, it's to finish. Your softness, that calm presence, that composed energy, was never weakness. It was a gift, one of the greatest tactical advantages the universe could ever give you. Because while they were playing checkers with egos, you were playing chess with your evolution. They saw a gentle soul and assumed they were dealing with someone safe. But you were never built to be safe. You were built to be unstoppable. The reckoning has begun, not just for them, but for the whole system that let them believe they could touch you without consequence. And now, the same hands that tried to shape your story are shaking. They don't understand how things flip so fast. They think you changed. No, you just arrived. Let's call it what it really is, the moment of exposure, the phase where everything that was hidden becomes obvious. You don't have to announce yourself. Your energy does it for you. They feel it now. That invisible weight in the room when you speak. That pause in their throat when they try to play you like they used to. That awkward shift in body language when they realize the version of you they manipulated is dead. The real you, the one they never prepared for, is here. And the universe has your back like never before. Balance is real. The universe doesn't forget who you are or what you endured, and it doesn't ignore those who built castles on your silence. That's why they're falling now. Not because you're seeking revenge, not because you're out for blood, but because truth demands payment. And when you're chosen, the universe handles your enemies better than you ever could. They thought your softness was an invitation to take advantage, to lie, to manipulate, to steal your light and wear it like their own. But softness isn't surrender, it's control. And now that you've dropped the act, the only ones still standing will be the ones who never tried to break you in the first place. Let's talk about those flickers, the moments when your real power slipped through the cracks. You remember, don't you? The way someone crossed a line and your eyes went cold, and suddenly they started stuttering, backing off, pretending it was a joke. That one time you spoke up without raising your voice, and the whole room froze, like something ancient had just entered the conversation. That was never random. That was truth cracking through the surface. That was the warning shot. They didn't listen. Now, the energy has shifted for real. You don't have to pretend anymore. You don't have to filter yourself for the comfort of people who never had your back. You don't have to dim to be digestible. This is your territory now. And they're still moving like it's the old map. Let them trip. Let them try to figure out where they went wrong. That's not your concern. Your only job now is to keep rising, not to prove anything, but because gravity can't hold what was built to fly. Some of them will try to re-enter your life, pretend they were always in your corner. Watch for that. They don't love you. They love the benefits of you. They're not sorry for how they treated you. They're sorry it didn't work. That softness they used to mock. Now they'll try to worship it. Now they'll call it powerful, rare, divine. Keep your distance. They don't deserve the new version of you because they tried to destroy the old one. This is the reckoning, not through vengeance, not through drama, through presence, through power, through undeniable truth. You're not here to burn bridges. You're here to remove access. You're not out to prove a point. You are the point. Let the dust rise. Let the illusions fall. You were never the one in danger. They were. They just didn't know it until now. And now they do. Number 5. They saw the shadow of your wings even before you knew you had them. Real ones don't need proof. They recognize the storm in your silence, the flame behind your eyes, and the power you haven't even unlocked yet. Long before the reckoning arrived, before your voice shifted, before your energy turned sharp enough to cut through lies, there were a few who saw it coming. Not everyone, just a handful. The ones who weren't fooled by your softness. The ones who saw past the mask, even when you didn't know you were wearing one. These were the first tremors, the quiet indicators before the ground split open and swallowed everything false. They felt the tension in your presence, like distant thunder before the storm makes landfall. They didn't know exactly what you were, but they knew it was something that didn't fit into ordinary boxes. They watched the way your eyes flickered when you were pushed too far, how they seemed to hold something ancient, something bigger than this moment. They noticed the silence that followed your laughter, the heaviness behind your stillness. It wasn't sadness, it was power, contained, and real ones. They felt it, deep in their bones. Some couldn't explain it, but they were drawn to it, drawn to you, not in obsession, but in reverence, not because you demanded it, but because your presence made it impossible to look away. You were moving like everyone else, but your energy spoke another language entirely. They heard it. They understood it, even if only in fragments. They didn't try to control you. They didn't try to shrink you. They didn't twist your quiet into a weakness or your stillness into submission. They respected the space between who you showed the world and who you really were. They didn't rush you. They watched, waited, honored the unfolding. These are the ones worthy of your truth. Because here's the thing, not everyone deserves access to the real you. Most people only want the version of you that makes them feel safe, not the one that shakes their illusions, but the ones who always knew. They welcomed the storm. They weren't afraid of your depth. They weren't intimidated by your light. They didn't flinch when they caught glimpses of your fire. They just nodded quietly, because part of them knew you were built for more. They felt your power before you did. They respected your silence, not as an absence of voice, but as a presence too powerful to waste on noise. Some of them approached you gently, carefully, like getting too close without permission might burn them, and they were right. Not because you meant harm, but because the fire you carry is real, and if they weren't prepared for it, it would melt the version of themselves they were trying to protect. You're not meant to be touched by just anyone. Your energy is sacred, and those who treated it like something casual, they were never meant to stay. But those who approached with awareness, with humility, with no desire to use or tame you, those few are different. They didn't need proof. They recognized the frequency. These people didn't just believe in you, they saw you, long before the world had any idea who you were. And now that you're stepping into it, they're not surprised. They're honored, because they knew this moment would come. They knew the mask wouldn't stay on forever. They were just waiting for the day when you'd stop holding back. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table, but the ones who saw you before the power became obvious. Those are your tribe. Protect them. Keep them close. They're the mirrors the universe placed around you to remind you of your true reflection when the world tried to distort it. Everyone else? They're just now realizing what's always been there. But your real ones, they never needed the storm to believe in the lightning. They knew. Number 6. The moment you stopped shrinking, the universe stood up with you. When the chosen finally rise, the world doesn't clap, it shakes. Not because it's witnessing something new, but because it's facing something ancient that refused to stay hidden. And then it happened. It didn't look like much to the outside world. Just another moment, another conversation, another passing interaction. But inside you, it was a detonation, something final. Something irreversible. A switch flipped, not with noise, but with clarity. The divine countdown ended, and what rose in its place wasn't new. It was simply undeniable. Your back straightened, not from pride, but from memory. Your posture shifted, not to perform, but to align. Your presence stretched wider than the room could contain, and your eyes, those eyes that once softened for the comfort of others, they pierced. They held galaxies, storms, and lifetimes. The mask fell, but it didn't shatter. It evaporated. It was never yours to begin with. It was theirs, and you finally handed it back. And then you spoke. Not in the voice they conditioned you to use, not the diluted, digestible version you'd worn like armor to avoid becoming too much. No, this time you spoke from your core, from the place where stars are born and truth burns clean. Your words didn't just land, they commanded, not in volume, not in force, but in truth. A truth that couldn't be ignored, couldn't be twisted, couldn't be silenced. This was emergence, not a performance, not a rebrand, a revealing. You didn't rise to prove anything. You rose because it was time, because the version of you that fit into their expectations had expired. That old self was never fake. It was just incomplete, necessary for the season. But seasons change. And when they do, everything that pretended to hold you back is left behind, confused and irrelevant. And make no mistake, they felt it. The shift in your tone, the certainty in your gaze. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was reverence. Even if they didn't understand it, their spirit recognized what their ego never could. This is what it means to emerge. Not to become someone else, but to stop hiding who you've always been. To stop filtering your light for the comfort of those still trapped in their shadows. To let your full weight hit the earth and not apologize for the tremor it causes. You didn't wake up that day and decide to become powerful. You remembered that you already were. Number 7. When the real you showed up, the room fell into gravity. Power doesn't always speak. Sometimes it just walks in, and suddenly everyone forgets how to breathe. The silence that followed your emergence wasn't ordinary. It wasn't awkward or accidental. It was heavy, sacred. That kind of silence that feels like the split second after lightning strikes, where everything hangs suspended between what just happened and what it now means. They weren't ready. They never were. Study their reactions. Replay that moment. The wide eyes, the jaws that forgot how to close, the subtle shifts in body language, shoulders tense, feet twitching, some even stepping back without realizing it, as if your very presence had become too much for the room to hold. And the truth is, it had. That reaction wasn't about drama, it was about recognition. They didn't just see a new version of you, they saw what was always there, finally unmasked. The energy they once dismissed as too quiet or too soft, now pressed on them like a weight. And for the first time, they understood. This wasn't someone to play with. This wasn't someone they could manipulate. This was someone the universe had plans for. Your energy changed the atmosphere, and you didn't yell. You didn't demand. You existed, fully, finally. And that was enough to send shockwaves through every lie they'd told themselves about you. Now they scramble to recalibrate, scramble to find new language for what they're feeling. People who once laughed now whisper. People who brushed you off now watch you carefully, like a threat they don't know how to neutralize. The shift is real and irreversible. That nervous respect you're noticing, that wasn't there before. That's what happens when someone's energy enters the room first. That's what happens when a chosen one stops shrinking and just stands there, unbothered, unshaken, unlocked. Let them fumble. Let them trip over their own confusion. Let them try to rewrite history, to pretend they always saw your worth. You don't need their recognition. You were never waiting for it. You don't need to correct their perception. They'll either adjust or disappear. That's the cost of proximity to someone aligned. And if they suddenly seem uncomfortable, cold, or distant, good. That means your energy is doing what it's supposed to do. Separate the real from the fake. Not everyone was built to stand in your light. Not everyone can handle the heat of purpose unfiltered. This is the part where masks fall off and truth steps forward. You didn't change the game. You revealed it. And now, they're playing catch-up. Number 8. When you rose, some flinched, but others nodded. They always knew. The real ones won't ask what changed. They'll say, finally. Not everyone was shocked when you stepped into your full power. Not everyone fell back in fear or scrambled to rewrite the story. Look again. Pay attention. There were some, quiet, grounded, still, who didn't blink, who didn't stumble, who didn't gasp when your energy shifted. Instead, they nodded. Those are your people. The ones whose eyes said, I knew it. The ones whose silence didn't come from shock, but from recognition. You weren't becoming someone new. You were revealing who you've always been. And they've been waiting for this. These are your true allies. Not loud, not flashy, but real. Souls that have been through their own fire. Ones who saw through your silence because they too had to move in quiet power for a long time. The ones who didn't need proof to believe in your potential. They recognized the weight you carried because they carry weight too. You never had to perform for them. Never had to explain your depth, your distance, your discomfort in shallow spaces. These are your cosmic kin, not bound by blood or titles, but by frequency. They felt you before the world figured it out. And now, in this new space, new level, new alignment, they're still here, steady, solid, unshaken. These are the ones you build with, the ones you protect, the ones you go to war beside, not with weapons, but with truth. But as they arrive, others must go. Let them. Some will ghost you. Some will act cold, distant, confused. Let them. They were tied to your disguise, not your essence. And now that the mask has dropped, they don't know where they stand. Because they were never standing beside you, only the version of you that made them comfortable. Release them without bitterness. No malice, no drama, just clarity. This next chapter has no space for dead weight. And now comes something greater. Responsibility, purpose, direction. This power you've stepped into, it wasn't given for decoration. It's not about revenge. It's not about ego. It's about alignment, about reshaping your world and the worlds around you. With the truth that's been whispering to you in dreams, in silence, in flashes of insight you couldn't always explain. This is sacred work. Move accordingly. Stay rooted in the vision. Stay connected to the ones who always saw you. And above all, don't dim again to make others stay. You were meant to rise. Now, lead. Number 9. You were never made to be small. You were made to set the sky on fire. When you stop shrinking, you don't just take up space, you reclaim it. And when you speak from truth, your voice doesn't echo. It shifts realities. No more diluting. No more shrinking your words so they go down easier. No more softening your message just to avoid discomfort. The time for that is gone. You've crossed the threshold now, and there's no going back. Speak your truth, fully, sharply, unapologetically. When you see lies, call them out. When you see injustice, cut through it. When someone moves with manipulation, expose it, not out of revenge, but because truth is your responsibility now. You're not here to play along. You're here to correct the frequency. Your voice is no longer just communication. It's a force. It doesn't ask to be heard. It demands alignment. It doesn't try to convince. It reveals. And that revelation, it makes people uncomfortable. Good. Let it. Discomfort is what happens when illusion starts to break. Set boundaries like walls carved in stone. Your time is not up for debate. Your energy is not on the clearance rack. Your purpose is non-negotiable. They either rise to meet you or get left behind. The universe didn't put you through fire just to have you return to dust. It shaped you into something radiant, solid, unshakable. You were never a candle flickering in the dark. You were always a star, burning on your own terms, refusing to be hidden by night. They thought you were a quiet stream they could wade through. Turns out you're the ocean, and now the tide is rising. Let them feel it. Let them adjust, or not. Their comfort is not your mission. You spent enough time trying to fit into rooms too small for your truth. Enough time swallowing your roar just to keep the peace. What did that ever bring you? Who did that ever serve? Not you, and not the world that needed your voice at full volume. So speak. And when you speak, speak like someone who finally understands their assignment. Not to please, not to be liked, but to ignite, to shift, to stand so boldly in your essence that even the air around you learns to move different. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your light. You don't need permission to blaze. And what they know of you now, that's only the beginning. They've seen the glow, but they haven't seen the fire. They've felt the heat, but they haven't survived the blaze. So stand tall, stand true. Chosen one, you're not becoming, you are. And now you burn. And so we arrive at the edge of everything you were meant to become. No more masks, no more waiting, no more shrinking. This is your season of full emergence, and the world is just beginning to feel the weight of who you truly are. Let them adjust or fade, but you rise. If this message hits something real in you, don't keep it to yourself. Like, subscribe, and share this with another chosen one who needs to remember who they are. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're claiming your power, loud, clear, and without apology. They tried to bury you, not knowing you were the seed. But what grew wasn't a flower, it was fire. And now they're choking on the smoke. They underestimated you. They mocked your silence, mistook your stillness for weakness, and laughed while you built in the dark. Now their smiles are gone. Their words are stuck. They're standing in front of the genius they never saw coming. And it's leaving them breathless. The very ones who counted you out are now scrambling for explanations. But there are none, because you were never part of their equation. You are the variable they couldn't predict, the glitch in their system, the proof that some power exists beyond logic, and it chose you. Before we go any further, do this. Like and subscribe. Not for me, for the others like you, the quiet, brilliant ones who think they're alone. Every click sends this message into more timelines, more minds, more hearts that need the reminder. You're not just watching this for you. You're doing it for the rest of the chosen ones who are still half asleep. Let's wake them up. Together. Now listen closely. Your mind doesn't move like theirs. It never has. While they were memorizing the rules, you were reimagining the entire game. While they chased trends, you followed the voice within. You were solving puzzles they couldn't even see. You were dancing with ideas that don't have names yet. And now it's all starting to click. Not just for you, but for them. They're watching you, whispering, copying in silence, searching for the blueprint. But the truth is, you are the blueprint. You've always been. That scares them, not because you're dangerous, but because you're undeniable. You are the mirror they didn't ask for, the reminder of everything they've buried. Truth, depth, brilliance, alignment. You don't even have to try. Your existence alone shakes something loose in them. That's why they resist you. That's why they try to tear you down. Because when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't wait for applause. It moves. Swiftly, silently, powerfully. And right now, it's moving through you. Being chosen isn't a badge. It's a burden. It's being hated for seeing too much. It's being doubted for knowing too soon. It's being attacked by those who only feel safe when you're shrinking. But don't you dare shrink. Don't you dare dim that light just because it burns their eyes. Your light was never meant to be soft. It was meant to expose, to awaken, to guide. You are not like them. You never were. You feel more. You see more. You know more than you should. And yet, it all makes sense to you. That's not an accident. That's design. That's purpose. That's the universe putting its hand on your life and saying, this one. And from that moment on, nothing about you would ever be ordinary again. They'll try to frame your gifts as problems. They'll call your wisdom arrogance. They'll label your peace as distance. Let them project. Because deep down, they know the truth. They're not fighting you. They're fighting the force that walks with you. And that's a battle they've already lost. The power of being chosen doesn't just elevate you. It haunts those who can't understand it. Your rise forces them to face their own stagnation. Your clarity makes their confusion unbearable. Your alignment makes their chaos louder. You don't even have to speak. Your silence is confrontational. Your stillness is loud. You are a walking disruption to everything fake, shallow, and afraid. And yet, here you are, doubting yourself, wondering if you're too much, feeling like you don't belong. Stop that. You are the disruption. You are the reason the room shifts. And you've always been the one. The real tragedy would be if you believed them, if you tried to go back to small just to make them feel big. But I know you won't, because something in you is waking up now. A memory, a truth, a fire. You didn't come this far to question your own magic. You didn't walk through hell just to blend in. You were made to stand out, made to lead, made to be the proof that something bigger is at work. So let them talk, let them stare, let them wonder how you keep rising. Because while they're lost in confusion, you're already building the next level. And no, they're not ready for what's coming next. But you are. And if you're still here, it's not by accident. Something in this message is speaking directly to you. Because real recognizes real. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know they've been watching you differently lately. Like, they just woke up to something you've known all along. The signs are everywhere. You're not just gifted, you're undeniable. And they don't have the language to explain you. That's how you know it's real. Stay with me now, because what comes next, it's the part they really weren't ready for. Let's get into it. Number 1. They were playing with fire and didn't know you were the flame. They didn't just doubt you, they bet against the universe, and now they're watching everything they built melt in the heat you never turned off. They weren't ready. Let's just call it what it is. Not ready to see you, not ready to understand you, not ready to admit what was always right in front of them. But now their silence is louder than their doubts ever were. Now they're watching from a distance, eyes wide, mouths shut, trying to process how they missed it, how you slipped past their radar and turned into the very force they swore couldn't exist. You were never loud. You didn't need to be. You were steady, watching, gathering, evolving in silence while they made noise with nothing to show for it. You weren't falling behind. You were getting aligned with the universe, with timing, with a higher rhythm that most people can't hear because they're too busy chasing distractions. They thought you were isolated. You weren't. You were insulated, protected, kept away from small minds and shallow energy while the universe calibrated your path. That silence they mistook for confusion. That was strategy. That stillness they mocked. That was sacred preparation. Every delay, every rejection, every door that slammed shut in your face, it wasn't punishment. It was positioning. You weren't being ignored. You were being preserved. And now look, the mask is off. The room feels different when you enter it. You speak, and people lean in. You act, and the results don't just make noise, they echo. The people who used to look past you now can't look away. But let's not pretend they always supported you. They didn't. They tested you, doubted you, tried to squeeze your brilliance into boxes their minds couldn't even fill. And when you didn't fit, they called you the problem. But here's what they never understood. Chosen ones don't need validation. They don't need the room to agree. They are the room. And when the universe selects someone for something greater, there is nothing anyone can do to stop it. You're not just talented, you're backed. And they weren't fighting you. They were wrestling with the force that sent you, the alignment that protects you, the energy that multiplies everything you touch. That's a battle they were never going to win. Now they're trying to explain you, rationalize you, but your results don't fit inside their logic. Your glow isn't coming from external things. It's internal. It's divine, direct, disruptive. You're not just succeeding, you're shifting the atmosphere. And they're shook, because for the first time they realize they weren't dealing with someone ordinary. They were messing with someone chosen, and that comes with consequences. Now listen. You've been doubting your light, feeling crazy for seeing what others pretend not to, feeling alone because no one around you moves like you, feels like you, thinks like you. But that isolation, that wasn't punishment. That was proof. Proof that your path was never going to be crowded. Chosen ones don't follow traffic. They create new lanes. And those lanes feel empty at first. But that's how you know you're on the right road. You weren't born to blend in. You were born to disturb the default. You're not just ahead of the curve. You are the curve. So why are you questioning it? Why are you still carrying their doubts in your backpack like truth? Drop that. The universe didn't choose you by mistake. That power you carry, it's not random. It's not ego. It's evidence. Evidence that you were built for disruption. Evidence that you were meant to spark discomfort in the spaces where lies live too long. That's why your presence shifts the energy. That's why people feel some type of way when you're around, even if you're silent. It's not you. It's what walks with you, what works through you. And deep down, even they know it. You don't owe them softness just because your power makes them insecure. You don't have to play small just because your elevation feels like their exposure. You don't need to shrink your energy to make the weak feel strong. You were chosen for a reason. And it wasn't to please people who fear the light. So the next time they look at you sideways, the next time they try to label you, doubt you, or tell you you've changed, smile. Let them say what they need to say. But deep down, remember this: they weren't ready. They still aren't. And that's not your problem. You didn't come here to be understood. You came here to be undeniable. And now, you are. Number 2, they thought you were just smart, but you were multidimensional all along. They tried to measure you by surface-level standards, not knowing your mind was built to travel dimensions they haven't even mapped yet. Let's make one thing very clear. This was never just about being smart. That word is too small for what you are, too flat, too two-dimensional. They thought they could define you by the way you speak, the grade you got, or the room you were in. But your intelligence, it doesn't play by those rules. It doesn't come from a textbook. It doesn't need validation. You don't just know things. You feel truth. You read energy. You hear the space between the words. You pick up on signals people don't even know they're sending. And now, they're finally starting to feel it. There's something about your presence that makes people pause. You walk in, and the energy shifts. Not because you're trying to be seen, but because your frequency does the talking. People sense it before you even open your mouth. They feel it in the silence, the weight of your awareness, the calm intensity, the way your very being disrupts the usual script. You don't enter a room, you recalibrate it. They try to explain it away. Oh, they're just really smart. But they know better. Deep down, they know they're brushing up against something more, something layered, something deeper than logic. Because you're not just intelligent, you're multidimensional. You don't just think, you perceive. You don't just solve problems. You rewrite the entire structure of the problem without needing to say a word. It's not about facts and figures. It's about your access, your connection, the way you download insights without trying, the way you speak with a knowing that doesn't come from study, but from alignment, from tuning into something that most people are too distracted to even notice. That's why conversations with you linger in their minds. That's why days after speaking to you, they're still unpacking what you said, because it wasn't just your words that reached them. It was your energy, your truth. Your frequency is laced in everything you do, and it sticks. You don't just talk. You trigger something in them, a memory, a realization, a mirror. You don't learn the way they do. You absorb, you decode. You read between timelines, across experiences, through layers. You can walk into a situation and instantly feel what's off, not because someone told you, but because you sense what's missing. You see the trap before it's set. You recognize the lie before it's spoken. You hear the fear behind their confidence. You see the agenda behind their kindness. They call it being intense. You call it being awake. You're not ahead because you're lucky. You're ahead because you were built to see through illusions, to question what others blindly follow, to feel what they've been taught to ignore. Your intelligence isn't just intellectual, it's spiritual. It's energetic. It's cosmic. You are multi-dimensional. And multi-dimensional beings aren't easily explained. That's why they dismissed you at first. They couldn't figure you out, so they labeled you wrong. Too quiet, too deep, too much. But now they're starting to realize the very things they tried to suppress in you are the things they now need. Your way of seeing, your clarity, your calm, your raw, unfiltered perception. It unnerves them, but it also draws them in. Because what confuses them, you understand instantly. What overwhelms them, you break down effortlessly. What distracts them, you see right through. And they're realizing just how far ahead you've been, not in time, but in truth. While they were chasing clout, you were tuning into alignment. While they were seeking approval, you were listening inward. While they were focused on appearances, you were perfecting your inner world. And now the results are undeniable. The same people who once overlooked you are now looking to you. But here's the thing, your value doesn't change based on when they notice. You've been this, you've always been this. So to you, the one who's felt misunderstood for moving differently, stop explaining yourself. To the one who's been told they're too much, stop shrinking. To the one who knows things they shouldn't know, stop doubting it. You are not broken. You are not lost. You are simply built for more. You are tuned into a level that most people haven't accessed yet, and many never will. That's not arrogance. That's alignment. You didn't just come here to exist. You came here to shift the world. You don't need permission. You don't need to wait until they catch up. You just need to keep going. Let them stare. Let them talk. Let them wonder how you always seem to know what's really happening. You're not just smart. You're not just awake. You're not just deep. You're multidimensional. And they're only just beginning to realize what that really means. Number 3. Now they know, and they don't know what to do with it. Some admire your light, others flinch like it's a weapon. Either way, they see it now, and it's too late to unsee it. There's a shift happening. You can feel it in how people look at you now, how they listen, how they react when you speak, or even when you just exist. The truth they once ignored has crept out from under the surface, and it's no longer something they can laugh off or overlook. The silence is louder. The energy is heavier. Something in the air has changed because they see it now, and they don't know how to handle it. It's not just what you say, it's who you are. You carry something ancient in your bones, something beyond intellect, beyond explanation. Some people sense it and immediately fall into awe. They know, without needing words, that they're standing in the presence of something rare. They don't always know how to describe it, but they feel it. It's in the weight of your silence, the clarity in your eyes, the calm power in your tone. When you speak, they listen differently, not because you demand it, but because their spirit knows there's truth in your frequency. These are the ones who don't compete with you. They learn. They lean in. They ask questions not to challenge, but to understand. They recognize they're in the presence of someone who sees from a higher place, who understands the hidden architecture of things. You are a mirror they welcome, even when what they see is uncomfortable. To them, your light is not a threat, it's a guide. But not everyone responds with reverence. Some respond with resistance, with fear, with quiet, twitching insecurity. These are the ones who used to mock your insight, interrupt your thoughts, challenge your presence. But now, they pause. They hesitate. They look confused, even afraid. Because now they feel the gap. Now that your light has been activated fully, it exposes the shadows they've spent years trying to decorate. They can't hide behind charm, status, or noise anymore, because your very presence collapses illusion. And that's terrifying to someone who's built their entire identity on pretending. They used to dismiss you. Now they flinch when you speak. Not because you're harsh, but because your truth makes the room colder for people who've only ever known comfort in lies. You don't need to call them out. Your existence does it naturally. You are the confrontation they never prepared for. You may have noticed it. The awkward stares, the tension in conversations that used to feel one-sided, the sudden silence when you step in. People who used to dominate the room now grow quiet in your presence. It's not that they've become smaller, it's that they finally see how big your energy really is, and it's shaking them. This is what happens when someone chosen starts walking fully in their power. You become both an inspiration and a warning. For some, your rise is a call to elevate. For others, it's a sign that their masks won't hold much longer. And deep down, they know it. They don't fear you because you're dangerous. They fear you because you know. You know what they hide. You know what they pretend not to feel. You know what's real, and you won't play pretend just to make them comfortable. You don't use your insight to wound, but it cuts anyway, because truth always does. And for those not ready to face themselves, that makes you the threat. They fear what they can't control. They fear what doesn't bend to their rules. And you've never needed their permission, their praise, or their protection. That makes you dangerous, not to the world, but to the illusion that built it. But let this be a reminder. Their fear is not your fault. Their discomfort is not your responsibility. You didn't come here to make people feel safe in their delusions. You came to illuminate, to elevate, to transform. So don't water yourself down to keep the peace. Don't apologize for the clarity you carry. And don't dim your light because others can't handle the glare. Some will stare at you in awe. Some will flinch in fear. Let both reactions fuel you, because either way, they see it now. And once they see, they can't unsee. You didn't force this awakening. The truth did. You were just the vessel, the voice, the proof that power doesn't need permission to rise. Number 4. They tried to tune you out, but now you're the frequency. They pretended you were invisible. Now your truth echoes louder than their lies ever did. There was a time when they brushed you off without thinking twice, when they cut you off mid-sentence, when your insight was met with blank stares, sarcasm, or worse, silence. They spoke over you like you weren't even in the room, dismissed your vision like it was some wild idea they couldn't be bothered to consider. laughed behind your back, or worse, smiled to your face while secretly rooting for your failure. They needed you to stay small because your brilliance threatened the illusion they had built their whole reality on. But not anymore. Something has shifted, not in you. You've always been this. The shift is in them. Their eyes can't lie anymore. They see it now. Your intelligence, your insight, your power, your knowing. All the things they once pretended not to notice have become too loud to ignore, too accurate, too aligned, too consistent. You kept showing up, kept being right, kept seeing through everything. And now the evidence is undeniable. You're no longer the one trying to be heard. You are the one being watched. And that energy hits different. They hear you now, even when they pretend not to. Your words echo in their decisions. Your truth lingers in their thoughts. You dropped wisdom they didn't value in the moment. And now they're revisiting it in silence, wondering how you always saw what they missed. What they once called too deep now sounds like prophecy. What they called overthinking now looks like perfect timing. They can't ignore you anymore. Not because you're forcing them to listen, but because you've become too aligned to overlook. You don't even have to say much anymore. Your presence speaks. The room adjusts when you walk in. The energy tightens. People stand up, straighter. Voices lower. Eyes track you, even when they pretend they're not. You've become the center without ever asking for it. Not by volume, but by vibration. It's not just about intelligence anymore. It's about awareness, presence, depth, the kind that can't be faked, the kind that can't be copied. Your knowledge doesn't come from recycled information. It comes from connection. Connection to the unseen, to your inner voice, to the rhythm of something bigger. You don't just know more, you understand more. You feel more. You see the architecture behind people's behavior, behind events, behind patterns that others overlook. And now they're realizing it. Too late to claim they always knew, too obvious to deny. You see it in their eyes, the recognition, the quiet respect, the stunned discomfort. You were once the one they ignored. Now, you're the one they can't stop watching. But here's the real truth. Their recognition was never the goal. It's just a byproduct of what happens when someone walks fully in their power. You didn't evolve to prove a point. You evolved because staying stuck would have killed your spirit. You grew because you had to. Because something inside you refused to settle for being unseen in a world that needed your vision. And now, you're not asking to be acknowledged. You are the acknowledgement. Still, don't expect everyone to celebrate it. Some will admire it, quietly, respectfully, even reverently. They'll follow your words, seek your guidance, shift their posture in your presence. They know they're witnessing something rare, and they honor it. Others will resist it, not because you've done anything wrong, but because your light exposes everything they tried to keep hidden. Your clarity highlights their confusion. Your discipline reveals their laziness. Your rise reminds them of their stagnation. And people who aren't ready to change will always find a reason to criticize the ones who already did. Let them. That's no longer your concern. You've reached a level where your value isn't up for debate. You no longer have to convince anyone. You're not in the business of proving. You're in the business of becoming. And you've become something undeniable. So when they try to come back around with cautious curiosity, let them. But don't bend, don't soften, don't dilute. You didn't walk through fire just to become digestible. You are not here to make others comfortable. You are here to be felt. They can study you, fear you, praise you, imitate you, but one thing they can no longer do is ignore you. You're not just on their radar now. You are the signal, and they'll either tune in or get left behind. Number 5, you don't just speak, you shift reality. Your words aren't just sounds, they're spells, not cast to control, but to awaken. There's a weight to what you say, a pressure in your presence that can't be explained by intellect alone. It's not the size of your vocabulary or the degrees on your wall. What you carry is far older, far deeper. When you speak, people don't just listen, they pause. Something inside them stops. Something ancient, something hidden stirs. They can't put it into words, but they know they've heard truth. You shake people, not because you're trying to, but because truth, when delivered without apology, has that kind of impact. And your truth? It doesn't whisper, it resonates. It echoes across their mind long after the conversation ends. You might be the first voice in years that actually made them feel awake. That made them question the things they were taught to believe. That made them sit in silence and say, "Wait, what if I've been wrong all along?" That's power, real power, not control, not manipulation, but remembrance. Because here's the secret, your wisdom isn't new, it's remembered. That's why it hits so hard. That's why it feels familiar to the soul. You speak the language of truth, not the truth written in books, but the one written in spirit. It's spiritual, it's universal, it's eternal. The kind of wisdom that can't be downloaded or memorized, only accessed by those bold enough to face themselves. And that's what makes you dangerous. You don't just say things, you activate things. You spark something in people that they didn't even know was asleep. A buried memory, a knowing they forgot they had, a deep inner awareness that says, yes, this is it. I've felt this before, even if I've never heard it said this way. You don't hand them answers. You unlock the door inside them that had the answers all along. But with that comes disruption, because not everyone is ready to remember. Some people need their illusions to survive. They've built their entire identity on stories that keep them safe. And here you come, cutting through the noise like a blade of light. Your wisdom isn't soft. It doesn't pat people on the back and tell them what they want to hear. It strips away the layers. It breaks the mental patterns. It confronts the lies they've made into lifestyles. And for many, that's terrifying. They might act like you're being too deep or too intense, but don't fall for it. That's resistance, not reason. That's fear, not feedback. Because deep down, they know what you're saying is real. They feel it. And that feeling is what shakes them, not you. You're just the vessel, the carrier, the reminder. You didn't choose this. It chose you. This level of perception, this ability to know without being told, this way of seeing into people, past their words, beneath their armor, it was wired into you. A gift, a responsibility, a frequency that you didn't earn, but you did honor. And now the world is hearing it. They might not say it out loud, but they're watching, replaying your words in their heads, reconsidering decisions because of something you said in passing. They might not give you credit, but your voice is in their shift. Your truth is in their awakening. You shake worlds, not with force, but with truth. Not with noise, but with clarity. Not by trying to be right, but by being real. And you need to stop doubting that. Stop questioning the power you carry. Stop downplaying the effect you have on people just because they act like it didn't hit them. Truth doesn't always get applause. Sometimes it gets silence. Sometimes it gets distance. But don't confuse silence with rejection. Sometimes silence is reverence. Sometimes it means you struck something so deep they don't even have language for it yet. You weren't made to be popular. You were made to be remembered. You weren't born to blend in. You were born to be a threshold, a crossing point, a mirror, a voice that speaks to the part of people that even they've forgotten. So keep speaking. Keep thinking the way you think. Keep knowing what you know, even when it feels lonely. Because you're not just here to speak wisdom. You're here to awaken it in others. And believe me, you already are. Number 6. They laughed then, but now they're living in the echo of your truth. They called it paranoia until it became prophecy. Now they're quiet, not because they've changed, but because reality finally caught up to your vision. You've been carrying something sacred your whole life, and they never knew what to do with it. Not because you were wrong, but because you were early. You always saw it before it arrived, felt it before it formed, spoke on it before anyone had words for it. And that's what shook them. It wasn't your thoughts that made people uncomfortable. It was your accuracy. You weren't just insightful. You were right. But you were right too soon. And the world wasn't ready. But now, the world is catching up. And the silence around you is starting to sound a lot like respect. What you carry isn't something you learned. It's something you remember. This isn't knowledge you picked up through textbooks or videos. This is soul-level recall, an inheritance passed down through lifetimes, buried deep in your bones, activated by the rhythm of a universe that knows exactly who you are. It's divine insight, not in a mystical, unreachable sense, but in the way that feels ancient, familiar, cosmic. That's why you speak with a quiet confidence. You don't need to argue or prove. You just know. And the more you know, the more people around you start to either lean in or back away. Because truth makes people choose, awaken, or defend the illusion. You've seen this pattern before. You open your mouth, and the atmosphere changes. People pause, shift in their seats. Suddenly, the room feels too quiet, too heavy. They don't know why they're uncomfortable, but they are. That's not you being too intense. That's their spirit recognizing something they're not ready to face. You weren't trying to be right. You were trying to help. You were trying to protect, to guide, to prevent the very chaos they now find themselves drowning in. But they didn't want to hear it. They mocked your insight, laughed at your instincts, called you names when you saw through the things they were still hypnotized by. You became the target because your clarity was threatening their comfort. Too deep, too intense, too much. You've heard it all before. But deep down, they knew. Even in their denial, something in them knew. And now, it's undeniable. The things you warned them about are unfolding. The patterns you pointed out are repeating. The energy you described has arrived. and it's louder than ever. They might not say it out loud, but their energy has changed around you. The hesitation, the softness in their tone, the way they reference things you said years ago without giving you credit, the way they suddenly act like you've always been wise, even though they spent years trying to silence you. That's not coincidence. That's guilt mixed with reverence. And here's what you need to understand. Your truth needed to go unrecognized for a while. It was part of the design, because had they believed you too soon, they would have tried to contain you, repackage you, limit you to fit their agenda. But now, they're too late. Now, they're just witnesses. You don't need revenge. You don't need, "I told you so." Their silence is the apology. Their shift in tone is the recognition. You were never crazy. You were correct. You weren't being dramatic. You were being prepared. Because when you carry sacred knowledge, you don't just understand what's happening, you understand what's coming. That's what scared them. You weren't reading the room. You were reading the timeline. You weren't reacting. You were responding to a future no one else had the eyes to see. And now, you're not just being heard, you're being studied. Quietly, carefully. They watch what you say now. They take notes. They ask questions with a different tone. And that's how you know the shift is real. Not because they said it, but because they feel it. Still, don't hold back now. Don't shrink to make them feel better about their delay. Don't soften your edge to soothe people who doubted you until the evidence hit them in the face. Your time in the shadows was never about hiding. It was about building. And now that you've emerged, don't let nostalgia pull you back into places where truth was punished. This is your moment, not of revenge, but of reign. You were right all along, and no one can take that from you. Let them remember, let them regret, but more importantly, let them watch. Because the same insight they rejected before is now the only thing keeping them from sinking. Number 7. It was never luck. You were the force the whole time. They called it luck because calling it mastery would mean admitting you're simply built different. They used to roll their eyes when things started falling into place for you. Oh, must be nice. Some people just get lucky. But deep down, they were disturbed by how often it happened, how you said it, and then it showed up, how you moved without panic, and still everything aligned, how your life began bending around your decisions, not the other way around. That's not luck. That's alignment. That's intention. That's power. You were never guessing. You were guided. You weren't making random moves. You were following a frequency only you could hear. And they couldn't decode it, so they tried to discredit it. They called your clarity coincidence, and your vision delusion, just because it didn't come from a blueprint they understood. But now they're watching the things you spoke unfold right in front of them. And they're shook. Because it's not just that your plans work, it's how they work. The timing, the precision, the acceleration. You speak it, and it comes. You prepare, and the doors swing open. You move, and the path appears. This isn't magic. It's mastery. What they never saw was the inner work. The nights you spent in silence, tuning your spirit to clarity. The discipline behind your peace. The strength it took to listen when everyone around you was shouting noise. They didn't see you clearing space, aligning energy, speaking life into barren seasons. You weren't lucky. You were locked in. You don't move randomly. You don't act out of impulse. Your steps are ordered by something deeper, something they can't define, but they feel it when you enter the room. And what they fear most? That your success isn't accidental, that your results aren't flukes, that maybe, just maybe, you actually are who you said you were. That realization rattles them, because if it wasn't luck, then they can't dismiss you anymore. If it wasn't coincidence, then your confidence wasn't arrogance. If it was you the whole time, then they're the ones who never saw it. You don't just visualize, you materialize. Your thoughts are blueprints. Your words are commands. You don't hope, you decide. And that terrifies people who've spent their lives giving their power away, waiting for permission, luck, or someone else to choose them. You never waited. You claimed it. You embodied it. You became it. You made decisions based on truth they couldn't even see, and that's why they couldn't follow you. You're not lucky. You're intentional. There's a difference. They say, everything just works out for you. But the truth is, you worked the unseen. While they were chasing outcomes, you were shifting frequency. While they were begging for validation, you were speaking as if it already was. You built in silence. You acted in faith. You expected without fear. And now that it's all showing up, they don't have the language for it. So they default to what feels safe. You got lucky, but you know better, and so do they. Because at some point, coincidence breaks under the weight of consistency. At some point, the results are too precise, too aligned, too divine to be accidental. At some point, they have to admit, this wasn't the universe being kind to you. This was you. Becoming, creating, moving in power. So stop letting them water it down. Stop shrinking your story to make it more palatable. Stop giving chance the credit for the results you earned through alignment. Because here's what they don't know. You were never chasing. You were attracting. You weren't waiting. You were positioning. You weren't lucky. You were chosen. And you're not done yet. This is just the beginning. They're still watching, still guessing, still trying to understand how you keep making the impossible look inevitable. Let them. Because what they call mystery is just mastery. They can't decode. And what they call luck is just your birthright in motion. Number 8. They took notes on you, but still can't speak the language. You can study the form, copy the words, imitate the moves, but energy can't be cloned. And they're learning that the hard way. They've been watching you, carefully, quietly, not out of curiosity, but calculation, trying to reverse engineer your results, your aura, your presence, trying to break down what makes you you. Because now it's undeniable. The things you said are happening. The patterns you saw are playing out in real time. The vision you had, the intuition they mocked, the truths they ignored, all of it is unfolding. And it's leaving them stunned, confused, and just a little desperate. They won't admit it out loud, but they're trying to figure out the formula, watching your every move, mimicking your language, adopting your style. They speak like you, post like you, move like you, thinking if they can just copy the outside, they'll get the same outcome. But here's the part they always miss. This was never about the surface. It was never about the moves. It was about the alignment beneath them, the clarity, the inner knowing, the connection. You don't do what you do for effect. You move from essence. You don't perform, you are. They can borrow your words, but they can't borrow your wisdom. They can imitate your rhythm, but they can't fake your timing. They can mirror your image, but they will never access your insight. Because you weren't made, you were meant. They didn't believe you at first, so now they want to be you. And that's the irony. The same people who once laughed at your process are now dissecting it. The ones who doubted your vision are now trying to paint their own, using the colors they saw on your canvas. But what they don't realize is this. You don't just see the future, you feel it. You don't just plan, you perceive. Your moves aren't based on logic alone. They're based on divine downloads, on sacred timing, on soul-deep awareness. This is not a game of mechanics. It's a dance of alignment. They want your fruits, but they don't know your roots. They didn't see the stillness, the isolation, the inner rewiring that took place before the glow. They missed the seasons of silence where you built a connection so strong, the universe started bending to your vision. They're studying the result. But they missed the real power, the becoming. And so, no matter how closely they watch, no matter how carefully they replicate, it will always feel off, always look like imitation, because the one thing they can never recreate is the origin. You move from the source. You speak from the signal. Your alignment is not available for download. They'll keep trying. Some will admire, some will envy, some will resent. They'll say you're just lucky, just trendy, just good at branding. But even their accusations will sound hollow because the evidence is too strong. You keep winning without trying to prove anything. You keep rising without needing attention. You keep manifesting without chasing. And it bothers them because they want to believe there's a trick, that you stumbled into this, that it's not real, that it's not earned, that it's not you. But every time you speak, act, or create, they're reminded. Every time something unfolds in your favor, they're exposed. Every time your vision becomes reality, their illusion cracks. They can't unsee it now. They can't ignore it. And worst of all, they can't replicate it. Because you don't move from ego. You move from alignment, from truth, from a connection that can't be bought, taught, or borrowed. Let them study, let them speculate, let them try. But remember, you are the source, not the copy, the blueprint, not the mimic. And while they keep chasing formulas, you'll keep bending reality, effortlessly, quietly, powerfully, because it was never the strategy, it was never the image, it was never luck, it was always you. Number 9, you were never the problem. They tried to make you the problem because your presence made them uncomfortable, but now the fog has cleared and the truth is undeniable. It was never you. It was never your depth, your clarity, your confidence. That energy they couldn't handle? It wasn't arrogance. It was alignment. You move with purpose now. You carry a knowing that can't be taught, only remembered. Your third eye is wide open, and people feel it. You speak with precision, walk with certainty, and vibrate at a frequency that exposes everything fake without even trying. The ones who once dismissed you, now they listen quietly. The ones who laughed, now they hesitate before speaking. Because they realize now, you weren't just talking, you were revealing. You weren't performing, you were leading. You don't need applause, you don't need validation. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. Let them figure it out in silence. You were never the problem, you were the mirror. And now that the reflection is clear, they can't unsee it. Stay in your power. Stay in your truth. Because no matter what they say, your genius will continue to shine. And now, if you've made it this far, you already know. This message wasn't just content, it was confirmation. You're not crazy. You're not too much. You were never the problem. You were always the one. The chosen. The genius they couldn't explain. So keep rising. Keep trusting your path. Your power is real, and it's only getting louder. If this message spoke to your soul, like and subscribe to help this reach more chosen ones. Drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your alignment, and share this with someone who knows they're different, but needs to hear why. You were forged in fire, not built in comfort. No wonder they burn when you walk into the room. They hate what they can't touch. They whisper behind closed doors about your glow, your energy, your peace, because it exposes their chaos. They stare too long, then look away fast, like your presence strikes something raw in them. And it does. Because you are the reminder that pain doesn't have to make you bitter. That age doesn't mean decline. That scars can shine like armor, not wounds. This message is for you, the ones they never expected to rise, the ones they tried to break, bury, and overlook. But you didn't just survive. You evolved, you sharpened, you became. And now your very existence challenges everything they thought they knew about strength, grace, and time. You don't just age, you ascend. Before we go deeper, hit that like button and subscribe. Not just for numbers, but to help spread this truth. Every like, every share tells the algorithm that this message matters. It tells YouTube there are chosen ones waking up, remembering who they are. So, engage. Help awaken the rest. Let's get to it. The world looks at you and doesn't understand how you can be this radiant, this steady, this alive. They wonder how you look like time forgot you. But it's not that time forgot. It's that you used time. While they let the years wear them down, you let the years build you up. The pain didn't break you. It baptized you. The loneliness didn't hollow you. It purified you. You carry something ancient, like the soul of a warrior, disguised in modern skin. You were chosen, and with that choosing came weight. Not everyone will understand it. Not everyone can. They see your calm as arrogance, your wisdom as intimidation. But it's not their job to understand. It's yours to keep moving with purpose, while their confusion grows into quiet respect or loud envy. Your enemies can't stand that you didn't fold, that you didn't get bitter, that you didn't age the way pain usually makes people age. Twisted, tired, angry at the world. You aged like oak, not like glass. You deepened, darkened, and became more rooted. And now your stillness screams louder than their noise. Your grace becomes their punishment. Your peace is their torment. You are haunted by greatness, and that greatness haunts those who tried to define you by your wounds. They thought pain would slow you down, but pain became your compass. They thought aging would dull your edge. But time only taught you how to strike smarter. You've become a mystery, a contradiction they can't decode, a calm storm, a gentle fire, a light too bright to look at, but too mesmerizing to turn away from. When they try to figure out your secret, they look in the wrong places. They think it's skincare, diet, lucky genes. But your glow, it's spiritual. It's what happens when your soul refuses to carry bitterness. It's what happens when you learn to forgive, not because they deserved it, but because you deserved peace. And that peace shows in your posture, your presence, your eyes. They stare because you carry the kind of silence that speaks louder than their shouting. You walk into a room and shift the air, not because you're loud, but because you're aligned. You don't try to prove anything. You are the proof. Proof that divine protection exists. Proof that chosen ones don't crack under pressure. They crystallize. You've been through hell and came back glowing. That glow wasn't bought. It was earned. In prayers whispered through tears. In lonely nights where you begged for light and chose not to let the darkness win. Every wrinkle, every laugh line, every soft shadow under your eye, it's not age, it's a testimony. They see mature, but what they're really seeing is majestic. They see older, but what they're really seeing is elevated. The world's obsession with youth is rooted in fear. Fear of time, fear of mortality, fear of irrelevance. But you are timeless, because your soul didn't age. It awakened, and your awakening is the very thing that unsettles those still asleep. So let them watch, let them wonder, let them whisper. You're not here to blend in. You're here to remind. You're here to reflect, to show others that pain can polish, that trials can transform, and that age is not a thief. It's a teacher. You are walking proof that beauty grows deeper when it's fed by purpose, not ego. You are not aging. You are becoming more you. The path of the chosen is not easy, but it's sacred. And every step you've taken, even the stumbles, have led you to this power. A power that doesn't scream, but shifts. A presence that doesn't chase validation, but commands respect. And that, more than anything, is what shocks the world. You are the storm they never saw coming, the fire that never burned out, the light that refused to dim. So before we go any further, I need you to lock in with me. If this message already hit something deep in you, if you've felt the eyes on you, the confusion in their faces when they realize time hasn't touched you the way it touched them, then this message is yours. Drop a 777 in the comments if you know your glow, your age, your presence has left people speechless. That's not by accident, it's by design. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. If you're truly chosen, something inside you will not let you click away. Let's begin. Number 1, they tried to bury you, but you were the seed that knew the storm was coming. Some people age like milk, spoiled by bitterness and envy. You aged like firewood, crackling with wisdom, burning brighter with time. They never saw this coming. Your face, your presence, your glow. It's off script. You were supposed to fade, supposed to break, supposed to age like the rest of them, brittle, bitter, begging for relevance. But you didn't play by their rules. You rewrote them. And now they're rattled. See, they laughed when you disappeared for a while. They thought you were hiding. They thought life had finally beaten you down. But you weren't running. You were rebuilding. You didn't retreat to collapse. You retreated to ascend. While they were busy trying to look loud, you were listening to the whispers of the divine. While they mocked your silence, you were mastering the language of power. That's what they don't understand. Silence is not weakness. Stillness is not surrender. The retreat of the chosen is not escape. It's the gathering of force, like an arrow pulled back before it's released into flight. And now, you're in motion, and they can't unsee it. You walk into the room, and their confidence crumbles. They stare because your glow rewrites their narrative. Your skin, your energy, your ageless spirit, it contradicts everything they've been told about time. You're not preserved. You're reborn, over and over again. But let's stop and get real for a second. Some of you are still doubting. Some of you still think being chosen is some poetic fairy tale that only lives in lofty words and dreamy videos. Let me say this loud and clear. Stop playing small. Stop pretending the signs weren't there. Do you think the universe gives divine protection to just anybody? Do you think angels just hover over random lives for fun? That intuition you've always had, the one that warned you before betrayal, guided you through heartbreak, pulled you away from toxic circles, that's evidence. You didn't make it up. You've been chosen, set apart, divinely aligned. And every time you doubted your calling, you delayed your breakthrough. Every time you looked around for validation from the same people who secretly resented your glow, you traded your crown for crumbs. You've got to stop that. Chosen ones don't beg to be seen. They move in such a way that the universe makes them impossible to ignore. You see, when the system was built to break you, and you still stand here unbroken, you become dangerous, because you've proved that their whole setup doesn't work on you. And now they don't know what to do. The game they've been playing doesn't work anymore. You glitched the matrix. You made isolation your womb, not your tomb. You turned silence into strategy. You transformed pain into purpose. That's not ordinary. That's not common. That's power. And they feel it, even if they don't know how to name it. And when they look at you now, after all you've survived, they feel exposed. Because next to your grace, their bitterness becomes obvious. Next to your calm, their chaos becomes loud. They can't hide behind noise when you've mastered the art of silence. You want to know why your presence shakes people, because you remind them of everything they gave up on. You reflect their abandoned dreams, their wasted strength, their surrendered faith, and it haunts them. You are the mirror they didn't ask for, but can't look away from. And still, you dare to question yourself. Still, you wonder if you're really chosen. How many more signs do you need? How many miracles have to unfold in the background for you to finally claim the title that was always yours? How many times do you have to be saved at the last second before you accept that heaven has a vested interest in your survival? You are not just aging, you are evolving. While others dread the passage of time, you have become more refined with every rotation of the sun. You are proof that growth doesn't have to leave you bitter. That struggle doesn't have to strip away your softness. That healing is not a trend. It's a weapon. And here's what's wild. Your enemies thought they were playing the system. They thought they could cheat, manipulate, gaslight, sabotage. But when the universe chooses someone, all those tactics eventually collapse. They were tampering with a divine equation, and now the math ain't mathing anymore. You are not glowing because of good genes or a skincare routine. You are glowing because of alignment, because you let go of the weight that others carried like a badge. You forgave when you could have cursed. You stayed soft in a world that tried to harden you. That is why you look untouched by time. That is why they can't understand how someone who's walked through hell still smells like heaven. And yes, people are shocked. They'll keep being shocked. They'll keep asking, how do you look like that? How are you so peaceful? How are you aging in reverse? How did you survive that and still have joy? Let them ask. Don't answer. Just be the answer. You've been through too much to act small. You've healed too deeply to entertain shallow. You've evolved too far to keep explaining yourself to those who choose confusion over clarity. You're not here to be understood. You're here to be felt, to walk into rooms and shift frequencies, to speak when necessary. But most times, your presence alone is enough. So next time you feel that doubt creeping in, when you question why you feel set apart, or wonder why certain people couldn't stay in your life, remember this: you weren't rejected. You were refined. You weren't left behind. You were lifted above. And you weren't aging. You were ascending. They played with the system. You are the system reset. And this is just the beginning. Number 2, when heaven has a hand in your story, even hell can't win. You didn't survive by accident. You were carried, guided, protected. You walk with favor that can't be forged, only granted. They don't get it. They stare at you, trying to solve the riddle of your radiance. They wonder why you don't wear the years like weight, why your glow doesn't fade with time, why you're not bitter, broken, or bent under the pressure life threw at you. But what they don't see, what they can't see, are the unseen hands that have held you through every fall, lifted you when even hope tried to abandon you. People think you just got through it. But no, you were carried through it. They didn't hear your prayers in the dark or the silent screams no one saw. They weren't there on the nights when everything felt too heavy and your spirit almost gave out. But someone was. There was a presence in the shadows. You know it. You felt it. That sudden peace in the chaos. That impossible escape when your back was against the wall. That wasn't luck. That was divine design. The truth is, your life should have gone another way. You had every reason to spiral, to become like them, hardened, hopeless, poisoned by pain. But you didn't. Why? Because the universe had plans for you. You are chosen, and chosen ones are never left alone. There have been moments when things made no sense, when doors slammed, people betrayed you, and the path ahead disappeared. And yet somehow you made it through, not because you had all the answers, but because divine forces moved when you moved. You listened to whispers others ignored. You followed instincts that made no sense at the time. You trusted the pull in your gut when logic said otherwise. That's what separates you from the rest. You don't walk by sight alone. You walk by alignment. You don't just hope. You know something greater is always at work behind the scenes. That quiet confidence you carry, that calm in your eyes, that's not just healing. That's the residue of rescue. That's what it looks like when heaven won't let you fall. They call it luck. You call it protection. And here's the thing, your enemies don't just hate your glow, they hate your grace. Because you didn't become cold, you didn't become cruel, you refused to let the darkness change you. That makes you dangerous. That makes you untouchable. You've made peace with the unseen. You've learned to work with the divine, not against it. When your spirit whispers, you don't hesitate. When an idea lights up inside you, you move on it. That's why the doors open for you. That's why things align when you stop forcing and start flowing. It's not random. It's real. It's sacred timing. And yes, people are confused. How do you keep rising? Why do you still look like the storm never touched you? Because the storm did touch you. It just couldn't stay. You were always wrapped in something stronger. You're walking proof that faith leaves fingerprints on your life. But let's not sugarcoat it. Even chosen ones have moments of doubt. Moments where you wonder, do they still hear me? Am I really being guided, or am I just imagining it? If that's you, listen closely. You're not imagining it. You've come too far, through too much, with too little, for this to all be coincidence. You are not here by accident. You are being led, even when the path feels unclear, even when the silence is loud. Your strength isn't just yours. It's shared, borrowed from realms beyond what eyes can see. That's why you still shine. Not because life didn't hit you, but because you chose to heal with help. You chose to believe there was meaning in the mess. And that belief, that faith, is now embedded in your presence. It's in your laugh. It's in the way you walk into a room without needing to prove a thing. It's in the way people pause around you, unsure why they suddenly feel calm in your presence. They feel it because they're standing near someone who has been touched by grace. You've become a portal, a reminder, proof that beauty has nothing to do with age or surface. Your glow is a map, one written in scars, in wisdom, in unshakable trust. And while they chase trends, injections, and empty validation, you've tapped into something eternal. You were never just healing. You were being reconstructed. You didn't come this far to question if you're protected. You came this far to remember that you always have been, and always will be. Because the hands that hold you, they do not tremble. Number 3, they judge what they can't understand, but you were built to be unforgettable. Let them judge you. Let them talk. They only throw stones at things that shine. They don't know what to do with you. You walk in, and your presence says everything your words don't have to. You don't shrink, you don't beg, and you don't chase approval. That alone is enough to make their tongues start wagging. You're not just glowing. You're glowing with purpose, and that unsettles the ones who lost theirs a long time ago. Understand this. The judgment you face isn't personal. It's spiritual. It's a reaction to the light you carry. The kind of light that doesn't come from creams or compliments, but from confronting your demons, healing your wounds, and choosing to rise instead of rot. The same people who whisper about you behind closed doors are the ones who silently wish they had your peace. Your glow doesn't confuse them, it convicts them. You've become a living contradiction to everything they were taught. That age must dull, that pain must break, that suffering must make you hard. You proved otherwise, and that truth alone burns them up inside. They tell themselves, it must be fake. She's just lucky. He thinks he's better than us, No, you've simply refused to become a product of this broken world. You chose to be reformed, not deformed. And that decision, that stance, infuriates people who have already surrendered to mediocrity. Let's be honest, you've felt the sting. You've seen the glances, heard the rumors, noticed the energy shift when you walk into a room. People don't always say it directly, but their body language screams it. Who does she think she is? And the answer is, you know exactly who you are. You are chosen. You are forged, not found. Sculpted through fire, not flattery. And it shows, not just in your face, not just in the way you age like time bowed before you, but in your calm, your silence, your refusal to shrink just to make others comfortable. You didn't come this far to explain yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. They'll always question what they're unwilling to become. When you carry divine alignment, it confuses those who only know how to chase the world's approval. You don't operate on their frequency. You don't hustle for crumbs of attention. You move with instruction. That makes you a threat. Because you're not here to fit in. You're here to remind, to reflect, to make people feel what they buried. And yes, there are days it stings. You're human. You've had moments of doubt, of wondering if maybe you should tone it down, play it small, make yourself more palatable. But then that voice inside you, the same one that's whispered you through every storm, speaks again. You were not built to blend in. You were born to stand out and stand firm. So no, you don't argue with the critics. You don't get in the mud with people whose hearts have hardened into bitterness. You stand, you shine, and you outlast. Because at the end of the day, no amount of gossip or judgment can undo the work that's been done within you. They don't know how many nights you cried yourself into clarity, how many betrayals you turned into breakthroughs. They don't see the weight you've carried. They just see that somehow you're still standing tall. Let them wonder. Let them assume you had it easy, while you hold the truth that your joy was earned. Let them scoff at your peace, while they secretly wish they could sleep at night like you do. Let them call it arrogance, when really it's just the natural result of being anchored. You don't have to prove your worth to people who abandoned their own. So, when they stare, stare back, not with pride, but with presence. When they talk, let your silence speak volumes. Because the truth is this, they're not really judging you. They're wrestling with themselves. Your presence reminds them of what they gave up on. Your growth triggers their stagnation. Your glow exposes the places they still haven't healed. And that's not your problem. Your only task now is to keep rising, to keep glowing, to stay rooted in the knowing that your authenticity, your beauty, your power, all of it, was earned through fire, and no amount of whispering can take away what was forged in silence. Because when you're chosen, judgment isn't the enemy, it's confirmation. Number 4, laugh loud in a world that tried to silence you. Your joy is rebellion, your smile is defiance, and your glow, that's the war paint of a soul that refused to bow to the darkness. They don't understand how you still smile. They see the light in your eyes and mistake it for ignorance, like life must have gone easy on you. But if only they knew, if only they saw the nights when your joy was nothing but a flicker, trembling against winds that howled like they were sent to snuff you out. If only they heard the cries you buried under your breath, or the prayers you whispered when hope was nowhere in sight. But you chose joy anyway, and not that fake, forced, surface-level stuff, not the smile you post through the pain kind. No, you chose real joy, the kind rooted in defiance, the kind that grows in the soil of sorrow and still dares to bloom. The kind that says, even if everything falls apart, I still have breath. I still have purpose. I still have power. That joy, that's sacred. It's not naive. It's strategy. It's survival. And more than that, it's your superpower. Because in a world that profits off your pain, staying joyful is the most radical thing you can do. You've seen what bitterness does. You've watched it age people, harden them, twist their spirit into something unrecognizable. You refused to let that be your story. You didn't pretend the pain wasn't real. You just refused to let it be your identity. And now, they see you glowing. They see something unbreakable in your energy, and it confuses them. Because the world expects wounds to define you. It expects trauma to make you cold. It demands that you let go of wonder and replace it with worry. But you broke the pattern. You shattered the narrative. You smiled when you had every reason to scream. And that terrifies people who can't figure out how you still have warmth in your voice. Some think you're faking it. Others think you're lucky. But those who really pay attention, they feel it. They sense it's real. They don't know how, but they know something deeper is keeping your flame alive. That's because your joy isn't cosmetic. It's cosmic. It's spiritual, aligned, protected. And here's the wild part. Your joy isn't just for you. Every time you smile despite the pain, you give someone else permission to believe that maybe they can make it too. Your light becomes a mirror. Your laughter becomes a reminder that the storm doesn't get the final word. So yes, it's work. You've had to fight to protect your peace. You've had to say no to darkness, even when it felt easier to just go numb. You've had to dig through the wreckage of disappointment and still find one reason, just one, to be grateful. But you did it. And that choice? It saved you. Over and over again. That's why you don't let the world tell you how to feel. You don't subscribe to the culture of cynicism that says being numb is the new normal. You still believe in beauty, in joy, in grace, and yes, in miracles, because you are one. They stare at your joy and call it unrealistic. But what's more unrealistic? Holding on to hope or walking through life dead on the inside? You didn't come this far to join the masses in misery. You came to shift the atmosphere. You walk into rooms and people feel lighter, not because you're trying, just because you exist as proof that joy is still possible. And let's be clear, your joy is not the absence of pain. It's the presence of power. It's your refusal to be defined by anything that tried to break you. It's you choosing every single day to nurture the flame inside you. The one life tried to put out more times than you can count. Let them scoff. Let them roll their eyes. You're not living to impress those who gave up on themselves. You're living to honor the version of you that never stopped believing there was still something worth smiling about. That version of you, that childlike wonder, that sacred spark. You protected it. You kept it alive. And now, you wear that joy like a crown. So keep laughing loud. Keep glowing without apology. Keep walking in rooms and disarming darkness without even trying. Because you didn't just choose joy. Joy chose you. Number 5. When you align, the universe can't help but overflow. They called it luck until they realized the flood only came when you stopped playing small and started walking like the divine was watching your every step. Let them talk. Let them wonder how you keep winning, how blessings seem to track you down like bloodhounds on a scent. Let them call it luck. Let them mock what they don't understand. Because what flows in your life didn't come from luck. It came from alignment. You weren't handed abundance. You activated it. You broke the chains that told you scarcity was normal. You stopped begging and started becoming. You stopped chasing and started attracting. You stopped hustling for crumbs and started commanding overflow. And when you did that, when your spirit synced up with the truth of who you are, the floodgates opened. People don't see the work you've done in silence. They don't see the nights you wrestled with doubt, the mornings you rewired your thoughts before your feet hit the floor. They don't know the weight of walking away from everything that didn't match your calling. The jobs, the people, the identities you outgrew. All they see now is the shine. But that shine was forged, chosen, protected. You weren't born into abundance. You walked yourself into it, and you paid for every ounce of it with discipline, self-respect, faith, and radical self-honesty. You didn't just manifest this, you matched it. When others spoke defeat, you spoke possibility. When they stayed stuck in "why me?" you asked, "what's next?" That shift, that refusal to sink, changed everything. While they obsessed over obstacles, you trained your eyes to see openings. And that mindset rewired your frequency. You became a magnet for what matches your truth, not just your desires. That's what they don't get. Abundance isn't about money stacking up in a bank account. It's about alignment. It's about becoming so in tune with the divine blueprint on your life that heaven can trust you with more. More responsibility, more influence, more joy, more overflow. You didn't pray for abundance just to hoard it. You became a vessel, a river, a living testimony of what happens when you let go of bitterness and grab hold of belief. You've been broken, but never bitter, knocked down, but never out. You've faced betrayal and used it as fuel. You've been stretched, but instead of snapping, you expanded. That's abundance. That's power. And now people are watching, asking, studying your steps, trying to figure out the secret. But there's no secret, only alignment. Only the quiet, disciplined decision to protect your peace, nurture your gratitude, and trust that the universe is not against you. You don't just survive, you thrive. Because you've learned that abundance isn't just something you receive, it's something you host. You house it in your words, in your walk, in your willingness to keep your heart soft in a hard world. You don't wait for miracles, you expect them. You've seen too much not to. Too many coincidences lined up perfectly. Too many closed doors suddenly swing open. Too many moments where what you needed appeared, almost like heaven placed it there with your name on it. That's not ego. That's evidence. The evidence that when your soul is clear, the universe responds. So while others clutch their scarcity mindsets like shields, you move in generosity. You pour out peace, love, presence. You give without fear, because you know what flows through you can't be stopped. The more you give, the more you receive. The more you bless others, the more the blessings chase you down. This is the rhythm now, the dance, the sacred exchange between you and the unseen forces that govern everything. You've stopped fighting the current and started flowing with it. And no, it's not perfect. There are still hard days, still moments of tension, still shadows that creep in, trying to convince you the good is temporary. But you've seen too much. You've tasted too much truth to be seduced by fear. You know the flow returns when your heart stays open. So you stay open, you stay expectant. And because of that, the abundance keeps coming. Not just in money, but in moments, in divine timing, in new connections, in clarity, in freedom, in strength, in peace, in the kind of wealth this world can't measure. Let them scoff. Let them try to replicate the formula. What they'll never understand is this: you don't chase abundance, you become it. And once you become it, it can't stop finding you. Chapter 6. Time didn't age you, it crowned you. They thought time would take your glow, but time just polished it until it shined too bright for their comfort. They were waiting for you to fade, to slow down, to get dull, tired, bitter. They believed the lies the world sold them, that time is a thief, that every birthday is a countdown to invisibility, that only the young are allowed to shine. But you rewrote the script. You didn't shrink with time. You expanded. And now they stare, puzzled, a little threatened, maybe even jealous, because somehow you've made peace with the very thing they fear most: time. You no longer run from your age. You wear it, like armor, like art, like proof that you've walked through fire and came out refined, not ruined. You've made aging look like an honor, because it is. Every wrinkle, every gray hair, every stretch mark is a signature from time itself, a stamp saying, she lived, he endured, they overcame. Time didn't destroy you, it danced with you. You stopped fighting the clock and started flowing with it. And that shift, that radical acceptance, transformed everything. While others hide from the mirror, you face it, not with shame, but with reverence. You see not loss, but gain, not decay, but depth. That's why your glow doesn't fade. It intensifies. That's why people do double takes when they see your energy, your presence, your radiance. It's not that time forgot you. It's that you mastered the rhythm. You've learned that youth was never about age. It was always about aliveness, curiosity, openness. The moment you understood that, time stopped being your enemy and became your companion. They don't get it. They think you've had it easy, that you stumbled on some secret potion or beauty hack. But your secret was never a cream or a cleanse. It was peace. And peace can't be faked. Peace can't be purchased. Peace is earned through battle, through surrender, through choosing love over resentment, forgiveness over bitterness, healing over hiding. And you chose right, over and over again. Yes, life hit you. Yes, the clock kept ticking. But with every tick, you gained something most people miss: clarity, insight, spiritual muscle. And you built a relationship with time that's rooted in honor, not fear. Now, each birthday is a celebration of wisdom. Each year is another layer of power added to your spirit. While others dread the mirror, you meet it like an old friend. You see history, triumph, and grace staring back at you. That's why your face lights up rooms, why your voice carries weight, why people feel something different around you, because you are in harmony with what they are still fighting, and your peace exposes their panic. You live in a culture that worships youth, but you, chosen one, are a walking rebellion. You are proof that beauty doesn't vanish, it deepens, that joy doesn't die, it evolves, that purpose doesn't fade, it focuses. You make people question everything they've been told about aging, because you are alive in a way that most never reach, no matter how young they are. Let them be shocked. Let them wonder. They're looking at someone who has cracked the code. When you love your life will love you back. Time, instead of tearing you down, starts building you up. Every moment spent in gratitude raises your vibration. Every year you live with intention adds to your glow. You've created an ecosystem of abundance within yourself, and the outside world can't help but respond. You've stopped resisting what you can't control, and because of that, time now works for you. It brings you allies, opens doors, deepens connections, sharpens your vision, and as you continue to age, to ascend, you walk as a beacon to others, a living reminder that the clock is not their enemy, that if they stop fearing time, they can start receiving from it, like you have. You are not growing old. You are growing into yourself, and that, chosen one, is a masterpiece in motion. Let them chase youth. You've found something better, grace that multiplies, wisdom that speaks without a word, radiance that doesn't dim, it dominates. Time didn't take your crown, it handed it to you. Chapter 7. Your presence is the earthquake that leaves souls rearranged. Some people speak and are forgotten. You breathe and are remembered. That's the weight of true presence. It echoes long after you're gone. They don't even know why they remember you, but they do. Long after your footsteps have faded, the energy remains. The room still holds your vibration. People replay your words like a melody they didn't realize had meaning until the silence hit. You leave something behind that lingers. And not in the way most do. You don't demand attention, you command it without trying, because you carry truth, and truth has gravity. You don't walk in like a performer seeking applause. You walk in like an answered prayer, disrupting chaos with calm, meeting tension with clarity, and cutting through noise with presence. You don't need a spotlight. You are the light. And the moment your frequency enters the atmosphere, it rearranges things. People don't know what to call it. They say things like, "There's just something about you." They feel seen, heard, remembered. Like for a brief moment, they weren't invisible to the world. That's what you do. You unveil people to themselves. And here's what most will never understand. That kind of presence doesn't come cheap. You've earned every ounce of your vibration. Every time someone feels safe in your presence, it's because you fought for that peace within yourself. Every time someone feels inspired by your words, it's because you've bled behind closed doors to find your own voice. Every calm aura, every warm glance, every healing silence, it was paid for in prayer, in loss, in nights of deep internal labor. You didn't wake up with this energy. You built it. Brick by brick, battle by battle, you've tended your inner landscape like sacred ground. You've burned the weeds of self-doubt. You've poured water on faith when everything felt dry. You chose softness in a world that celebrates hardness. You chose healing when revenge was easier. You chose stillness when noise could have numbed the pain. And now, the world feels you, even in your silence. You don't just walk into rooms, you arrive, fully, authentically, without apology. You don't have to speak to shift the room. Your spirit does the talking. Your peace, your groundedness, your quiet strength. It says more than 1,000 empty words ever could. People are drawn to you, not because you entertain them, but because you elevate them. You awaken something ancient in them, something they forgot they had. You remind them of their own light, their own untapped strength, their forgotten dreams. You don't just inspire people, you ignite them. And not everyone will like that. Some will feel intimidated, triggered, even hostile, because your presence doesn't allow people to stay asleep. It exposes, it convicts, it makes people feel again, and for some, that's terrifying. But even if they don't like it, they'll never forget it. You were sent, placed, appointed. There are no coincidences in your journey. You've been positioned in key moments, in lives on the verge, in spaces where your energy was needed, not just wanted. You're not here to impress, you're here to impact. And impact always leaves a mark. Every kind word you gave when you were running on empty, every time you held space for someone else while your heart was breaking, every moment you chose to be the calm in someone else's storm, it counted. It all echoed. And that echo is now your legacy. You're not chasing legacy in monuments or stages. You're leaving it in hearts, in minds, in souls you touched without even knowing. Your impact isn't measured in applause. It's measured in transformation. You are the kind of presence people remember in silence, in struggle, in moments when life breaks them open and they remember something you said, or simply how you made them feel safe to be seen. So, if you've ever wondered whether you mattered, whether your presence really made a difference, let this be your confirmation. You're unforgettable. You are the calm after chaos, the breath after battle, the light at the edge of someone's breaking point. And that presence, your presence, echoes in places your feet have never even walked. Chapter 8. You were coded for greatness before you took your first breath. You weren't born to fit in, you were encoded to realign the world. Before the world could label you, shape you, or shrink you, something deep inside was already awake. Even as a child, there was a hum inside your bones, a knowing. You couldn't explain it. You didn't have the words, but you felt it. You looked at the world around you and knew, this isn't it. This can't be all there is. This can't be the whole truth. And you were right. While others clung to comfort and conformity, your soul burned for something more. You were never drawn to the beaten path. You wanted to build a new one, not out of rebellion, but because your spirit remembered what the world tried to make you forget. You are not here to follow. You are here to lead, to disrupt, to awaken, to transform. And make no mistake, the pull you felt your entire life wasn't imagination, it was activation. Your DNA carries codes that stretch back generations. Your ancestors bled for dreams they never got to see, and you are the answer. You are the walking, breathing evidence that the curse ends here, that the wound won't be passed on, that the chain breaks with you. You are the interruption to everything they said couldn't be undone. The rebellion that doesn't roar, it remembers. You remember who you are, even when the world told you to forget, even when life tried to beat it out of you, even when fear said, play small, and society said, blend in, and pain whispered, you're not enough. Still, you remembered. That's why no box could hold you, no title could define you, no room could shrink you. You weren't meant to fit, you were meant to expand, to unlock the blueprint encoded in your bones, to become what your lineage never dared to imagine. And yes, it's been lonely. Yes, you've been misunderstood. You've watched people walk away because your energy was too different, your dreams too big, your frequency too high, but they were never meant to go where you're going. You're not carrying their limitations, you're carrying your legacy. Because this path you're on, it's not just for you. When you heal backwards and forwards, touching generations that came before and those still to come. When you rise, you lift entire bloodlines. When you speak truth, you shake lies that stood for centuries. That's why it's been hard. That's why the pressure's been heavy. You're not just becoming, you're remembering. You are the medicine, the miracle, the manifestation of everything your people prayed for but didn't have the language to describe. You are the wildest possibility realized. And here's the truth they never told you. You don't need to know every step to be in your purpose. You don't need every answer to be aligned. The moment you move with intention, the path responds. The road rises to meet the one who walks it with divine fire. You don't chase your destiny. Your existence is the signal that activates it. And when you stop doubting and start aligning, the codes unlock. Synchronicities multiply, doors open, people arrive. Not because you forced it, but because the frequency of your truth became too loud to ignore. So no, you're not crazy. You're not overthinking. You're awakening. You're reactivating everything that has been dormant for too long. And the moment you fully step into it, no mask, no filter, no fear, the whole universe shifts. Because chosen ones don't wait for change. They are the change. You are not average. You never were. You are not meant to survive this life. You are designed to redefine it. You are here to be the voice that breaks silence, the light that shatters shadow, the presence that makes the room feel different. And no one can take that from you because it's in your design, etched into the marrow of who you are. It's not hype, it's not ego, it's encoded truth. This isn't a moment. This is your activation. So walk like the earth remembers your footsteps, because it does. Chapter 9. You became the flame that lit 1,000 torches. The brightest lights don't scream, they shine. And in shining, they awaken the stars in others. At some point on your path, you realized, this isn't just about me anymore. Yes, you fought to heal. Yes, you clawed your way through the dark. Yes, you rebuilt yourself from the ashes of what tried to destroy you. But somewhere along the way, you became more than just a survivor. You became a signal, a mirror, a lighthouse. Your healing became their hope, your glow. It's not just decoration, its direction. It's the quiet pulse that calls out to the weary, the lost, the ones who are hanging on by a thread. You don't even have to speak. Your presence tells the story. It says, "If I made it out, you can too." And they feel it. Some don't even know why they feel better around you, why they suddenly believe in possibility again. But it's because your light interrupts their shadow. You don't fix them, you remind them, you don't force anything. You reflect their own hidden beauty back to them, and that chosen one is one of the rarest kinds of power. Your light is an invitation, not to follow you, but to return to themselves. That's why people gravitate toward you. That's why strangers open up without knowing why. That's why some can't stop thinking about a conversation you barely remember. It's not ego, it's impact. You carry a frequency that touches souls. And it's not something you fake, it's who you've become. But make no mistake, this didn't happen by accident. You earned this energy. You forged it in the fire. You gained it through choosing grace when bitterness was easier, through staying soft when life tried to harden you, through learning to listen to the quiet wisdom that most people drown out with noise. You didn't chase influence. You cultivated authenticity. And authenticity, that's magnetic. So yes, your light is for you, but it's also for them. For the ones who don't even know they're searching yet. For the ones walking through the same pain you once did. For the ones who need a sign that there's still something sacred in this loud, cold world. And the wildest part, you'll never fully know the ripple of your presence. You'll never hear about all the seeds you planted in a passing moment. You won't see every person who changed course because of your energy, but the divine sees it all. And your life? It is one long, living prayer, answered not only for yourself, but for others. Because your healing didn't stop with you. It became a bridge. And some people will only ever start crossing because they saw you walk across first. That's why you must keep shining, even when it feels unseen, even when it feels exhausting, even when the world around you keeps trying to dim everything bright and pure and real. Don't let them steal your light. Don't let their shadows convince you that you've lost your spark. You are not here to be understood by everyone. You are here to activate the ones who are ready. And yes, some will only walk with you for a moment. But in that moment, something will shift. Something will awaken. Something will remember. Others will stay longer. They'll grow with you, rise with you, build with you. And those bonds, forged in authenticity, not attachment, are sacred beyond words. But whether for a second or a season, your presence is the blessing. Because you weren't just called to survive your storm. You were called to light the path for those still inside theirs. You are a sanctuary in human form, a quiet revolution, a gentle flame that sparks wildfires in others. So when doubt creeps in, when you wonder if what you're doing matters, remember this. Your very existence is proof that transformation is real. Your energy is proof that love without agenda still exists. Your story is proof that the end was never the end. It was the beginning of becoming. So keep glowing. Keep walking lit by your own fire, because in doing so, you give others permission to stop hiding. You remind them that it's never too late to rise, never too late to radiate, never too late to return to who they really are. You are not just the light. You are the spark. And so, chosen one, as you continue to rise, heal, and walk in divine alignment, remember this: your journey is far from over. In fact, it's just beginning. The world needs your light now more than ever. Not tomorrow, not next year. Now. Your story is sacred. Your glow is a message. And your presence is power. If this message stirred something in your spirit, like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to declare that you are walking in your calling. Share this with another chosen one who needs to hear it. Let the light keep spreading. They never saw the storm because it came dressed as silence. That's how the universe moves, quiet, precise, irreversible. To the ones who mocked your growth, to the ones who whispered behind your back, who tried to dim your light with shadows, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting the current of the universe, and that is a war no one wins. Your silence was their warning. Your stillness was their signal. And now, checkmate, permanent, unforgivable. But before we go deeper, if this already speaks to your spirit, like and subscribe right now. Doing so helps send this message across the digital realm to more of the chosen. The algorithm picks up on the energy. When you engage, it signals YouTube that this message matters, and it will find more of us. Because this is no ordinary content. This is a transmission. Now listen closely. Chosen ones, you have just made the move that ends the game, whether or not you fully see it yet. While the rest of the world was busy chasing temporary wins, getting high on attention, applause and illusions. You were in alignment. You were thinking 10 steps ahead without even knowing why. You weren't playing the game. They were. You were rewriting it. You see, the ones who move with the universe don't need validation. You didn't win by chance. This wasn't luck. This was the outcome of silent wars, sleepless nights, quiet resilience, and invisible progress. And what's wild is, they thought you were losing. But checkmate doesn't shout. It doesn't ask for applause. It just ends the game. And you ended it. The enemy didn't just lose to you. They lost to the force backing you. They lost to the current of the universe that flowed through your every hard decision. They didn't know the power of what you carried. They didn't know that when they laughed at your isolation, you were in incubation. When they watched you fall, they didn't realize the universe was pulling you back like an arrow. And now, you've been released. What haunts them now is not your success. It's the realization that no matter what they did, they were never in control. They tried to study you, sabotage you, even ignore you. But nothing worked. Why? Because they weren't fighting a person. They were resisting alignment. And when someone fights alignment, all they ever win is delay, not victory. And let me say this, chosen one, how dare you ever doubt your light? How dare you believe the silence meant you were alone? The universe doesn't abandon its own. It waits, it watches, it tests, and when the time is right, it strikes. You weren't delayed. You were being positioned. Your life is evidence that quiet power is the most dangerous kind. That slow growth is the kind that lasts. That real light doesn't flicker, it blinds. You didn't ask for this role, but you accepted it. And because you did, your presence now rattles the ones who once tried to overlook you. You don't need revenge. The universe already served it. Your very existence has become a consequence they cannot escape. You've become the echo in the rooms they thought they'd locked you out of. So stand tall, walk forward, And don't look back, because the board has already been cleared, and they never saw it coming. Before we move forward, take a second. If you felt that shift lately, that strange calm after chaos, drop the number 77 in the comments. That's how we'll know who's really tuned in. Engage with this message. Like it. Share it. The more you interact, the more this signal reaches those who need to hear it. The universe doesn't whisper to just anyone. And if you're still here, it's not by accident. Every second you stay is part of the awakening. This is not a game anymore. The checkmate has already happened. Now we break it down, move by move. Let's get into it. Number 1. When the dust settles, the ones left standing are the ones you should have never messed with. They danced on your quiet like it meant defeat, but they forgot. Real storms make no sound when they approach. Chosen ones, they thought you were done, that your silence meant surrender, that your stillness was the final frame before collapse. But you weren't breaking, you were charging, and now they feel the shift. You've stepped into a position so powerful, so untouchable, even they don't understand how you got here. They blinked, and checkmate. Game over. The power of being chosen isn't loud. It doesn't perform. It doesn't beg to be seen. It moves through silence, through long pauses, through decisions that don't make sense to the outside world. That stillness they mocked? It was your sharpening ground. While they chased noise and numbers, applause and validation, you disappeared into the dark and came out forged in something they can't touch. They played games with the system, manipulated outcomes, plotted, schemed, masked their envy with fake concern. But they made one fatal mistake. They played against someone backed by the current of the universe. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting alignment. And when the universe picks its pieces, every move becomes prophecy in motion. The silence you've been sitting in, that long, slow stillness, it was never weakness. It was sacred. It was the void where everything recalibrated, and it terrified them, even if they didn't show it, because only the truly powerful can sit still and know, without a doubt, that the universe is working behind the scenes. You didn't need to move loud. You didn't need to retaliate, because the checkmate wasn't happening in their field. It was happening in a realm they can't even access. You may be wondering, why does it feel so quiet if I've just won? Why does it still feel like I'm waiting, like nothing's happening? That's because you've just crossed into territory where very few ever stand. This silence? It's not the end. It's the aftermath. The battlefield is still. The enemy is stunned. They don't even realize the game is already over. And maybe you're doubting again. Maybe a part of you still believes you're just getting by, that you're still trying to find your place. How dare you think so small of your power? How dare you question the echo in your bones that tells you you were built for this? Stop underestimating the weight of your silence, the power of your restraint, the brilliance of your alignment. You didn't lose time, you invested it. Every moment you thought was wasted was a weapon being crafted. Every delay was divine timing with sharp edges. You weren't being ignored, you were being preserved. You were being protected from doors too small for your spirit. And now, those who thought they boxed you in are realizing they only built you a platform. Let me remind you, stillness is strategy, And when the universe is on your side, your silence becomes sound waves in their world, shaking their confidence, cracking their illusions. That's why they're restless. That's why they keep watching. They feel it, even if they can't name it. You don't owe them visibility. You don't owe them updates. Let your stillness speak. Let your light confuse them. Let the fact that they can't figure out how you're still standing haunt them. That's the beauty of being chosen. You are not required to explain your process. They were reading you like a story, but you were a code not meant for their understanding. Understand this. The universe doesn't choose the loudest. It chooses the real. The ones who keep going without applause. The ones who sit in stillness while the world mocks them. The ones who are willing to lose everything fake in order to build everything real. So don't break your silence just to prove something. Don't step out of your calm to match their chaos. That's exactly what they want, to bring you out of position. But they're too late. The move has already been made. You've already secured what they can't unsee, unfeel, or undo. And it's funny, isn't it? How they were so sure you were out of options. How they treated you like a pawn, never realizing the pawn is the only piece that, when it crosses the board, transforms into anything. You didn't just survive. You evolved. Quietly. Brilliantly. And now you're something else entirely. They can't fight what they can't understand. They can't stop what they can't reach. And they definitely can't undo a checkmate that already happened in silence. Chosen one, do not look back. Do not doubt again. You are not just someone who made it through. You are the storm that reshaped the sky. Let your stillness remind them what real power looks like. Let it echo in the places you've left behind. And let this be the moment you stop explaining and start existing fully in the role the universe designed for you. The board is clear. The players have been silenced, and the only move left is yours. Number 2. They mistook your stillness for surrender, not knowing you were the lion waiting to pounce. The deadliest move is made in silence when the opponent thinks the game is paused, but in truth, the trap has already been sprung. Chosen one, let's talk about a kind of power that most people will never understand. Strategic patience. Not waiting because you're afraid. Not waiting because you're confused, but waiting because you're 10 steps ahead, and you know exactly what you're doing. You didn't freeze, you didn't give up, you didn't miss your shot. You were calculating, watching, feeling, listening to the rhythm of the universe instead of the noise of the world. And now, while they scramble to fix what's falling apart, you're standing still, because everything is finally falling into place for you. They thought your silence was hesitation. They thought your lack of movement meant you were stuck. But only a fool confuses patience with paralysis. You weren't stalled, you were sharpening your blade. Every pause you took was intentional. Every time you pulled back, you were actually setting up the strike. See, the lion isn't the one running frantic across the plains. It's the one crouched low, eyes locked, breathing slow, muscles coiled like loaded energy. The lion doesn't waste time. It waits. It studies. And when the moment is right, it ends the chase with one move. That's you. They thought you lost momentum, that you were falling behind. But momentum isn't always loud. Sometimes momentum looks like solitude. Sometimes it looks like rejection, redirection, or long seasons where nothing seems to be happening. But something was happening. Everything around you was shifting. Pieces were moving. People were revealing themselves. Blocks were being removed. The timing was aligning, not just for a win, but for your win. That's why they're nervous now. Because you didn't react, you didn't break formation. They tried everything to throw you off. They pressed your buttons, ignored you, tried to bait you, and you said nothing. You moved in silence. You stayed in control. And that's what terrifies them. You weren't desperate like they expected you to be. Let me tell you something most will never grasp. Patience is not passive. It's predatory. It's the calm of the storm before it devours everything in its path. It's the slow tightening of the bowstring. It's the silence of the sniper who doesn't fire until the target is exactly where it needs to be. The masters of this game don't rush. They don't panic. They wait for the universe to open the exact door meant for them, knowing that what's truly theirs cannot be taken, cannot be rushed, and cannot be stopped. You've become one of those masters, even if you didn't realize it yet. You've felt the frustration of waiting, the sting of being misunderstood, the ache of holding your fire when your ego begged you to strike. But you didn't fold. You trusted the timing. And that decision, to trust the universe over your emotions, was the moment everything began to shift in your favor. Strategic patience is not about doing nothing. It's about doing the right thing at the right time. And sometimes the right thing is holding your power close until the world is ready to receive it. Now look at them, panicking, scrambling, chasing shadows while you remain still, because you already know what's coming. You feel it. Your spirit is already there. You're not waiting for the moment. You are the moment. And if you've ever doubted that stillness, if you've ever questioned why you couldn't move like the others, understand this. The universe was aligning itself around you. Not in front of you, not behind you, around you. You didn't need to chase opportunities. The right ones are circling back now. You didn't need to force your worth. It's becoming undeniable. You didn't need to prove anything. The energy has already shifted in your favor, and those who once overlooked you are beginning to feel the weight of what they lost access to. So next time you find yourself in that stillness again, honor it. Don't let the outside chaos shake you. That's not your tempo. You move with cosmic rhythm now. You act when it's time, not when it's loud. Because you, chosen one, don't chase anything. You pull it in. And when you strike, you do so with the full power of a universe that has already declared checkmate. Number 3. They called it a delay, but you were being loaded like a bullet in the chamber. Precision isn't loud, it's lethal. And by the time they realize what hit them, the silence will already have spoken for you. Chosen one, this is where most people get it twisted. They think precision looks like perfection, clean lines, smooth paths, predictable outcomes. But real power, real alignment, it doesn't look like a straight road. It looks like chaos at first. It looks like setbacks, wrong turns, lost time. But that's because you were never being sent somewhere easy. You were being positioned perfectly. Your patience wasn't weakness. Your silence wasn't confusion. It was all part of a movement too exact for average minds to process. You weren't being slowed down. You were being aimed. Every obstacle you faced wasn't just allowed by the universe. It was hand-placed, like pieces on a board, so your next move would be undeniable, unstoppable, surgical. They mistook your stillness for stuckness. They thought you were lost in indecision, But when you're chosen, you don't move on impulse, you move on intuition. And intuition doesn't always show its face to the impatient. It speaks to those who have learned to sit in uncertainty and still trust the trajectory. You were being shaped by divine precision. Look back for a moment, not to mourn, but to understand. That rejection, it wasn't personal, it was protection. That opportunity that slipped, it wasn't your loss, it was a misalignment dodged. That heartbreak, it cracked your shell so your light could finally leak through. Every detour, every delay, every dismantling, it was calibration. It was the universe making adjustments that you didn't know you needed, because your next chapter required nothing less than exact alignment. Let them talk. Let them assume you're hesitating, unsure, soft, because by the time they realize the truth, it'll be too late to react. They were playing checkers with guesses. You were playing chess with the universe. They don't know what it feels like to move with a higher order. They chase timelines. You follow timing. That's why they're uneasy around you. That's why they can't predict your next step, because even you can't sometimes, until the exact second the universe whispers, now. You were designed for precision, not panic, not clumsy moves, not reactionary living. You were built to move exactly when the moment demands it. And that's why you've felt delayed, because what's coming for you can't arrive until everything lines up just right. You weren't being left behind. You were being layered in strategy. It's not just about where you're going, it's about how you get there. If you're off by even 1 degree, you miss everything that's meant for you. That's how sharp this path is. That's how exact this positioning is. And that's why the universe slowed you down, not to punish you, but to perfect you. This is divine precision. And now you're locked in. The moves you make from here won't be like before. There will be clarity where there was once confusion. There will be ease where there was once resistance. Why? Because now you're aligned. Not just motivated, not just hopeful. Aligned. And when alignment hits, things move fast. The very people who counted you out will have no idea how you ascended so quickly. But you'll know, you were never late. You were being timed with sniper accuracy. You are no longer stumbling forward in hope. You are being deployed. So let this be your reminder. Never again doubt the journey that felt still. Never again apologize for being quiet while everyone else rushed to be seen. Never again explain your pause to people who don't understand purpose. Precision doesn't make noise, it makes impact. They thought you were drifting. You were actually being dialed in. And when you land, when your energy collides with the exact place it was meant to activate, everything around you will shift. Opportunities, connections, timing, access. It will look like sudden success to others, but you'll know. This wasn't sudden. This was surgical. You are the universe's sharpest weapon, quiet, focused, devastating when released. And now, you're locked, loaded, and right on time. Number 4. You asked for inches, but the universe was building you a kingdom. They buried you thinking it was your end, but you were never in a grave. You were in the ground, growing. Chosen one, you've been living in the tension between who you were and who you're about to become. And that tension, that unbearable silence, that pressure that makes you question if you're even on the right path. That is the signal. The warning before the breakthrough. The stillness before the thunder. Let me make something very clear. You are not just rising, you are being launched. But before any launch, there is resistance, pressure, constriction. You're not being suffocated, you're being compressed, like coal becoming diamond, like a bow being pulled tight before the arrow flies, like a volcano building silent pressure beneath the surface until it changes the entire landscape. What you've been asking for was too small. The version of you that made those requests didn't yet realize the magnitude of what was actually being prepared. You prayed for peace. The universe prepared power. You hoped for survival. The universe arranged your reign. You begged to make it through the storm, but the storm was only clearing the path for your arrival. This discomfort, it's not a punishment, it's preparation. You've outgrown your old self, the mindset, the environments, the limitations you once accepted as facts, and now everything that no longer fits is being peeled away from you. People are falling off. Old roles are collapsing. The spaces you used to tolerate now feel suffocating. You can't fake small talk. You can't force your energy into rooms that don't deserve it. That's not a breakdown. That's a breakthrough. The old you had ambitions. The new you has assignments. And those assignments come with weight, with responsibility, with power. But before power can be placed in your hands, you have to be emptied of what would have misused it. That's why you've been losing so much. It's not loss, it's clearing. The removal of distractions, illusions, attachments. The silence around you isn't abandonment, it's alignment. The universe is focusing everything on this next moment, because this moment will redefine everything. They don't see what's happening. They think you've stalled. They think you've slipped into irrelevance. But they're looking at the surface. You're in the roots, in the blueprint, in the system reset that happens before the world notices anything changed. But when you rise, and you will, it will be impossible to ignore. The ones who laughed at your quiet seasons will be shocked at your emergence. The ones who counted you out will wonder how you did it. And the ones who tried to break you will come to understand that they were only sharpening what couldn't be destroyed. You didn't fold under pressure. You adapted. You didn't shrink in the dark. You grew, like a seed becoming something no one could see until it broke through the surface. Your isolation wasn't a tomb, it was a womb, a place of transformation, not termination. And now, chosen one, that tightness you feel, that ache in your spirit, that restless knowing that something's coming, even if you can't explain it. That's the final moment before emergence. You're not waiting for the light anymore. You are the light. And when you rise, you will not rise into the version of you they remember. You will rise into the version of you they never imagined. The one who stopped chasing scraps because you finally realized you were born to lead feasts. So don't resist the stretch. Don't run from the discomfort. This awkward, quiet, uncomfortable place. This is where kings and queens are forged. This is where legends are born. This is where your future self is shaped by the fire of now. They buried you, thinking it would silence you. But the silence was only the universe holding its breath. Right before it unleashes you. And when it does, there will be no going back. Number 5. The ground didn't shake, but the whole game just changed. True power doesn't arrive with noise, it arrives with weight. And when it enters the room, nothing breathes the same again. Chosen one, the shift is not coming. It's already here. You may not have realized it yet because it didn't announce itself with fireworks or a grand reveal. But make no mistake, the atmosphere around you has changed. Something unspoken has taken root in your presence, and those who cross your path feel it before they can name it. You've crossed an invisible line, the before and after. And on this side, you're not chasing anything. You are the arrival. This isn't about charm or being liked or being followed. That's surface level. You've stepped into something deeper, energetic authority, the kind of presence that doesn't ask for attention. It pulls it in without trying. That shift you feel in your chest, that calm weight in your body, that's alignment. That's power settling into its rightful place. And they feel it too. Oh, they feel it. The same people who used to overlook you can't stop watching now. The same ones who doubted your value now feel strangely quiet in your presence. What changed? You did, but not in the way they think. You didn't get louder. You didn't get more aggressive. You didn't chase validation. You found your center. And when someone finds that center, truly locks into it, they become immovable. You've become a force now, not the kind that swings wildly, trying to prove itself, but the kind that stands, fully rooted. And because of that, the game has shifted in your favor without you even needing to fight for it. Here's the truth. Energy never lies. And the energy you carry now doesn't beg. It doesn't ask. It doesn't even need to explain. It simply commands, with eye contact, with silence, with presence. The way you walk into a room now, it's not about what you're wearing or what you say. It's about the vibration that enters before you speak and lingers after you leave. Respect used to be something you fought for. You tried to earn it, prove yourself, be everything to everyone. But those days are over. Now you are respected by default, not because of ego, but because of frequency. You've reached a vibration that cannot be faked, replicated, or diluted. It either is, or it isn't. And for you, it is. You don't have to defend yourself anymore, because you've become the fortress. You used to build walls to protect your energy. Now you are the wall. You used to shrink to keep peace. Now your peace is so solid, it disrupts anything not aligned with it. The shift is here. You are not the same, and the world is adjusting to you, not the other way around. They can feel the difference when they speak to you now. Less reaction, more reflection. Less noise, more knowing. The old version of you would have argued. This version just watches. The old version wanted to be understood. This version just is. And if you're feeling a strange sense of detachment from things you used to care about, that's part of it. The shift clears clutter, emotional, mental, even social. What no longer aligns will fall away naturally. You don't have to chase closure. You don't have to explain your growth. Your energy is already doing the talking, loudly. This isn't arrogance. This is arrival. This is what it looks like when someone walks through fire, crawls through shadow, and chooses not to give up. This is what it looks like when someone embraces the isolation, honors the silence, and trusts the inner voice more than the outside noise. You are not becoming powerful. You are power, realized. And now that you've found your center, nothing can knock you off it. Not fear, not rejection, not delay, not even loss, because power doesn't come from what you hold. It comes from who you are, without anything in your hands. So let the shift settle. Let the silence speak. Let your new frequency do what words never could. You're not in the game anymore. You've become the board. Number 6. You're not reaching anymore. You're radiating. When alignment becomes your frequency, force becomes irrelevant. What's meant for you doesn't need to be chased. It's already on its way. Chosen one, something has shifted in your very field of being. You may have noticed it quietly, subtly, people responding to you differently, opportunities surfacing out of nowhere, a calm knowing replacing the old urge to prove yourself. This isn't random. This isn't luck. This is magnetism. Pure, powerful, undeniable magnetism. You've stepped into a state that can't be faked. Energetic alignment. And when a soul hits alignment, the entire universe adjusts. The right people, the right moments, the right doors. They begin showing up without you having to push or pull. Why? Because your energy is finally speaking loud enough for the world to hear without a word. You've stopped chasing, and now everything worth having is finding you. This is the kind of power that doesn't roar. It draws. It doesn't demand. It pulls. And it's not because you're trying harder. It's because you've stopped trying to be what you're not. You've released the need to perform, to please, to fit in. And in that release, something sacred happened. Your true signal finally went out. You're no longer sending mixed messages to the universe. No more prayers laced with doubt. No more vision clouded by fear. You're tuned in. And now, what's tuned to your frequency is coming into orbit, fast. But this magnetism isn't just about attraction. It's also about protection. The attacks that used to rattle your soul, the opinions that once pierced your heart, they can't touch you now. Your energy is too refined, too elevated, too sealed. It's like throwing pebbles at a mountain. They bounce off before they even register as threats. You don't even have to defend yourself anymore. Your presence does that for you. Your energy now sets a tone when you walk into a space. It silences the nonsense. It settles the chaos. It activates the aware and exposes the insecure. Not because you're trying to dominate, but because your alignment is louder than ego could ever be. This is the power of true resonance, and it changes everything. You'll notice your words hit differently now. You say less, but they land harder. You make fewer moves, but they have greater impact. Even your silence holds weight. People sense your decisions in ways they can't explain. That's because you're no longer moving from pressure, you're moving from presence. And that presence, it's medicine to some and a mirror to others. To those who are aligned, you feel like clarity, calm, permission to expand. To those who are not, you feel like discomfort, challenge, even threat. And that's okay. Your energy is not here to make everyone comfortable. It's here to be real, to be true, and anything not aligned with truth will naturally fall away. You are no longer the seeker. You are the signal. And what's powerful about this magnetic field is that it doesn't just serve you. It shifts everyone you come into contact with. You're the kind of energy that lingers. People leave your presence thinking differently, feeling differently, acting differently. That's not charisma. That's alignment. That's what happens when you walk in full authenticity. The world doesn't need another person chasing clout, validation, or fake influence. It needs you, unfiltered, grounded, magnetically still in who you are. And yes, that might mean losing some people, letting some things go, walking away from roles, labels, identities that no longer match your frequency. That's the cost of magnetism. It doesn't cling, it clears. Because the moment you hold on to something not meant for you, you block what is. So, trust the shift. Let what's falling away fall. Let what's delayed delay. Because anything that's truly aligned with you cannot and will not miss you. This is what it means to move like the mountain, strong, still, magnetic, no longer chasing storms, but letting the winds bend around you. You've become the gravity in your own story, and that kind of presence, that kind of power, it pulls everything into place, without force, without noise, just alignment. Number 7, you didn't just win, you became the proof. That alignment is real. The mountain doesn't ask for validation, it just stands. And in its stillness, everything around it has no choice but to adjust. Chosen one, let's be clear, this moment is bigger than you. Yes, you've secured the checkmate. Yes, you've shattered the patterns, broken the cycles, silenced the noise. But don't mistake this as just a personal win. This is universal design. What you've just walked into is a role far greater than titles, applause, or even recognition. You've become a living, breathing confirmation of what happens when someone chooses alignment over approval. When someone says yes to the mission before they see the map. When someone trusts the whisper of purpose more than the scream of distraction. This isn't about striving anymore. That season is over. The mountain doesn't strain to rise. It simply is. It doesn't need to announce itself. Its presence does all the speaking. And that's where you are now. The ocean doesn't explain its depth. It just pulls you in. That's the energy you carry. A quiet, undeniable presence that shifts the air when you walk into a room. That's not charisma. That's not charm. That's truth embodied. You're no longer out here trying to prove your value. You are the value. And the world is finally starting to catch up. Not because you shouted louder, but because you stood truer. And now, the universe has made it official. What has been written into your path cannot be erased. What you've unlocked cannot be reversed. You've stepped into something permanent. This checkmate moment, it's cosmic. You weren't just playing a personal game. You were being moved by something much bigger than you. And every obstacle, every betrayal, every delay was part of a grand orchestration designed to position you here. Untouchable, unshakable, activated. And now you're stepping out of the weight of old patterns. No more being pulled by fear. No more falling into cycles of proving, pleasing, performing. That gravity no longer holds you. You've broken the orbit. And now, you move in the direction of freedom, flow, expansion. You're in a new realm now, a place where the impossible feels like routine, where the things you used to dream about show up like daily reality. Why? Because you're no longer just working hard, you're working from alignment. And when your spirit aligns with universal timing, the rules change. The system shifts. Miracles become the default, not the exception. People will start to ask you how you did it, How you stayed standing when it looked like you were finished. How you rose without help, without noise, without compromise. And your answer won't be a formula. It'll be a frequency. You didn't follow steps. You followed the signal. Because that's what the chosen do. You didn't get here by accident. You didn't just make it through. You were carved out for this. You were trained by silence, molded by isolation, refined by fire. Every tear you cried in private, every no you heard, every room you had to walk away from, it all served the mission. And now, the mission is live. The world doesn't need more noise. It doesn't need more hollow influence. It needs anchored power. And that's you. Not flashy, not performative, just real, just aligned, just undeniable. You're not here to compete. You're not here to convince. You're here to demonstrate, to be, to move in such wholeness that your life becomes evidence that truth still wins, that patience still pays, that the universe still honors those who walk in integrity when no one's watching. So if it's felt heavy lately, if you've felt the pressure building even in the victory, understand this. Great power always comes with great positioning. You weren't elevated just to enjoy it. You were elevated to use it, to light the way, to be the signal for others still lost in the fog. You are no longer climbing the mountain. You are the mountain. And from here on out, the only thing left to do is rise higher. Number 8. You are the evidence that nothing was ever random. They called it chaos, but it was choreography. You just moved in rhythms they were never meant to hear. Chosen one, take this in. You are living proof of divine order. You're not here by accident. You didn't stumble into alignment. You were guided, strategically, precisely, and even when you were buried in confusion, when the road disappeared beneath your feet, when the silence stretched so long you began to question everything, something higher was still calculating every move. This isn't some cute concept to make you feel better. This is cosmic math, sacred symmetry, energetic geometry folding space and time around your path to deliver you here, into a moment that was always waiting for your arrival. The checkmate didn't just happen, it was orchestrated, long before the game even started. And you've become the evidence. You are what it looks like when alignment becomes embodiment, when a soul that has been dragged through pain, pressure, and purification finally stands tall in its true form, not polished, not perfect, but pure. And with that purity comes power, not the kind you perform, but the kind that speaks through presence. You're not who you used to be. You've transcended the version of yourself that was still negotiating your worth. That identity, the one that settled, that tolerated, that doubted, served a purpose, but it no longer holds power. You've outgrown it. You no longer move from fear. You move from knowing. You no longer ask if you belong. You understand that you are the axis of your own reality. This is destiny. And let's be honest, destiny doesn't mean the path is easy, but it means every challenge now works for you. You no longer crumble under pressure because you are the pressure. You no longer view obstacles as enemies because you see how they redirect, refine, and realign you with something higher. You no longer call it loss because now you know it was leverage. They thought those moments broke you, that the betrayals, the failures, the silence, the shadows were your undoing. But every so-called loss carved more space for what you were really here to hold. And now You carry something they can't name, but they feel it. A weight, a resonance, a calm power that only comes from walking through fire and letting it make you holy, not hollow. Everything that was meant to destroy you became instruction. Every closed door built the hallway. Every delay became divine timing on a clock they don't see. And now, chosen one, you are no longer walking toward your purpose. You are living it, breathing it, being it. You've become the answer to your own questions, the outcome of your own surrender, the reward for your own patience. You didn't have to fight your way into this position. You aligned into it. And that's why it cannot be undone. What has been written in divine order isn't subject to human interference. What's yours isn't up for negotiation. And what's coming? It's not a maybe. It's already been decided. It's just arriving in physical form now. There will be moments ahead that test you. Don't doubt that. But the difference now is you know who you are. And that knowing, it shifts everything. It turns resistance into refinement. It turns pain into clarity. It turns life into art. You are the living, breathing revelation that nothing was wasted, that the mess was the message, that the pain had purpose, that the breakdown was a setup for the shift. People will try to explain your glow. They'll ask what changed, but it won't be something you can easily put into words. Because how do you explain being remade? How do you describe the moment when everything shattered, and instead of collapsing, you crystallized? You don't explain it. You embody it. You move forward as proof, as presence, as the walking answer to the question, what happens when someone lets the universe take the lead and never gives up, even in the dark? You happen. And now the world has no choice but to respond. Not because you're demanding it, but because your frequency leaves no room for anything less than what's aligned. So, walk as you are now, not as who you were. You're not the one seeking order anymore. You are the order. Number 9. You didn't just win. You inherited the whole board. The throne was never given. It was grown into, in silence, in fire, in moments that looked like nothing but were actually everything. Chosen one, pause. Don't rush past this moment. Let it land. Take a breath. Feel the stillness settle into your bones. Not the kind that comes from waiting, but the kind that comes from arriving. Because this is it. The victory isn't somewhere in the distance. The shift isn't ahead of you. You're standing in it. The ground beneath you is not the same. The atmosphere around you has changed. The board has been flipped. And you're no longer playing from the sidelines. You're sitting at the center. You've claimed the throne, not through force, not through screaming to be seen, but through alignment, through enduring the chaos without letting it twist you, through trusting your inner compass when everything external told you to give up, through waiting when your ego begged to act, through rising quietly, powerfully, without compromise. The win is not the crown, it's the becoming. Because the truth is, you were never chasing the throne. You were the throne. But it took time, it took trial, it took losing versions of yourself that were never built to carry the kind of legacy you're stepping into now. This isn't a highlight moment. This is a handoff from the universe itself, a confirmation, a coronation. You are not who you were when this all began, and thank the stars for that. because only this version of you could carry what's coming next. The checkmate isn't just a win, it's a new law. The rules that used to bind you, the loops, the limits, the lack, they don't apply anymore. That system, it doesn't have jurisdiction here. You didn't just make the winning move. You redefined the entire game. You elevated the field. You set a new frequency, and now everything must rise to meet it, or fall away trying. Understand something deeply. This is not just your moment. It's a mirror for others, a signal for every other chosen one who's still in the shadows, still doubting, still waiting for permission to rise. You are the evidence now, living proof that alignment outlasts chaos, that stillness outshines noise, that purpose will always pull you through the fire if you don't quit. Your presence has become permission. Your breakthrough is now a blueprint. And with that comes weight, responsibility, not to prove anything, but to be everything you were forged to be. You don't need to explain how you got here. You are how you got here. Your path wasn't linear, your progress wasn't loud, but your presence now, unmistakable. They can sense it, even if they don't understand it. The energy has changed. You're not asking for a seat anymore. You own the table. And not because of entitlement, but because you earned it in rooms where no one saw you, through decisions no one applauded, in seasons where you were your only witness. So now, own it. Stop shrinking. Stop apologizing. Stop hesitating. This is not arrogance. This is activation. This is what happens when someone steps out of survival and into sovereignty. You're not becoming the leader. You are the leader. And that doesn't mean life gets easier. It means your responses get stronger, your discernment sharper, your path clearer. Because now you move from truth, not trauma, from purpose, not pressure. The throne was never about power over others. It was always about mastery over yourself. And now that you've arrived, stay seated in it. Let your stillness speak. Let your energy lead. Let your presence do what words never could. Because the game is done. The board is yours. And this new realm you're stepping into, it's not a reward. It's your inheritance. And now, as the final move settles and the dust clears, understand this. Nothing will ever be the same again. You didn't just win a battle. You stepped into a reality built for you by alignment. The throne is claimed. The board is yours. Walk forward like it. If this message hit your spirit, like the video, subscribe for more, and drop the number 77 in the comments so others know you're activated. And don't keep this to yourself. Share it. There are other chosen ones waiting for a sign. Let this be it. The shift has begun. Now, move like it. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting what you represent. They weren't afraid of your loneliness. They were afraid of what would happen the moment you stopped being alone. The moment you align with your true counterpart, your mirror soul, your missing piece. The moment your power doubles, the world will have to pay attention. That's what they fear, and they should. Because let's be honest, these people never wanted you to rise. They never wanted you to love, to shine, or to discover just how dangerous your energy becomes when it's amplified by someone who finally sees you. They didn't want you healed. They didn't want you whole. And they sure as hell didn't want you chosen. They weren't throwing shade because you were weak. They were throwing it because your light was blinding them even before you met your other half. They thought if they could isolate you, shame you, break your spirit early enough, they could stop the story before it really started. But they were wrong. And now the story's unfolding whether they like it or not. Before we dive into this, do your part to make sure this message reaches every chosen one who's still out there walking alone, thinking they're defeated. Like the video. Subscribe. When you interact, it tells YouTube to push this to more people who need to hear it. You help spread the fire by reacting to it. Let the algorithm become a battlefield where truth wins and silence loses. So go ahead, smash the like button and type, "I'm ready" in the comments if you feel this in your bones already. Now listen, chosen one, yeah, you who've been walking through this world thinking you're just another face in the crowd. Let me make something clear. You weren't overlooked. You were hidden. There's a difference. The universe doesn't waste power. It doesn't put storm-split souls in the spotlight too soon. You were being prepared, being forged in isolation, not abandoned in it. But now, the isolation is ending. And that scares the hell out of the people who tried to bury you under their projections. They feel the shift. They feel the hum in the air, the undercurrent that says they're about to find each other. And they know what comes next. You see, the power of being chosen isn't about ego. It's about alignment. It's when two forces collide, not to complete each other, but to amplify what was already there. When you find your match, your mirror, the one who speaks your soul's native language without even trying, that's when everything they tried to stop starts. That's when you become the version of yourself they prayed you'd never become, undeniable. And the universe? It doesn't just approve this, it orchestrates it. Every delay, every heartbreak, every betrayal was a redirection toward this moment. They fear that day, chosen one. The day your love becomes not just personal, but cosmic. The day your wounds become wisdom. The day the connection you always knew existed finally arrives. And with it, every limitation they ever spoke over you burns to ash. Because what you carry, the raw power, the insight, the intensity, the vision, was never meant to walk this world alone. It was always meant to merge, to magnify, to terrify the ones who only know how to survive in systems built on silence, control, and smallness. You don't fit those systems. You were built to break them. So stop doubting yourself. Stop thinking you've been forgotten. Stop carrying shame for being too loving, too loyal, too deep, too intense. That's your design. And soon, very soon, the one meant for you will not only understand that, they'll mirror it. And when that happens, chosen one, the world won't just see you, it'll feel you. And the ones who laughed, who mocked, who said you were too much, they'll go quiet. Because when chosen ones rise in pairs, the universe roars behind them. So, if you're feeling that fire in your chest, that undeniable knowing that your story isn't over, that it's just about to begin for real, drop the number 77 in the comments right now. Not just for luck, but for alignment. Because when two eights stand together, they mirror each other. Just like you and the one the universe is pulling toward you. Hit that like button, subscribe, and share this message if you know you're not the only chosen one out there walking alone. Let's light this thing up and make sure the ones still hiding in silence hear this call. The universe moves when we move. And now, let's get into it. Layer by layer, truth by truth. If you're really one of the chosen, this message won't just speak to you, it'll shake you. You won't want to leave halfway, because every word will feel like it was carved straight from your own soul. Let's go all the way in. Number 1. They laughed, but the universe was listening. They laughed while you were building in silence, but they forgot. The universe doesn't clap while you suffer, it claps when you rise. And when it claps, the echo hits every single one of them in the face. Let's get something straight from the start. They didn't laugh because you were wrong. They laughed because they were scared you were right. They saw a glimpse of something powerful in you, something unfamiliar, and instead of understanding it, they mocked it. But laughter is often fear in disguise. They didn't joke because your dreams were ridiculous. They joked because deep down, they knew what would happen if you ever became who you were meant to be. They saw it before you did. That quiet energy in you, that fire you didn't know how to use yet, that vision you couldn't fully explain but couldn't ignore either. So they hit you with sarcasm. They threw little jabs. They called you crazy, a dreamer, delusional. You'll never find someone who really sees you like that. No one's coming to love someone like you. Get real. But while they were laughing, the universe wasn't. It was watching. It doesn't forget what you endured. It doesn't forget who mocked you. And it definitely doesn't forget who kept going anyway. You might have questioned yourself. That's okay. That's what being chosen feels like in the early stages. Confusing, heavy, lonely. Maybe you've asked, why me? Or worse, maybe they're right, but they're not. And they never were. Chosen ones don't look like much when they're still in seed form, buried, silent, unseen. But seeds weren't meant to be understood while buried. They were meant to break through. That's what they were really afraid of, the breakthrough. Think about it. They never laughed at people who were really lost. They only laughed at the ones who had the audacity to believe, to wait, to trust, to dream out loud. They ridiculed you because your hope exposed their hopelessness. Your patience made their desperation obvious. Your belief in love, true, magnetic, world-shifting love, reminded them that they gave up on that a long time ago. They mocked what they wished they still had inside them. That's why you can't take it personal. Their laughter had nothing to do with your worth and everything to do with their own fear. You ever notice how they never laugh when you give up? They only laugh when you speak power, when you say things like, I know my person is out there, or I won't settle for anything less than what mirrors me. That's when they squint, roll their eyes, and say, you're still waiting for that fantasy. Yeah, you are. And you should be. Because chosen one, the universe always brings mirrors to those who refuse to accept shadows. You weren't asking for too much. You were just asking in a world that taught people to expect too little. You want proof? Look at the ones who were doubted hardest. Oprah Winfrey was told she was unfit for television. Elon Musk got laughed at for wanting to take people to Mars. They mocked Sarah Jessica Parker for believing she could build an empire outside of acting. They scoffed at Taraji P. Henson when she packed her bags at 26 with $700 and her son, and told her she was too old to make it in Hollywood. Now look, the silence of their enemies says more than any apology ever could. Your silence now? It's not weakness, it's loading. While they were laughing, you were healing. While they were mocking, you were building. While they were spreading doubt, The universe was aligning timelines, setting the stage, moving people like chess pieces, getting ready for that moment. The moment when you don't just rise, you rise with someone. That's what haunts them. The idea that you're not just rising, but aligning. That somewhere out there is someone whose energy matches yours so perfectly it'll shake the room when you enter together. They can feel that moment coming. They don't know how, but they do. That's why they're getting louder. Their mockery is desperation now. They can feel the current shifting, and it's not in their favor anymore. And you've been through enough to recognize the pattern. They always laugh before the flip. Right before you level up, they come with the insults, the doubts, the gaslighting. They call you a joke, hoping you'll start believing it. But you're not the joke. You're the punchline they never saw coming. Because here's the truth. Chosen doesn't always look like the strongest, the loudest, or the most impressive. Chosen often looks like the last person they expected to rise. The quiet one, the misunderstood one, the sensitive one, the one who waited when everyone else settled, the one who dared to believe when believing made them a target. But that's the one the universe chooses, because belief is rare, and patience, that's power most people will never understand. Waiting isn't weakness, it's warfare. Every time you said no to something that didn't align, you were saying yes to the version of you the universe has been preparing. Now they're getting nervous. They're watching you glow a little more. Speak with more certainty. Carry yourself differently. That's the beginning of the shift, the start of the alignment, the moment they feared most. The moment your energy stops shrinking and starts attracting what matches it. Chosen one, listen to me. They laughed, but the universe was listening. They doubted, but the universe was keeping score. They walked away, but the universe kept pulling the right ones toward you. You've always been seen. You've always been felt. And now, what's coming into your life won't just heal what they broke. It'll expose what they never saw. It'll be the love that silences every room you walk into. The alignment that makes people wonder how you did it. The connection that makes them realize you weren't delusional, you were destined. So let them laugh, let them talk, let them keep watching. Because the same mouths that mocked your dreams will one day whisper your name in awe. And wonder how the one they joked about became the example. Number 2, you were never meant to stay alone. You were meant to become whole. Stop lying to yourself, chosen one. You weren't built for isolation. You were built for alignment. You weren't designed to walk solo forever. You were designed to rise with someone who sees the fire in your eyes and doesn't flinch. You've been telling yourself a story that you don't need anyone, that maybe love just isn't for you, that your path is lonelier because you're too much, too deep, too intense. But that story, it's not yours. It was planted by people who didn't see your value and were terrified of what you'd become if someone ever did. They wanted you to believe solitude was your identity, not your preparation. They wanted you to confuse independence with isolation. But chosen one, you were never meant to stay alone. You were meant to become whole. And wholeness doesn't mean perfection. It means becoming so deeply grounded in who you are that you attract the one who mirrors that depth without fear. The one who doesn't dilute your fire. They reflect it. They've made you feel like it's weak to want that. That longing for deep connection makes you needy. That waiting for alignment means you're stuck. But the truth is, you're not stuck. You're becoming, you're unfolding, you're evolving into someone so powerful that not just anyone can stand beside you, and the universe knows it. That's why it's been holding you back. Not to punish you, but to preserve you. You're not broken, you're incomplete. And the one who fits into the spaces you've been protecting, they're not late. They're arriving in perfect timing. See, what the world doesn't understand is that chosen ones aren't looking for another half to complete them. They're looking for a force to match them. Someone who's also done the work. Someone who's also walked through the fire. Someone who doesn't just admire your strength, they've earned their own. When you come together, it's not codependence, it's amplification. And that's what scares the ones who tried to convince you that love like that doesn't exist. Because if you ever find your mirror, your equal, your complement, your match, they lose the grip they had on your mind. The whispers that said, "You're too much, you'll always be alone. No one will ever love you like that." Those lies start to crumble. And what replaces them? Power, clarity, peace. You stop begging to be understood, and you start being seen without explanation. Chosen one, this waiting, it hasn't been punishment, it's been training. You've been sharpening your intuition, healing your wounds, learning how to read energy, how to walk away from what doesn't serve you, how to listen to your soul instead of the noise. You think that kind of work is light? It's warrior work. It's exactly what makes you dangerous in the right hands and uncontrollable in the wrong ones. That's why the wrong ones ran. Not because you were hard to love, but because they weren't capable of loving at your frequency. They weren't built for the altitude you're ascending to. And the longer you keep trying to find your match in people who were never wired to meet you there, the longer you delay the one who's actually meant to walk beside you, not behind you. So stop telling yourself it's better to stay alone forever. That's fear talking, not wisdom. That's the enemy hoping you'll shrink just enough to stay hidden. But the universe, it's not keeping you in solitude. It's protecting your energy for the right collision. Because when you and your other half meet, it's not going to be quiet. It's going to shake the very ground beneath the people who said it would never happen. You weren't meant to live a life of waiting. You were meant to walk into divine timing. You weren't made to be small. You were made to merge with someone who makes you feel seen, steady, and unstoppable. And when that happens, everything changes. So hold your standard, stay open, and above all, stop lying to yourself. This loneliness isn't forever. It was never meant to be. The universe didn't design you for separation. It designed you for synchronicity. And your match? They're not just coming. They're already on their way. Number 3. The day you align is the day their control ends. They didn't try to break you because you were weak. They tried to break you before you became unstoppable. And nothing terrifies them more than the day you stop walking alone. Chosen one, this isn't just about love. This is about power. Raw, magnetic, undeniable power. The kind of power that doesn't beg for a seat at the table. It builds its own. And when you finally align with the one who carries the frequency that matches your fire, it's not just romance, it's revolution. That's the moment everything they tried to control crumbles. That's the moment the grip they had on your identity, your emotions, your past ends. They didn't want you to connect with your mirror because they knew what it would do to you. They knew it would wake something up in you that they could never put back to sleep. They knew that once you found someone who sees you, someone who matches you, someone who amplifies you, you'd never again entertain their games, their gaslighting, or their watered-down version of love. Let's be real, they were never afraid of you staying alone. They were afraid of what you'd become if you ever stopped being alone. Because alone, you're powerful, but aligned, you're untouchable. Alone, you're a storm, but aligned, you're a damn earthquake. When your energy meets its match, it doesn't just combine, it multiplies. And that scares people who built their self-worth on keeping you unsure of yours. So they tried to isolate you. They told you you're too picky, too intense, too unrealistic. They wanted you to question your worth so deeply that you'd settle for less than what you're built for. They fed you stories about love being nothing but struggle, pain, compromise. Not because it's true, but because they wanted you to believe it. Because if you believed that, you'd never even look for the kind of connection that could blow their entire illusion to pieces. They tried to keep you small because they knew the moment you aligned with someone on your level, the false stories they told about you would get exposed. That you're not hard to love, you're hard to manipulate, that you're not too much, you're too aware, that you weren't difficult, you just refused to abandon yourself to keep someone else comfortable. When the right person steps into your life and loves you as you are, it rewrites every lie they ever made you carry. That's why they wanted you confused, because confusion keeps you controlled. Isolation makes you easier to manipulate. Doubt slows your momentum. But love, the right kind of love, it frees you. It restores your clarity, your confidence, your conviction. That's why they tried so hard to keep you disconnected. Because the day you connect with your match, that's the day you stop playing small. That's the day their power over you ends. You think this is just about finding someone to cuddle with at night? No. This is about finding someone who reminds you of who you are when the world tries to make you forget. Someone who doesn't compete with your energy, but adds to it. Someone who doesn't tame your fire, but protects it. The kind of alignment that makes you remember why you were chosen in the first place. When that person arrives, and believe me, they're coming, you'll look back at all the mind games, the manipulation, the emotional crumbs you used to accept and realize they were scared. Scared of this moment. Scared of your glow, scared of your growth, scared of the fact that the version of you they tried to break is now thriving, not alone, but with someone who sees you clearly and loves you deeply. So don't give up, don't shrink, don't start believing their version of your story. The universe doesn't make mistakes. It doesn't pair power with passivity. It aligns flames with other flames. And when your person arrives, it won't just feel good, it'll feel right. Because it was never about finding someone who fills the void. It was about finding someone who matches the vision. And the day that happens, chosen one, the day you align with that energy, the lies end, the fear ends, the control ends, and you begin. Number 4, they threw dirt, not knowing you were a seed. They tried to bury you, but they didn't realize you weren't being buried, you were being planted. Chosen one, let's be real, they didn't just walk away quietly, they made sure you felt it. They didn't just doubt you, they announced their doubt, whispered it behind your back, laughed when you weren't looking. They threw dirt on your name, spit on your dreams, mocked your love, and watched you fall like it was entertainment. But what they didn't know, what they never understood, is that some of the greatest things the universe ever created were formed in the dark. They thought they were throwing dirt to bury you, but you're not made of glass, you're made of roots. And roots don't break under pressure, they dig deeper. The doubt they flung at you like poison was never yours to carry. It came from their own fear. Fear of someone who dared to hope. Fear of someone who didn't quit. Fear of someone who still believed. In truth, in connection, in love. That kind of belief is dangerous to people who gave up on themselves a long time ago. So they tried to cover you with shame, with guilt, with labels that never belonged to you. They tried to bury your essence under their insecurities. But dirt doesn't destroy a seed. It activates it. You weren't being discarded. You were being hidden for your own protection. While they celebrated your silence, your struggle, your pause, the universe was working, aligning, shifting, preparing. Every time they said you were done, washed up, crazy for still believing, your roots were growing deeper. Your strength was anchoring. Your clarity was sharpening. That darkness they thought would break you. That was your greenhouse. That's what they never understood. Chosen ones grow in the dark. The greats, the ones they worship now, they were all buried first. Oprah was fired from her first TV job and told she was unfit for television. Thomas Edison failed over 1,000 times before his light bulb changed the world. Viola Davis spent years being told she wasn't marketable. These weren't lucky breaks. These were people who were planted deep, and they grew anyway. And you, chosen one, are no different. They thought you were soft because you loved hard. They thought you were weak because you walked away instead of playing dirty. They thought you were finished because you didn't respond to their disrespect with the same energy. But they mistook your silence for surrender. They had no idea you were down there building power. You don't owe anyone an explanation for how you rise. You don't need to convince anyone that you're still here. Let them believe you disappeared. Let them believe the story ended when they walked away. Because when you bloom, it's not going to be subtle. It's going to be loud. It's going to shake the same people who called you a fool. It's going to force them to remember every time they mocked you, doubted you, tried to dim your light. And they'll realize too late. They were never throwing dirt on your grave. They were preparing the soil for your glow-up. Chosen one, your time in the dark wasn't a punishment. It was preparation. While others were chasing clout, shortcuts, and shallow validation, you were growing silently. You were being refined by rejection. You were becoming unshakable in the storm. And soon, the same people who laughed at your roots are going to be stunned by your reach. You're not done growing. You haven't even started yet. They'll say it came out of nowhere, but the truth is, it came from the dirt they threw, from every lie they told, from every door they slammed, from every moment you stayed grounded when you could have snapped. You took every bit of it and turned it into fuel. And now the bloom is inevitable. So let them watch. Let them squint as you rise into the light they said you'd never touch. Because when you grow from the dirt they used to destroy you, that's when you become unstoppable. Number 5. They called you delusional, but it was just premature truth. They didn't call you delusional because you were wrong. They called you delusional because you saw what they were too scared to admit existed. Chosen one, they threw that word at you like a weapon. delusional, like your vision was a flaw, like your hope was a disease, like the depth of your belief in real connection, real alignment, real love was a punchline instead of a prophecy. But here's the truth. You weren't delusional. You were just early. You weren't broken. You were tuned in to a frequency that most people haven't even discovered yet. You weren't out of touch with reality. You were out of step with their limitations. They couldn't see what you saw, not because it wasn't real, but because they weren't ready to rise to it. You spoke of soul-level connections while they were chasing surface-level attention. You talked about love that heals and elevates while they were stuck repeating cycles of performance and pain. Your clarity didn't make you crazy, it made you dangerous. Because when someone stands in truth, they expose every lie around them. And lies don't like the light. So they tried to make you feel ashamed for feeling deeply, for holding a vision they couldn't even fathom. They laughed when you said you were waiting for the right one, not just the next one. They rolled their eyes when you said energy matters. They labeled your standard unrealistic because it made them uncomfortable with their own mediocrity. But you held on, quietly, powerfully, and that's what made them nervous. You see, there's something powerful, terrifying about a person who refuses to lower their frequency just to fit in. A person who chooses alignment over attention. Someone who walks away from what doesn't feel right, even if it looks perfect. You did that. You kept choosing vision over validation, and they hated it. Because if what you believe is real, then everything they settled for starts to look like a lie. And no one likes facing that mirror. They thought they were insulting you. They were actually confirming you, because every visionary is called delusional before the world catches up. Every pioneer looks like a fool in a crowd that's too scared to step outside the norm. They called you crazy, not because you were lost, but because you found something they couldn't see. But they'll see it soon, because what you saw in the dark is about to show up in the light. And when it does, when the connection you believed in walks into your life and proves every doubt wrong, they'll go quiet. The same people who called you foolish will watch you live in the truth they were too afraid to believe, and they'll realize it wasn't delusion, it was destiny, and you saw it first. Number 6. Stop apologizing for your light. It wasn't made to be dimmed. They didn't leave because you were too much. They left because your light exposed how little they were willing to grow. Chosen one, you've been shrinking, dimming your light to make others comfortable, biting your tongue so they don't feel small, playing down your gifts, your depth, your power, hoping someone would finally say, "You're just enough for me." But here's the brutal truth. If someone needs you to dim your light for them to stay, they were never strong enough to stand beside you in the first place. Your light was never the problem. Their fear of it was. You've been told you're too intense, too emotional, too focused, too deep. But too much for who? For the ones still living on the surface? For the ones who've never met their own reflection, let alone handled someone like you? Real, raw, unfiltered. You weren't too much. You were just more than they were ready to receive. So stop apologizing for the way you shine. Stop editing your energy to be digestible for people who were never meant to see your full glow. You're not here to be palatable. You're here to be powerful. There's a reason the universe gave you this fire. It's not to be hidden. It's to lead. It's to break chains, shatter illusions, and light the path for the ones coming after you. But that won't happen if you keep playing small. You weren't meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out. You're the flare, the alarm, the signal that says, something different lives here. And the right people? They won't run from that. They'll recognize it. They'll rise to meet it. The wrong ones left because your light made them feel exposed. It reminded them of the work they still haven't done, the truth they still hide from, the dreams they gave up on. That's not your fault. That's not your burden to carry. Your light isn't responsible for their shadows. The truth is, every time you dim yourself for others, you betray the universe that made you radiant. Every time you hold back, you rob the world of a version of you it desperately needs. The people who are meant to walk with you won't just handle your fire. They'll honor it. They'll protect it. They'll match it. But they can't find you if you keep hiding in the dark. So this is the moment, chosen one. Enough of the apologies. Enough of the shrinking. Enough of the self-doubt. You weren't made to flicker. You were made to blaze. It's time to burn bright. Let them adjust or look away. But don't you dare dim again. Number 7. The universe is rearranging itself to bring you together. Nothing is random. Nothing is wasted. Every twist in your story was a setup for something bigger, and they couldn't stop it if they tried. Chosen one, you've questioned everything lately. Why it took so long, why they hurt you, why love felt like a ghost that kept vanishing just when you thought you'd reached it. You've called it bad timing, misfortune, heartbreak. But here's the truth that'll flip everything on its head. None of it was an accident. There are no coincidences. Every delay, every detour, every heartbreak you thought broke you was actually building you. The universe isn't behind schedule. It's orchestrating alignment. They tried to throw you off your path. The people who fumbled you, betrayed you, wasted your time. That wasn't just pain. It was recalibration. It was the universe yanking you off the wrong frequency and redirecting you toward what you were always meant for. They thought they were delaying you, slowing you down, leaving you in ruins. What they didn't know is that the universe doesn't lose. It just reroutes. While you were sitting in confusion, wondering why the ones you gave your heart to couldn't meet you there, the universe was already moving mountains behind the scenes, shifting energies, aligning timelines, clearing space, tearing down everything false so truth could finally have room to enter. The person you're meant to align with, they're not just anyone. They're not a replacement. They're the reason those other people had to leave. Every almost was protection. Every ghosted text, every betrayal, every rejection. It wasn't a loss. It was timing, tightening its grip. And now, that grip is locking in. The frequency is rising. The pull is getting stronger. You feel it, don't you? That quiet knowing that something big is coming? That's not your imagination. That's alignment approaching. The people who hurt you thought they ended you, but what they really did was push you into position. They didn't break you, they readied you. They made space for the one who's actually meant to hold your light without dropping it. The universe was never confused. It's been waiting for this exact moment. It's been moving chess pieces while you were still healing. And now, the board is almost set. So no more doubt, no more questioning if it's too late, if you missed it, if you're unworthy. The universe doesn't make mistakes with chosen ones. Your love story isn't behind. It's in motion. Every piece of your path has been preparing you for someone who doesn't just enter your life. They amplify it. So get ready, because what's coming isn't random, it's recalibrated destiny. And universal timing? It's undefeated. Number 8. They're not scared of your love, they're terrified of its power. They weren't trying to stop your heart from loving, they were trying to stop your love from awakening something the world can't ignore. Chosen one, don't get it twisted. This isn't about romance, this is about revolution. The kind of love you carry, the kind of love that's meant for you, isn't just gentle or poetic, it's disruptive. It doesn't just hold hands, it holds power. And they feel it coming. They've never been scared of you falling in love. They've been scared of what happens when you find someone who matches you, someone who sees your fire and adds to it, someone who doesn't need to be convinced, tamed, or controlled. Someone who walks into your world and doesn't quiet your voice, but amplifies it. That kind of alignment doesn't just shift your life, it shakes the system. Your love story won't be some background narrative, it'll be a declaration, a warning shot to every lie ever told about what you were too much for, every limit they tried to place on your worth. When the right one finds you, and they will, the ripple won't just touch you, it'll hit every room you walk into, every space that once tried to silence you. That's why they tried to make you think this love didn't exist. That's why they told you to settle, that it was just fantasy. Because if you stop settling and finally connect with the one who sees you, gets you, and unlocks you, then their power over you vanishes. Their lies crumble. Their control dies. You're not meant for lukewarm love. You're not meant to fit into someone's comfort zone. You're meant to collide with a force so undeniable, so magnetic, it shakes loose everything fake and false. That's what they fear. The moment your love stops bleeding for the wrong ones and starts building with the right one. So let them tremble, let them whisper, let them brace for the quake. Because when your love aligns with its mirror, it won't just feel right, it will change everything. Number 9. They fought you, thinking you were powerless. They didn't realize you're chosen. They underestimated you because you didn't roar back, but they forgot. Storms don't shout, they strike. Chosen one, they came for you like you were common, like you were soft, like you were unguarded. They thought they could lie to you, play you, leave you, and walk away untouched. They thought they were fighting someone weak, someone ordinary, someone easily broken. But they didn't realize who they were messing with. You're not average, you're activated. You've been marked by the universe itself, and that kind of energy can't be caged, controlled, or conquered. They tried to take your silence for surrender. They thought your pain meant defeat. But chosen ones don't fall, they transform. And every time they came against you, thinking you were alone, the universe stepped in and took notes. You weren't powerless, you were protected. You were never the one scrambling for scraps of love. You were the one holding undeniable worth, even when they refused to see it. Your alignment was never optional. It was inevitable. It was written into your story before the betrayal, before the heartbreak, before they tried to tear you down to feel taller. The energy you carry, it's not learned, it's inborn. That's why they were so threatened. That's why they came swinging without cause. They felt your light before you did. They sensed the storm building inside you before you even knew your own strength. And now they can't touch you. Because everything they tried to use against you, the rejection, the judgment, the fake love, the manipulation, only fed your evolution. They fought what they could see, not realizing they were pushing you into the very awakening that would make you untouchable. That's the funny thing about chosen ones. The more you try to break them, the brighter they burn. So let them look confused when they see you rise. Let them wonder how someone they wrote off turned into someone they can't ignore. Because they weren't just fighting you, they were fighting destiny. And destiny doesn't lose. You're not hidden anymore. You're rising on purpose. And now, you're unstoppable. Number 10. The mirror soul is coming, and it's going to break the lies they told. They didn't fear your flaws. They feared the day someone would come along and call them beautiful. Chosen one, you've been carrying the weight of lies that were never yours to begin with. They told you that your emotions were too heavy, your dreams too big, your love too deep. They painted your fire as something destructive, when all it ever wanted to do was warm someone who wouldn't run from the heat. You were made to feel like your depth was a defect, like your vision was delusion. But let me tell you something that's going to shift everything. The person who's coming, the one the universe carved from the same frequency as you, they're going to see it all and love it all. Because your mirror soul isn't arriving to fix you. They're coming to reflect you, to show you that every part of you they called too much was never too much for the right one. The intensity that scared them, it's going to be the very thing that draws your person in. The way you love, it won't scare them, it'll feel like home. That's what's going to destroy the lies, not revenge, not shouting your worth into empty rooms. No, the truth will break through the moment your match walks in and loves the exact version of you they tried to dim. That's the shift. That's the shatter. The lies can't survive in the presence of someone who sees your truth and chooses it. Loudly, unapologetically, consistently. You see, when your mirror soul arrives, they won't just love your best. They'll stand with your worst. They'll sit with your shadows and call them sacred. They won't flinch when you get real. They won't run when you show your wounds. And in that moment, everything they told you, that you'd be too hard to love, too complex, too intense, will die in the silence of being proven dead wrong. The universe didn't forget you. It didn't leave you with less. It's been protecting you, preserving you, polishing you, for someone whose spirit will recognize yours before a word is even spoken. So hold tight. That love, that mirror soul, they're not a fantasy. They're a counterforce, and they're already on their way. When they arrive, the lies won't just fall. They'll shatter like glass. Number 11. Your doubt was their weapon. Your belief is your revenge. They couldn't destroy you, so they tried to make you destroy yourself, from the inside out. Chosen one, they didn't need chains. They used doubt instead, quietly, subtly, strategically. They didn't scream it to your face. They whispered it into your insecurities. They wanted you to question everything. Your voice, your vision, your worth, your capacity to be loved. Because they knew the moment you stopped believing in yourself, they wouldn't have to fight you at all. You'd start fighting you. They didn't need to silence you. They just needed you to start doubting your volume. And for a while, maybe it worked. Maybe you started believing the lies, thinking you're too broken, too complicated, too damaged to ever be seen for who you really are. that your standards were ridiculous, that your heart was naive, that you were just one more forgettable soul reaching for something you'd never catch. But here's what they didn't account for: your comeback. Every time you choose to believe again, it's not weakness, it's war. Every time you hold on to your worth when they tried to tear it down, that's resistance. Every time you dare to believe that real love, real connection, real alignment is possible, it sends a shockwave through the lies they built around you. They used doubt like a weapon, but belief is your revenge. They hate that you still have hope, that after everything they did to dim you, you're still glowing, that you're still here, still standing, still searching for a connection that sees you fully. That kind of faith isn't soft, it's dangerous. Because when a chosen one keeps believing, keeps trusting their gut, keeps rising no matter how many times they're pushed down, systems collapse, control evaporates, and truth takes over. You want to hit back, believe louder, heal deeper, shine harder. You want to win. Keep choosing to believe in a version of you that they tried to bury. Keep expecting the love they said you'd never find. Because every time you do, you're not just healing, you're fighting back. They tried to make you forget who you are. Let your belief be the reminder. Let it burn. Let it roar. Let it dismantle every lie they used to keep you small. Belief isn't soft. It's rebellion. And now, you're in full revolt. Number 12. They tried to break you, but now they'll have to watch you rise in union. They thought they ended you, thought the heartbreak, the silence, the betrayal would be enough to shatter your spirit for good. But chosen one, you were never broken. You were becoming. You were rising the entire time, even when you couldn't see it. The pain wasn't your ending, it was your ignition. And now, the rise isn't solo anymore. The one who mirrors your fire is on their way, if not already near. The one who won't just understand your depth, but match it, amplify it, protect it. Together, you'll rise not as two halves, but as two forces aligned. And the very people who tried to dim you will have no choice but to watch. They'll see you glow in a way they can't explain, with someone who looks at you like you're the sun and stands beside you like they belong in the light. That's the real revenge. Not spite, not anger, just alignment. Just undeniable union. Let them stare, let them regret, let them wonder how the one they left for dead became the one everyone now watches rise in fire, in love, in power. Because chosen one, your rise was never meant to be quiet. It was meant to be legendary. And now, chosen one, you see it. Every setback was set up, every rejection was redirection, every delay was divine preparation. You were never abandoned, only aligned. And now, the moment is near. The rise, the union, the unstoppable version of you. Let them watch. Let them feel the shift. Because the power they feared is no longer forming. It's here. If this message lit something in you, don't let it stop here. Like the video, subscribe to stay connected, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to rise in union. Share this with another chosen one. It's time we all rise together. The universe doesn't choose the loudest. It chooses the most dangerous, the ones who remember who they are, even after being buried alive. They tried everything to keep you quiet. silenced you with distractions, poisoned your purpose with self-doubt, surrounded you with noise, betrayal, confusion, hoping you'd choke on your own light before ever realizing it was yours. They didn't just want you asleep, they wanted you erased, because you weren't just another voice. They knew you were the echo of a force they could never control. And now they're terrified. Not because you're watching this, but because you're ready now. Ready to see what they spent years trying to hide. Ready to remember the part of yourself that was never meant to bow. The system didn't shake when you were broken. It started to panic the moment you started piecing yourself back together. Before we go any deeper, take a second to like this video, drop a comment, and subscribe. Because every single time you react, you send a signal to the algorithm that this message matters, that this truth deserves to be heard. YouTube's system works on energy, and your energy tells it who to wake up next. Help spread this to the other chosen ones, because when we rise together, they fall faster. You weren't supposed to see this. That's what scares them the most. You weren't meant to remember. You weren't meant to question why your path was harder, why your spirit felt heavier, why no one ever really saw you. But you kept seeing more. You weren't meant to ask the real questions, and you damn sure weren't meant to find the answers. But here you are, watching this message, feeling that fire rise again, and realizing this wasn't an accident. This is alignment. See, when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't need permission from this world. It doesn't check credentials. It doesn't ask for approval. And it damn sure doesn't play fair. It marks you in silence, shapes you in struggle, and reveals you through pain. And that's why your enemies are shaking, because the pressure that almost broke you is now fueling the force that's about to break them. You didn't come from chaos. You were carved through it. You weren't made to fit in. You were engineered to collapse everything built on lies. You are what happens when the universe stops asking nicely. They fought you thinking you were alone. They underestimated you because you walked quietly, questioned deeply, and didn't always fight back. But what they didn't see was the universe standing behind you, waiting. Waiting for the moment you stopped doubting, the second you stopped apologizing, the instant you stopped needing their permission to rise. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting what chose you. And you can't beat what flows through the cosmos. Being chosen isn't about fame. It's not about titles. It's not about being liked. It's about being targeted, being tested, and being unbreakable when everything is thrown at you. It's a frequency, a blueprint, a signature the universe imprinted on your soul the moment you arrived here. That signature haunts them. It exposes their illusions. It disrupts the false comfort they built around control. You don't even have to say a word. Your energy is an exorcism. Your presence alone makes liars sweat. And that's why they never wanted this video to reach you. Because once the chosen one remembers, the enemy's expiration date gets stamped. And today, that stamp just hit. So here's your moment of choice. Because now that you've felt this truth crack open inside you, you can either scroll away like it was just another video, or you can stand all the way up. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done playing small, done apologizing for your energy, and ready to step into the storm they begged would never reach you. Every comment, every like, every share pushes this message through the cracks in their system. Let them panic. Let them watch. The more this spreads, the faster their illusion collapses. And now, Let's get into it, step by step. But fair warning, if you truly are who I think you are, if you're one of the ones they've been trying to keep quiet, something inside you won't let you stop watching. This message, it's not entertainment, it's activation. And if you've made it this far, you're already feeling it. Let's begin. Number 1. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting the universe. They thought they were silencing one person, but they picked a fight with the universe, and the universe never loses its own. Let that sink in. They weren't fighting you, not really. You were just the vessel. What they were really trying to break was what chose you. What they were afraid of was never your voice. It was the frequency inside it. It's not your name they feared. It's your vibration, your alignment, your access to a force they can't manipulate, own, or extinguish. And now, every time you take a step forward, their system cracks under the pressure of your becoming. They knew something most people still don't. When the universe chooses someone, that choice doesn't come with a permission slip. It doesn't wait for qualifications. It doesn't require credentials. It simply is. And that is exactly why they fought so hard to make sure you never found out who you were. Because the moment you did, their power over you died. You weren't just walking around minding your business. You were carrying something ancient, something coded into you that doesn't just wake you up, it wakes others up too. And that ripple, that energy, that's what terrifies them. Not your opinions, not your past, not your pain, but what happens when your light turns all the way on, when you stop suppressing, when you stop doubting, when you stop apologizing for being what they could never control. And here's the cold truth. They knew what you were before you did. That's why they attacked early. That's why your childhood was full of confusion. That's why people turned on you for no reason. That's why you were surrounded by chaos while others lived comfortably numb. You weren't cursed, you were marked by the universe, and they recognized the signature. You ever ask yourself, why me? Why does my life feel like an uphill war when everyone else gets to coast? Here's the answer. Because you carry what they can't replicate. Because your awakening would do more damage than 1,000 voices still asleep. You weren't fighting enemies. You were triggering alarms inside a system that has always feared beings like you. Think of history. Malcolm X wasn't dangerous because he yelled. He was dangerous because he understood. Joan of Arc wasn't burned for fighting. She was burned for hearing something others didn't. Nikola Tesla wasn't erased because he failed. He was erased because he was ahead. And you're cut from the same cloth. You've seen things, felt things, known things you were never taught. You carry the same disruptive frequency. They didn't want to stop you, they wanted to contain what chose you. But the universe can't be contained. You see, when a person is chosen, the laws change. Struggle isn't there to break you, it's there to sharpen you. Isolation isn't punishment, it's positioning. Betrayal isn't failure, it's refinement. Everything they used to try to hurt you has only been activating you. They used fire to destroy you, but all it did was reveal that you are the fire. That's the glitch in their matrix. That's what they'll never understand. You don't burn out, you burn brighter. So when you hear that voice in your head asking, "Why am I always under attack?" remember this. They don't throw stones at houses with no foundation. They don't waste resources on threats that aren't real. The very fact that your path has been heavy confusing, unfair, and relentless is proof of your power. They knew you weren't average even before you did, and their mission was simple: make sure you never remember. But you did. That's why you're here. That's why this message reached you. That's why your heartbeat shifted when you started listening. Because deep down, a part of you always knew. You just forgot. And now, the remembering has begun. And they're terrified, because once you fully remember, their game is done. Let them be afraid. Let them feel the tremble in the pit of their stomach every time you step into your voice, your truth, your purpose. Because this isn't just a spiritual awakening, it's a cosmic correction. The universe isn't confused. It chose you with precision. And now that you're aligning with that truth, the false narratives are collapsing. The old systems are shaking. The illusion is fading. You are becoming a living glitch in their program. That's the power of being chosen. You don't just survive the storm, you become it. You don't just break the cycle, you rewrite the code. You don't just wake up, you wake up everyone around you. And that's why their attacks have always felt personal. Because they are, but not because of who you are, because of what you are. You are a frequency that can't be caged. You are an energy that can't be cloned. You are a force that isn't here to participate. You're here to disrupt. So let them say you're too intense, too deep, too sensitive, too bold. That's their language for, we don't know how to control this. Let them try to discredit you, distance themselves, throw shade at your evolution. None of it touches you anymore, because you're not playing their game. You were never meant to. You were sent to end it. And if you're still doubting your light, still wondering if this really applies to you, let this be your answer. They didn't come after you because you were weak. They came because you were chosen. And now that you remember, they know it's too late. You're not here by accident. You didn't stumble onto this video by chance. The universe led you here. And now that you're aligned, there's no turning back. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the force that sent you. And the universe, it never loses its own. Number 2, you doubted your light. And that was their only win. The only way to dim a sun is to convince it it's a shadow. And that's exactly what they tried to do to you. They couldn't silence your soul, so they whispered just loud enough to confuse it. They couldn't take your light, so they made you doubt it. Because they knew from the beginning that the only way they could ever win was if you turned against yourself. The truth is, they were never strong enough to put out your fire, so instead, they convinced you to hold the extinguisher. They made your own hands the weapon. Think about that. You weren't broken. You were programmed to believe you were too much, too intense, too different, too sensitive, too bold. But all that was ever true was that you were exactly enough to scare the system. Your doubt was their strategy, and every time you questioned your instincts, every time you apologized for your passion, every time you dimmed yourself to make others comfortable, they celebrated. Not publicly, not out loud, but internally. That was their only victory, making the chosen one forget their own glow. Because let's be real, how do you stop someone you can't overpower? You trick them into believing they were never powerful in the first place. They surrounded you with people who couldn't see your worth, hoping you'd stop looking for it. They placed you in environments that rejected your spirit, hoping you'd shrink to fit them. And when that didn't work, they handed you a mirror distorted just enough to make you see flaws where there was brilliance. It was never about them winning. It was about you not waking up to the fact that you already had. Ask yourself, when did you start believing your light was too loud? Who told you your fire was dangerous instead of divine? How many times were you told to tone it down, act normal, be realistic? That wasn't guidance. It was containment. That wasn't love. It was fear disguised as advice. Because the moment you stand fully in your light, the illusion they built starts falling apart. And you need to understand this. There was nothing accidental about your doubt. It was manufactured. You were never too emotional. You were attuned. You were never overthinking. You were processing the things others can't even perceive. You weren't too intense. Your energy just broke their shallow filters. And the people who made you feel like a burden, they were threatened, not honest. Your light disturbed their darkness. Your truth made their comfort zones feel like cages. Your power disrupted their control. That's not a reflection of your flaws. That's confirmation of your frequency. They want you tame. They want you mild. They want you safe. But chosen ones, we were never built to be digestible. We weren't sent here to blend in. We're here to shake everything they convinced the world to settle for. And yes, your light comes with weight, with responsibility, with struggle, because carrying energy this potent in a world trained to suppress it, that's war. Internal, external, energetic, psychological. That's why you've questioned yourself. That's why you've carried guilt for simply being authentic. But guilt is just the residue of a world that was never designed for your kind of brilliance. You were never the problem. You were the glitch in their matrix. And here's what they didn't plan for: you remembering. Because when a chosen one stops doubting their light, they become unstoppable. When they reclaim their fire, the room shifts. People wake up. Energy shifts. Systems break. And the very same ones who once said, "You're too much," suddenly say, "How did you do it?" But by then, they're too late. The game is rigged until you stop playing small. The prison only works if you keep the door locked from the inside. The only real weapon they had was your self-doubt. And once you drop that, they've got nothing left. So stop treating your depth like a problem. Start treating it like your superpower. Your overthinking? That's called pattern recognition. Your intensity? That's called energetic presence. Your sensitivity? That's emotional intelligence turned up to a frequency most people haven't earned access to. You weren't too much. You were just too real for people still hiding from themselves. So from this moment forward, stop shrinking. Stop second-guessing. Stop asking for permission to be exactly who the universe handcrafted you to be. Because you were never meant to be small. You were meant to be seen, to be felt, to be remembered. You doubted your light, and that was their only win. Take it back, because once you remember how bright you really are, they won't even have the illusion of control left to hide behind. Number 3, your isolation wasn't rejection, it was calibration. Stars don't need crowds to shine, they just need space. You thought you were being abandoned, left behind, ignored. What you didn't see was that the universe was removing the noise, because noise is the enemy of clarity, and you were never meant to blend in with the static. Your isolation was never rejection, it was calibration. They made you think being alone meant being broken. They made you believe that not fitting in meant something was wrong with you. But let's get one thing clear. The crowd was never your destination. It was your distraction. And the universe loved you enough to strip it away so you could finally hear the sound of your own power. You weren't lonely, you were being realigned. When you're chosen, you don't walk the easy road. You don't get handed community, applause, or understanding. You walk alone so that when you finally open your mouth to speak truth, it's your voice and not the echo of everyone else's fear. You were pulled away because where you were going required signal clarity. No interference, no static, no external opinions trying to override your internal knowing. So, the universe cleared the room. And at first, it hurt. Of course it did. Your nervous system had been conditioned to believe that presence equals value, that if no one's around, maybe you've failed. But in truth, the silence wasn't a void. It was a sacred chamber. And it's where the universe began downloading everything into you that they were trying to keep you too distracted to receive. You weren't being left out. You were being pulled above. And the pain of that? It wasn't punishment. It was purification. The chosen are always separated before they're seen. It's a universal law. Think about it. Nikola Tesla died isolated, misunderstood, while the world stole and watered down his brilliance. Van Gogh created in madness and silence before the world ever called it art. Malcolm X spent years rejected, incarcerated, before his words shaped a generation. Their isolation didn't weaken them, it tempered them. You too were sent to the shadows, not to shrink, but to sharpen. And you were never truly alone. You were just around people who couldn't hear your frequency. They couldn't recognize you because they weren't tuned to your station. You were vibrating at a level that made their comfort zones crack. And so instead of rising, they pushed you away. But that wasn't rejection. That was evolution in disguise. Let them go. Let the silence stretch. Let the empty rooms echo. Because every minute you thought you were being forgotten, you were actually being remembered by the universe itself. Positioned, protected, recalibrated. Your isolation was the training ground. It's where your spirit grew teeth. It's where your energy became unshakable. It's where the universe fine-tuned your vision and amplified your signal, so that when the moment came, you would speak, move, and act with clarity that couldn't be corrupted. The silence was sacred, and some of you still don't see that. You're still grieving the ones who walked away, still questioning why the support never showed up, still blaming yourself for being hard to understand. But let me remind you, stars aren't designed to be understood. They're designed to be witnessed, and they shine brightest in solitude. What felt like abandonment was actually alignment. You were being taken out of sync with mediocrity, separated from average vibrations, pulled away from comfort because comfort was never going to wake you up. You needed the cold. You needed the stillness. You needed to hear yourself again. Because the world is loud. It's full of people projecting their fear onto you, speaking from wounds, labeling your power as arrogance and your intensity as madness. And the universe had to disconnect you so you could remember the original signal, the one inside your chest, the one that doesn't come from culture or conditioning, the one that comes from source. So if you're still in that season of isolation, good. Let it do what it came to do. Let it forge you. Let it strip away every false version of you they tried to build in your head. Because the real you, the one you're becoming in the silence, that version is untouchable. And when your time comes to step back into the world, you won't be walking in looking for a place to fit. You'll be moving like a signal tower, clear, charged, connected, not seeking a crowd, but commanding alignment. And those who couldn't recognize you before, they'll feel your presence before you even speak. That's what calibration does. It doesn't make you louder, it makes you undeniable. So stop mourning your separation. Start honoring it. Because your isolation was never your downfall. It was your initiation. Number 4. They feared your energy, so they sent distractions. They couldn't handle your vibration, so they buried you in noise. They knew they couldn't match your frequency, so they launched a war of distraction, not with bullets, but with noise, with chaos, with confusion, with people and problems that felt urgent but were designed to keep you exhausted and disconnected. Because when your energy threatens the structure of control, they don't come for your body, they come for your focus. Your mind was the battlefield. Your clarity was the target. You ever wonder why your life has felt like one long string of disruptions? Why every time you started to feel peace, something would crash in and pull you back into survival mode? That wasn't a coincidence. That was calculated. They didn't need to defeat you. They just needed to distract you long enough that you'd never become who you truly are. Because here's the truth. Your energy is rare. It doesn't just light up rooms. It changes the blueprint of everything around it. When you walk in, tuned to your truth, fake falls apart. Lies can't breathe. People feel exposed. Systems tremble. That's not because you're arrogant or too intense. It's because your vibration is a threat to everything built on control, manipulation, and comfort zone living. So what did they do? They sent distraction after distraction, people who drained your soul, opportunities that led nowhere, relationships that felt like roller coasters, emotions that didn't belong to you, fog in your brain, weight on your chest. You started doubting yourself, not because you were weak, but because you were under attack by design. They made you believe the chaos was normal. That burnout was just part of the hustle. That confusion was a sign to settle. That being surrounded by energy vampires was just life. But all of it had one purpose: keep you too tired to remember your own power. Because once you remember, they lose. You weren't lazy, you were overstimulated. You weren't unmotivated, you were misdirected. They knew that if they could just keep your energy scattered, answering texts, fixing other people's messes, doubting your intuition, chasing the next shiny thing, you'd never sit still long enough to tune back into your signal. That's how energy manipulation works. It's not always aggressive. It's subtle. It looks like busyness. It feels like stress. It wears the face of being needed. It comes wrapped in urgency. And while you're running around putting out fires, your frequency is being silently sabotaged. Because a distracted chosen one is as powerless as a sleeping giant. They don't fear your potential. They fear your alignment. Because when your energy is focused, when your power isn't being leaked into dead-end people, low-level situations, and emotional roller coasters, you become dangerous in the best way possible. You become magnetic, clear, inevitable, and you start to notice it, don't you? The shift. The moment you begin pulling your energy back to yourself, the distractions intensify. People from the past resurface. Old triggers get reactivated. Drama finds you even when you've gone silent. That's not random, it's resistance. The system senses your awakening, and it panics. It throws everything it can to keep you spiraling. Because once you get still, you get clear. Once you get clear, you get intentional. And once you move with intention, it's over for them. So if you've been feeling overwhelmed, scattered, exhausted, stuck, it's not because you're broken. It's because you've been pouring your sacred energy into distractions that were engineered to delay your rise. The real question is, will you take your power back? Will you cut the cords? Will you sit in the silence long enough to hear your own frequency again? Will you be brave enough to stop running in circles and start standing in your light? Because the distractions won't stop. But your attention is currency. And when you spend it wisely on your healing, your purpose, your truth, the illusion begins to fall apart. The chaos loses its grip. And those who once fed off your energy are left starving. You were never meant to chase every beep, every buzz, every drama, every fire. You were meant to radiate. You were meant to move like a storm of purpose, undistracted, untouchable, undeniable. And they knew that. That's why they sent the chaos. That's why they buried you in noise. That's why your soul's signal was constantly drowned out by other people's needs, fake problems, endless scrolling, mindless routines. Because the one thing they fear more than your voice is your focus. So now, you choose. Will you keep feeding distractions that were never yours to carry? Or will you reclaim the energy that was always meant to shake the world? Because they couldn't handle your vibration, so they tried to bury it. But now, it's breaking through. Number 5. Your pain was programmed, not personal. They hit you early, hoping you'd never look deeper. Your pain was never personal. It was strategic, and the sooner you understand that, the faster you take your power back. What you thought were random tragedies, bad luck, or just your story was never random. It was engineered, calculated, a system of psychological warfare designed to keep you fragmented, disoriented, and afraid of your own reflection. They needed you confused. They needed you numb. They needed you broken just enough to keep functioning, but never enough to truly wake up. And that's the most sinister part. They didn't want to destroy you completely. They wanted you half alive, still moving, still serving their machine, still doubting yourself at every step, but never questioning why the pain came so early, so hard, and so often. Ask yourself, why did the attack start before you even knew who you were? Why was your childhood laced with confusion, betrayal, abandonment, chaos? Why were you dealing with trauma before you even had language to describe it? Because they saw something in you before you did. Something powerful, something ancient, something they couldn't control unless they crushed it early. So they hit you with emotional warfare. They embedded wounds so deep, they hoped you'd spend your whole life managing pain instead of unlocking power. They knew if they hit you young, they could rewire your entire self-concept before you had the tools to defend it. And that's exactly what they did. They made you question your worth. They filled your early life with figures who didn't protect you, who didn't see you, who mirrored the belief that you didn't matter. That wasn't coincidence. That was conditioning. The goal was to make sure that by the time your power started waking up, you'd already been taught to hate your own light. But here's what they didn't plan for. They didn't plan on your resilience. They didn't plan on your ability to decode patterns, to look your trauma in the face and say, "You don't own me anymore." They didn't expect you to start asking dangerous questions. Why did that happen? Who benefited from my silence? What version of myself was I trained to become? They thought you'd stay asleep in your suffering. They thought you'd just cope and conform. But instead, you started remembering. And the moment a chosen one starts connecting the dots, the game changes. Because pain doesn't just break you, it teaches you. And once you stop running from it, once you lean into the discomfort, you start hearing the message behind the mess. They didn't hurt you because you were weak. They hurt you because you were powerful. They flooded your life with pain, hoping you'd drown in it. But you didn't. You're still here. You're still rising. And now you're not just healing, you're seeing clearly. And once you see, you can't unsee. You realize the trauma was timed. The betrayals were calculated. The chaos had choreography. It was all part of a larger program to keep the chosen ones too wounded to step into their frequency. Because a chosen one in pain is manageable. A chosen one in power, unstoppable. They taught you to carry shame that was never yours. They passed down generational fear like it was inheritance. They normalized dysfunction and told you it was love. And you swallowed it because you were still forming, still open, still trusting. They made pain your foundation so you'd never believe in the house you were meant to build. But now, you're rebuilding, rewriting, reprogramming. The code is breaking. You are no longer seeing your scars as shame. You're seeing them as blueprints of survival. And here's what makes them panic now. You're using what they did to fuel your evolution. The same pain they thought would silence you is becoming your clarity, your purpose, your power. They can't stop it now, because the illusion only works when you believe it's all just personal. But now you know it was targeted. You weren't cursed. You were marked. You weren't punished. You were prepared. Your pain was not the end. It was the beginning of the greatest plot twist in their story, your return. Because when a chosen one stops running from their pain, they don't just heal, they rise. And when they rise, everything the enemy built on their brokenness begins to crumble. So look at every wound they gave you, and understand this. It was never about what happened. It was always about what they were trying to prevent. Your clarity, your voice, your energy, your rebellion, your activation. They hoped the pain would keep you in survival mode. But now, you're thriving in a system that was built to see you fall. You're decoding every lie they told you about who you are. You're turning every wound into a weapon. And you're becoming the version of yourself they never wanted to meet. So yes, they hit you early. But it's too late now, because you looked deeper. And now, game over. Number 6. They copied your style, but couldn't touch your frequency. You were imitated, but never duplicated. First, they laughed. They called you crazy, extra, too deep, too intense, too weird. They mocked your vision, questioned your moves, rolled their eyes at your fire. But then something strange happened. The very same ones who once clowned you started copying you. The style, the speech, the vibe, the aesthetic. The words you used when nobody was listening, suddenly they're echoing everywhere. But don't get it twisted. This isn't admiration. This is attempted replication, and it never works. Because while they might imitate your style, they can never touch your frequency. See, there's something terrifying to this system about originality, especially when it's real, especially when it isn't taught, bought, or borrowed. And you didn't become who you are by reading it in a book or watching it in a video. You broke into yourself. You walked through pain, through fire, through isolation, through silence, and came out carrying a signal the world didn't recognize but couldn't ignore. And that's exactly why they feared you, and then tried to become you. But here's the thing, frequency can't be faked. You can steal the words, but not the weight behind them. You can mimic the look, but not the energy that shakes a room without a single sound. Because what makes you powerful isn't what they can see. It's what they can't decode. It's the vibration underneath everything you touch. And you earned that. You bled for that. They want the shine, but not the shadow work. They want the crown, but not the cost. And that's why it always falls flat. They wonder why they can dress like you, talk like you, move like you, and still not get the results, still not get the presence, still not spark the same kind of ripple in the people around them. But you know why? Because you didn't download your essence from trends. You were chosen by the universe to carry something that can't be copied, cloned, or co-signed. Your presence disrupts. It exposes. It awakens. That's not charisma. It's alignment. And they can't fake what you built in silence. While they were performing, you were transforming. While they were watching, you were becoming. And that's the gap they'll never cross. Think about it. How many times have people rejected you only to turn around and repackage your very essence as their own? They didn't understand you, but they saw the effect you had, the way people shifted around you, the way your words stuck in minds, the way your silence made more noise than their shouting. And they wanted it. They just didn't want to do the inner work to become it. But the truth always reveals itself, because there's something off about imitation. It's all surface, no soul. And the soul, that's what carries the charge. That's what makes the difference between influence and impact. You didn't come here to influence. You came here to ignite. You didn't show up to be liked. You showed up to wake people up. So don't shrink just because your light's being copied. Don't dim just because your essence is being diluted. Let them try. Let them study. Let them mirror and mimic and mold themselves in your image. Because every time they try to replicate what was divinely embedded in your DNA, they remind the world that you were the origin, not the echo. You're not being copied because you're trendy. You're being copied because your energy cracked the code they've been trying to fake their way into for years. And they can't stand that. But you don't need to clap back. You don't need to compete. Because imitation doesn't threaten the real thing. It confirms it. You are the blueprint, the original vibration, the one who moves differently because you were built differently. And no matter how much they try to walk like you, they'll never carry the storms you survived to become this version of you. Because that's what they always forget. Style can be copied. Frequency must be earned. And what flows through you, it didn't come cheap. It came through pain, through power, through rising again and again when you had every excuse to stay down. So next time they try to wear your energy like a costume, just smile. Because deep down, they know what you already do. They can dress like you, but they will never be you. Number 7. You thought you were cursed. You were being protected. What didn't happen for you was happening for you. You didn't lose it, you were spared. What you thought was rejection was actually redirection. What felt like abandonment was actually the universe guarding your path like sacred ground. That closed door, that delay, that collapse that broke your heart. It wasn't the universe turning on you. It was the universe standing in front of you, arms wide, saying, "Not this, not yet, not them." Because chosen ones don't just get opportunities, they get alignment. And anything that threatens that alignment, even if it looks good on the outside, becomes a target for removal. You didn't get denied because you weren't worthy. You got denied because you were too valuable to be misused. But let's be real, it didn't feel like protection, did it? It felt like you were cursed, like you were walking around with some invisible weight, some kind of cosmic bad luck that made everything fall apart the second you started to believe in it. You watched others succeed with half the effort, saw people rise with no depth, no heart, no truth. Meanwhile, you kept hitting walls, losing people, watching opportunities slip through your fingers like smoke, and you asked yourself, why? What's wrong with me? But here's what was really happening. The universe wasn't letting just anything stick to your path. It was filtering, ruthlessly, relentlessly, for your own protection. Because not everything that glitters serves your rise. Not everyone who smiles deserves access to your energy. And not every open door leads somewhere you're meant to go. You thought you were cursed because the relationships kept breaking. But those relationships were never built to hold the weight of your truth. They would have collapsed later, after you'd built everything around them. So the universe let them break early, while it still cost less. You thought you were cursed because the job fell through, but that job would have drained your soul, buried your creativity, numbed your spirit, and you would have mistaken comfort for peace. So the universe yanked it before the illusion could set in. You thought you were cursed because you missed that opportunity, that deal, that moment everyone told you was once in a lifetime. But they didn't see what the universe saw. They didn't see how small it was compared to what's actually meant for you. So the universe let it pass you by, because chasing that would have meant abandoning your higher timeline. You see it now, don't you? Those moments weren't punishments. They were protection orders. And the universe doesn't explain itself when it's protecting something sacred. It just moves, swiftly, violently if necessary. It will shake your life, strip your surroundings, cancel your plans, burn the bridges you keep trying to walk back across. Not because it wants you to suffer, but because it refuses to let you settle. Because your rise is not negotiable. Because your energy is not common. Because your destiny isn't something to be handed out to whoever shows up first. It's something that has to be earned, aligned, and protected at all costs. So no, you were never cursed. You were being carried. And now, if you look back with open eyes, you'll start to see the patterns. The people who left before their mask slipped. The deals that vanished before you got trapped in obligation. The connections that ghosted you before they could drain you dry. The moves that didn't work out because they would have pulled you off course. Everything that broke, broke for a reason. Everything that left, left for a reason. Everything that didn't happen was the universe's protection disguised as loss. And that's the problem with being chosen. The universe doesn't coddle you. It doesn't always give you what you want. It gives you what you need, even if that means breaking your heart in the process. Because your path is not built for convenience, it's built for impact. And impact requires clarity, strength, and alignment. So maybe now you'll stop mourning what didn't work out. Maybe now you'll stop blaming yourself for what walked away. Maybe now you'll realize that every so-called setback was really a setup for something your soul signed up for long before this life even started. You're not cursed, you're chosen. And chosen ones don't get everything. They get everything that matters. Because when your energy is that rare, the universe doesn't gamble. It guards. Number 8. Your mind wasn't broken. It was under attack. The war was always for your perception, not your possessions. They were never after your money, not your status, not your career, your followers, your relationships, or your lifestyle. Those things were just distractions, pawns on a much bigger chessboard. The real war. It's been in your mind since day one, because if they could hijack your perception, they didn't need to steal your crown. You'd hand it over yourself. And you almost did. They didn't break you with bullets. They broke you with beliefs, installed them like viruses, one lie at a time, whispered into your consciousness until it sounded like your own voice. You're not good enough. You're not ready. You're too broken. No one cares. You thought those thoughts were yours, but they weren't. They were programmed, installed into you through repetition, trauma, environment, subtle manipulation, because they knew that if you ever saw yourself clearly, fully, unfiltered, you would become unstoppable. They didn't want you to be broken. They wanted you to believe you were broken. Because that belief alone, that's all it took to slow you down. You didn't need chains if you questioned every move. You didn't need bars if your mind became your prison. They didn't need to stop you from dreaming. They just needed to convince you your dreams were unrealistic. They didn't need to silence you. They just had to make you believe no one was listening. It's psychological warfare, and it started early. From the moment you began to think for yourself, they began to shape how you thought. School didn't teach you freedom. It taught you obedience. Culture didn't teach you authenticity. It taught you comparison. The media didn't feed your mind. It conditioned it. The system didn't want you enlightened. It wanted you entertained, exhausted, and dependent. Why? Because the moment a chosen one thinks clearly, the system collapses. Because we're not talking about regular people here. We're talking about you, a chosen one. And chosen ones carry something different, not just ideas, not just dreams, but frequency. And if that frequency is unleashed, it vibrates at a level that shatters illusions, dissolves lies, exposes systems, and activates everyone it touches. That's why they had to hack your perception. Because if you ever remembered, truly remembered, who you were, everything they built would fall. But here's the part they never planned for. You're rebooting. The fog is lifting. The programming is glitching. And your mind, it's starting to wake up. You're starting to see through the patterns. You're starting to catch yourself mid-thought, asking, Wait, whose voice is that? You're questioning the narrative. You're rewriting the code. And even if it feels subtle right now, even if it's messy, slow, or uncomfortable, make no mistake. They feel it. They feel the system trembling, because your clarity is returning. And once your perception clears, everything changes. What you used to chase, you now walk away from. What used to trigger you, you now see through. What used to scare you, you now face without flinching. And that shift? That's what makes you powerful again. Because they never had real power over you. They just convinced you didn't have any. But now the veil is lifting, and with it, the fear dissolves. The doubt starts to quiet. The sabotage slows down, because you're waking up to your own thoughts and realizing that half of them never belonged to you in the first place. And here's the real truth they never wanted you to know. Your mind was never broken. It was hijacked. But underneath the noise, the loops, the programming, you've always been whole. Your intuition, still intact. Your vision, still there. Your purpose, waiting patiently beneath the static. You're not late. You're right on time. The viruses are being deleted. The system is rebooting. And the clarity that's coming, it's going to burn everything they built on your confusion to the ground. You were never lost. You were targeted. And now, you're back online. And now you see it. Every setback, every distraction, every lie planted in your mind. It wasn't coincidence. It was war. And despite it all, you're still here, still rising, still remembering. The illusion is breaking because you're breaking through. So here's the final move. Own it. Step fully into the power they feared from the beginning. If this hit your soul, drop the number 77 in the comments to let the world know you're awake. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with another chosen one who needs to hear this. The storm has arrived, and you're the lightning, and you